My excuse is that we're live. Yeah, you know me so well.
Exactly. It's very easy to tell. When
well, I do a very clear change of tone when I do that.
And the slow speed before, there's no, deception.
But I wonder if Spookadel has any deception.
Hello,
Actually,
everyone.
he's gonna love what I put in Naruto topics recently.
Okay.
Oh, is it my glorious king?
Yeah, it's your glorious.
It is your glorious king.
So, Kamui, are we gonna start on an argument? I guess we could go to Neji if you really want to.
Well, I don't actually want to discuss it. I really just wanted to show it to Paradox.
Wait, show it to who?
Spookadel is Paradox.
No, I know, but I'm curious why you originally posted it. Was it just...
I thought it would be funny to share, and that's kind of the end.
Okay. Just for anyone in general, not specifically for Paradox. It's like, was it just coincidental timing? Or is it you're taking advantage of the opportunity?
It was coincidental timing. But
limitless potential? Is Neji the potential man of Naruto?
So here's the problem with you saying this, Kamui. Neji has limitless potential. That's not what this is saying. In fact, what this says, I don't even understand what it's saying. He devotes himself to study with fierce determination. That's still ambiguous, but he's obviously in reference to Neji. That's fine. So Neji devotes himself to study with fierce determination. This gift from the heavens has limitless potential. The question is, what is this gift in reference to? Fierce determination doesn't make sense. Devoting himself doesn't make sense. Study is the only thing that makes sense, but I don't think study is the gift that was sent from heaven that has limitless potential.
To be fair, I should probably go to do that for a couple of minutes. I should probably go back and look at what the rest of it, what the Sarada thing was.
Probably.
Limitless potential is foreshadowing.
I really just zoomed in. I just zoomed in on that one part. There's probably something nearby that could help guide us here.
Unless we're just gonna pretend like Neji's treated like Gojo in Universe, that the whole world stopped spinning when he was born, and this gift is in reference to he.
That's exactly what happened. That's exactly what happened.
The gift is Neji himself. It's like, I don't think that's what they're doing.
Before I do what I was doing.
Because again, it's not saying Neji has limitless potential. It's saying this gift does. And what is this gift? Is it the Byakugan? That would be reference to the picture, I guess.
Unamo. Ooh. I got something else. Okay, no, well, this isn't. You know what, actually? Oodie, do you remember where exactly the Uchiha are stated to be the strongest clan in Konoha, by chance? Any
Probably
idea
everywhere. I don't know.
That would be?
No.
The reason I'm asking is because of what I'm about to send. Oh, I can't take the... Oh, that's annoying, whatever, it doesn't really matter. It's going to be because of what I'm going to send in a second.
Kamui, this is why we can't use the strongest statements, because literally everyone at some point in time is called the strongest in Naruto. It doesn't mean anything.
Oh, shoot. Oh, no, did I just... well, that's... Oh, my God, that's so annoying. I gotta refine him again.
Well, only the Neji one is true, because he's my glorious king.
I wanted to do something that I can't do, and I just messed it all up. I gotta go refine him now.
Well, I wonder if Power to 99 is doing what they want to do by watching the stream, as he says, "Hey, space, my way to the party." And an emoji. Oh, that's Ultra Galaxy
O2. Hi, Space. How are you on this fine day?
Well, it's technically night, but I guess it's day for space. Well, it might be sundown over there. I don't know what time it is. It's definitely sundown over there.
Oh, that was so annoying. Okay. They really just made me do that, but whatever.
Now that Kamui's done all that...
So anyway, the point, though, is that depending on where exactly... I'll just put this in Naruto topics with it. the strongest in Konoha clan thing stated. Well, the reason why I'm saying this is because either way, we can use this in the stage debate. So if you notice, beginning, even among the Hyuga, exalted as the strongest in Konoha, Neji is touted and loved for his talents. So there's two ways to interpret it. One's more likely. The one that Paradox will love would be that Neji is the strongest in Konoha, which is contradicted by other strongest in Konoha statements. But even if it's the clan, Hiyashi always says the mightiest in Konoha. You can get away with mighty versus strong. Would be saying the Hyuga is the strongest in Konoha. And especially if it's in the same data book that the Uchiha are the strongest in Konoha, that would be contradictory. Of course, Seicha's argument would just be, oh, it's because the Uchiha are dead or something, but it would just be another one of those strongest in Konoha. Every single thing is strongest in Konoha.
Exactly. Yeah, that the swing set's the strongest in Konoha. That blade of grass is the strongest in Konoha. It's like, how far are we gonna take this? But I think based on this, with the context, I think it's about the Byakugan would be the gift.
That's what. Well, the reason why I want to go back to see is if it really talks about his genius much on this page to say that that's his gift. But the top left is mostly talking about like basically his mindset. He dedicates himself to the village, his comrades. He's swiftly risen in ranks to Jonin. He's a role model for the young Shino. Basically, he's moved past his clan problems.
I mean, it's weird anyways because
and that's helped him raise the ranks and blah blah blah. That doesn't really feel like a gift. That's not talking about a gift, so it can't be that. And
exactly.
This specific thing is looking at the Byakugan.
Because that's what these other like 3 to 4 things
basically
are.
saying training. He's training fiercely. So the gift from the heavens would either have to be his training devotion, which would be like Rock Lee's.
But that doesn't make sense though, because first of all, that takes away from Neji doing it. Oh, he was just born with the fierce determination rather than something that, no, it's something he's actively doing because he's devoting himself, not something he's passively has.
Like, should that apply to Rock Lee? Because that is Rock Lee's particular gift. This is training and determination.
Yeah.
So, but then if it's the Byakugan, the argument we'd have to make is that it's specifically Neji's Byakugan, which is like the best in the clan. It's better than all. It's the strongest Byakugan ever, according to Hiyashi. Which is why it wouldn't apply to like Hinata and Hiyashi and so on. It would be that Neji's Byakugan has limitless potential. And then the context would have to be, well,
limitless?
Is that within the context of what a Byakugan's potential is? Like, he can see limitlessly far away or limitlessly small things. Or is it saying that Neji's Byakugan can do anything? It's omnipotence.
Oh my god.
Oh, by the way, I said this before in chat, but I feel like a cool evolution to Byakugan, if JJK didn't exist, imagine if the evolution to Byakugan was just a 6 eyes. Like, that would be really cool.
You know, actually, real quick, I've just scrolled to the next page. This is hilarious. So Hinata is the next page. With a powerful Byakugan that rivals that of Neji, there is no doubt she has hidden potential. So, if it's the Byakugan and Neji's, then Hinata's also has limitless potential, and it's just hidden.
Yeah, let's also just ignore the fact that it rivals Neji's Byakugan. Oh, but Hinata's so much weaker than Neji.
Neji's limitless potential is awakening the Tentagon, obviously.
So, limitless potential...
I think this just goes to show that, like, Kishimoto is not a power scaler, and he is hyping up every character as much as possible.
Exactly. Because like, limitless potential...
There are things you can't take from the data
Kamui
books
loves talking tonight.
Certain statements, but like a lot of them, it's just like, okay, this just feels inconsistent.
Well, it's because it is inconsistent, not just because it feels that way.
Yeah.
But I would say limitless potential is probably in reference to... Like, it's not in reference to distance seeing. It's not saying the Byakugan can see infinite miles if you train it up enough. I think it's more in reference to, with the Byakugan, Neji can eventually become strong enough to defeat any known person, because once he's able to defeat anybody, then he's the strongest. He's limitless, if you want to put it that way.
Yeah, wow.
There's nobody he couldn't defeat at that point if he's the strongest. Is my guess.
And then we have Neji's the strongest.
I would also
Can you
say
just remember
Ninja
that
in
argument
50
and use that against Sage?
Yeah.
exactly. I would also say it's weird that this is a character file on the character Neji, the character, but the top left, the like title thing is about his eyes. The top right is about the Byakugan. The middle right is about the Byakugan. The bottom is about the Byakugan. And only like the top left like speech thing, the long paragraph, that's the only thing about Neji.
What Kishimoto decided on Neji's character being at this point. He just gave up.
He's like, you know, it's true.
Neji's
Neji's basically just the Byakugan anyways. That's like 75% of his character.
Well, in Shippuden, I'll give you that. But in part 1, no.
Yeah.
Part 1, Neji speak Neji.
Yeah. I mean, you could also say
Especially
that
when
a
they
lot
went
of
to 28
this...
Poems, that was absolute cinema.
A lot of this is also flowerly. What is that? It flowerly. A lot of this is just flowerly language. That sounds wrong. Am I saying that right? Flowery. Okay, there's no L. There's no L. Flowery. Yeah. So a lot of this is just flowery.
Yeah, you know what? You already know where I'm gonna write that.
Yeah, oh, I absolutely know. Oh, I just did it there again. Absolutely. But anyways. Yeah, flowery language, because there is no doubt in his eyes. Well, the Byakugan literally can't physically hold doubt. So technically it's not wrong, but nobody's eyes hold doubt. It's not how that works.
I mean, this is the obvious interpretation of what they mean.
Well, yeah, but again, it's still flowery language to say that all of this else is probably also like that as well. But yeah.
Wait, scroll down slightly.
Well, I can't scroll on this. I can zoom in and scroll down.
Okay, yeah. Okay, now scroll up. I just want to see the top part now. Higher, like the top right. So he can use the Byakugan to its fullest potential because he has the right judgmental and analytical skills. So nobody else in the Hyuga has that.
Also, can we just, like, this is not how you use the Byakugan to its full potential.
Just have a good judgment.
It's like he's not seeing 17 plus miles based on his judgment. It's not how that works.
It's just very responsible.
So that's just
anyway.
Yeah. Anyways, do we want to go to? Did you want to say this?
You might as well just say that this is not really much of a topic. I just like, you know, I was like, I'll write it down.
You know, I'll fully admit, Kamui, I'm sure this was extra cool to you because it's just something you randomly stumbled across rather than something you heard. But it's extra lame to me, and I'm biased because I don't like Itachi. And so this is just the most nothing thing of all time. I mean, like, if anything, it's already implied in the manga. The anime's just adding the filler of making it actually it's cool, I guess. It's like, I'm really ruining this for you. I'm sorry. Please say your thing.
Why is it? Okay, there we go. My mic was working.
Okay.
Well, no. I mean, like, it wasn't anything major. like I said, like again, I agree. It is just entirely implied in the manga. But I was looking at the Kisame versus Guy Fight in Turtle Island for completely different reasons. Then I just kept reading it because it was good. And I liked the small addition that the anime gives to the death. It's like 99% the same, but in the anime, Kisame asks himself, Itachi, did you find it? Did you discover the time when you truly were at the moment of your death? Before saying he was a decent human after all. And, you know, the manga's great as it is, but I just like him asking Itachi if he found himself in the end as well, which I thought is extra good that they literally ask it, because when you consider Edo Itachi's words to Sasuke later on, and it implies that Itachi did realize this, mainly his flaws and how he feels about Sasuke. But unlike Kisame, Itachi was given that extra chance to say that to Sasuke, and I thought it was cool. And you know what, Oodie, I know you hate Itachi, completely unreasonably so, but I thought you would have supported this because it was an anime phrase.
Well, that's the thing. That's what I wanted to say.
Elitist. Oh, yeah, the manga can do no wrong. The anime's always worse. Yeah, that's Kamui, but I never say that.
Well, because you know my take. The anime is more canon than the manga. First of all, filler isn't filler to the anime. It's all just anime material. It's only filler to the manga. And first of all, we started with the anime. The manga came after. So for us, if we're going with the source material,
the manga
it's the anime.
Didn't come after, but we viewed it after.
Well, yeah. So that's what matters in this case.
I mean, our source material is the anime, but that's also like technically not how source material works. That's how it feels to us.
Okay, but the fact the anime...
Yes, in most cases, we have the anime memorized word for word. Either we discover the difference with the manga.
Exactly. But the fact the anime covers all of the all of the manga material. The fact that the anime covers all of the manga.
Minus a few exceptions, but...
I'm not going to count those.
But yes.
But what it adds in is leaps and bounds more anyways.
700.
So it's at least as canon as the manga, and then it only adds more. Again, if it's only filler to the manga, which we don't care about. It's canon to the anime.
Yeah. The only problem though is when and this mostly matters for 90% of cases would be power scaling. Maybe there's a couple character writing situations, but if it writes a contradictory thing that doesn't technically make sense,
then it's filler.
That'd be the only issue, which in most cases doesn't matter. I'd probably even say at least 80% of the time it's not doing that, and probably even less than that, less than 20%, but we'll be generous. And then those would be like the times to be like, all right, disregard it.
Filler doesn't even mean it doesn't happen. It's just happening in the manga off screen, especially in Boruto.
Well, honestly, whereas, yes, based off the things Ikimoto's been saying, I'm starting to think that Kodachi's story was canon both ways. But I'm starting to think Ikimoto's is the filler one, of course. But
well, there you go.
I'm starting to think there's, it's just no longer officially the same. Because he's saying you can just skip all part one. Why is he saying that? Because 80% of part one's Kodachi. That's why.
See, the problem...
he's like, screw it. I don't even care about the code and prophecy. Or just it has Kodachi's name on it. Get it out of my sight. Only read my manga.
The problem's gonna come in if the anime starts adapting Ikimoto's story. Because then we're gonna have a blatant contradiction for anime-only people.
Oh, every step of the way.
If the anime keeps doing its own thing, fine, whatever. It's just two different materials at that point. But if the anime suddenly flip-flops and changes to follow the manga, whereas the manga just has been different from the anime, that's where we have an actual problem.
I mean, it depends on a couple of things. So, let's actually discuss what the anime could do, because there's really, three options. Option one is they just disregard what the anime's done and strictly copy Ikimoto with no explanation. Option two is that they, for example, use Sarada's Genin situation. They write around it. So Sarada's made tuning, so they're going to write in the demotion. So option one, using Sarada for all three examples. Option one, Sarada's just a Genin, they don't discuss it. Option two, they specifically write and talk about or show, but they're writing it in, Sarada being demoted to Genin. Probably the most likely one. Option three, they just change it. Sarada is a tuning still in TBV. They change the line. They delete the line about it or whatever they do. They're just going to rewrite it and just have her be tuning. Those are the three options.
I think it depends. entirely on what the external factor, so the outside, the production, what that's going to look like, whether it's going to be weekly or whether it's going to be seasonal. That's going to determine the entirety of what direction the anime is going to go with Two Blue Vortex.
I think it depends on some things, but like the Sarada example, I don't think that one's gonna matter. I mean, what might matter is whether Ikimoto somehow gets involved in overseeing the anime like Kodachi used to do. And if that makes him say, oh, no, you're going to do it my way or the highway.
Oh,
but
God.
As of right now, I feel like option one's the least likely because historically, the anime has done what they want to do and they've written in their explanations to work around it. Like, I don't know if there's any examples, if you can think of any,
but that's
where
the problem.
There was a manga
Historically,
difference and they just didn't address it. I think they wrote in their addressing of all the situations to fit their narrative. Like, for example, I was going to use a Mitsuki example, but I don't think that would work.
but we can't use historically if it's not going to be weekly anymore, because that's a new precedent being set under a new changed industry, which is the reason that Boruto stopped being weekly in the first place.
Yes, but like in this case, though, that's like, for example, that's like they're not going to make a Hibawari Pancakes arc because it's seasonal, but I don't see why they wouldn't. I don't think seasonal would change whether or not they're going to just adjust Sarada's Genin status.
I think it will. I think if it's seasonal, they're gonna be focusing on adapting the manga, and that's the problem. They're not going to be doing an anime thing. They're not going to be making an anime to go along with the manga. They're going to be animating the manga.
I mean, I get what you're saying, but I feel like that's such a small, easy thing that takes no extra time, minimal thought that like they could just do.
Well, yeah,
But,
minimal thought.
yeah, I mean, to be fair though, even with like JJK, that adapts the manga very faithfully, but they'll add. It's mostly for the fights, but they'll add stuff. So that doesn't mean the anime can't be seasonal and do that.
Yeah. I mean, we'll see.
So,
I'm just not expecting it to be anything like JJK. I'm expecting it to be the same quality as the weekly, but we get 12 episodes a year.
Same. I mean, personally, because if they can't even freaking do the 4 Naruto episodes in 3 years, then what makes you think them being seasonal is actually gonna? They're gonna do anything different. They've had 2 years to do the 4 Naruto episodes. Okay, they clearly, if it's just not their priority, it's not their priority. Whether it's seasonal or not, it's like if anything, making it weekly is gonna make it better because they're gonna have to keep up with it. Whereas with the seasonal, you already know, you've already seen the precedent for this franchise. They're more popular than Naruto. If they have time to procrastinate, they will procrastinate, and they will start too late. Whereas with weekly, they can't do that because they just have to keep going. So and I actually think it will be worse.
Twitter's gonna eat it up, no matter what it is. Well, actually, then again,
and I also
Rage Bait's popular now. Maybe they're gonna be complaining no matter what.
And I know we're biased, but like, you know, if they were to hypothetically do the perfect seasonal thing of all time, the way we would envision it for a seasonal consideration, yeah, whatever. But they're not going to do that. So if they go seasonal, yes, it's going to be more like Ikimoto, and that means that they're probably going to expand the fights less. So those a quarter chapter fights, yeah, they're going to be 2 minutes of the anime. Like they're not going to add anything to the story. I don't want that.
Boruto manga doesn't even feel like it would work to be seasonal. Like the arcs aren't structured in that kind of way, if you ask me.
I agree, because even like you look at I mean, of course you can always just do whatever you want, but you look at JJK season 1, that's not written in a seasonal way. They just did that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I agree.
Whereas for like Attack on Titan, it worked the way those arcs, the length of the arcs fit for that a little bit better, but the way with JJK season 2, it worked because Shibuya was long enough.
Yeah.
But even then, you just have hidden inventory at the beginning. It's like it's kind of a weird season, but it works enough. And that's all I have for seasonal anime. So
hidden inventory feels like it was supposed to be the Kakashi Chronicles of JJK. Like it was supposed to be like in the middle of like where a time skip was supposed to be.
Exactly. It doesn't really belong in a season. Like it would be its own mini season or something.
I don't even think it necessarily needs to be or belongs where it does in the manga. Like Well, actually no. Because wait, was that
no?
What's
it does
JJK
make sense
0
to go before Shibuya.
Okay, no, JJK 0 was the first thing. No, it's fine to say it makes sense before Shibuya or whatever. But, like, that's not to say it wouldn't make sense earlier or whatever. It doesn't need to be right where it is.
Technically, I suppose. Like, I mean, realistically, JJK 0 was JJK 0 for a completely different reason, but, like, hypothetically starting... but that'd also be weird for the manga. Yeah. I see why he just did it when he did, but...
And besides... I see why you're saying it should be before Shibuya and it works before Shibuya, but we can't say an entire arc should be placed exactly where it is to follow directly into the next arc when it's based solely on one singular scene, the Gojo and Geto meeting.
Whereas I agree, the problem, okay, in regards to when to put this though, you could say it could go anywhere, but at the same time, of all the places to put it, that probably is the best one because they're like, gonna randomly put it before the little school. I keep wanting to call it the school field trip arc, but it's not what it is. But like the school get together, whatever it's whatever the shooting exams of JJK arc.
It doesn't
that would be
sense
really weird
otherwise.
too. Like it feels like you don't put it in any of these other arcs. It just doesn't make any sense.
I'm not saying that it should be somewhere else. I'm saying that where it is doesn't need to be where it is, and it's not it's not that it's good or like perfect. That it's
the problem is that it doesn't have a perfect flow. I mean, Kakashi Chronicles was just nice because it has that part 1, part 2 breakup thing.
Yeah.
Which is why it just works to throw it in there. But yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying. It's just, the JJK one just doesn't have that part 1, part 2 aspect.
I mean, Kakashi Chronicles would have worked even better if Kabuto and Kakashi was the final fight, if you would have...
Kabuto's just in the flashback. He's one of the Stone Ninja spies. That's a rewrite. He is the one who captured Rin.
Well, I was saying, like, Kakashi trains over the time skip to get stronger anyways. A lot of the reason could be because of Kabuto, but Kabuto could also say things to remind Kakashi of his backstory, which can get you to those flashbacks for Kakashi Chronicles.
Yeah, I agree. We'll get to that in a minute because I do want to talk rewrites with that. We can actually just do the full thing. I mean, it would be arguably nice to do it with Daigo again, but he's already done his video on it, so we could probably do that by ourselves and then just tell him
you got
our
Daigo
final
on
thoughts
the
at the end.
video?
But we've had Daigo like really streams at this point. He literally has made like 5 videos in a row based on our last stream, and he still has more that he hasn't.
I love it.
Not there every time.
He didn't say shut us down this one in particular, but anyway.
I mean, it's fine. Where is it? Is it rewrites? Is it in rewrites or Naruto? Okay. Go
we will go to rewrites, but Space said, well, what about when the Naruto anime put the Kakashi backstory in a different place? Now, if I'm not mistaken, they did it. It was either right before the Itachi talks to Naruto puts the crow on him episode or right after. It's like right next to that. Before the Toby fight, anyway. But I don't remember the exact spot.
Okay.
But anyway, I thought it was fine there because they connect. But the thing is that when it's kind of connecting to like Kakashi Obito, but at the same time, I guess because it's the same about the JJK situation. I don't know. Yeah, it looks like all of the Kabuto stuff is in. Oh wait, no, I did. Oh my god, it's like we're arguing. Okay.
Yeah, Kamui, this is why, and I do the same thing, so I can't blame you. This is why we shouldn't respond to one another's Naruto topics. Unless it's something that we aren't going to get to, and we're gonna forget what we're gonna say, we shouldn't have a 20-long reply chain argument about it. Because at that point, we've already said everything that we wanted to say on the topic anyways. What's even the point of doing the topic? We're just gonna be repeating what we said to one another. Stupid.
Wait, we were both forgetting. All right, anyway. I commented this, actually. Simi replied. I saw a heart notification. I don't know if he replied or not. Just out of curiosity. If he just hearted it. As far as I can tell. But, commented this on Daigo's video about Kakashi versus Kabuto stuff. I don't know why I didn't mention this on that stream when we talked about this. But since Kakashi doesn't even leave until chapter 228 and then arrives in chapter 233.
Man, Kamui, you should probably say when that is rather than the random numbers that 99% of people aren't going to know.
Well, I wrote that in mind for Daigo, so let me just recheck where that gets us exactly in terms of the Naruto fight. It's later, like the Naruto fight has been going on, for reference. Oh my god, this is so do it on my laptop. Yeah, God forbid I multitask one each. All right.
You know what? Okay. To be fair, I think it's technically fine to cut up the Naruto versus Sasuke fight with this, because Naruto
I think
and
so
Sasuke,
too, considering that there's literally cut up with this whole chapter.
Yeah,
well,
I was gonna say it's not with the Kakashi
broken
stuff,
up
but
by Kakashi.
Well, regardless of Kakashi, it's already broken up with Sasuke's backstory, anyways. For the second time, mind you.
That's all Naruto Sasuke stuff, so I get that, but
no, because if you want to count like Naruto's technical flashback during the Chidori moment or whatever, you know, like the never said it scene. Sure, whatever. But I'm not going to count the like 3 to 4 to 5 chapters of Sasuke's backstory in the middle of the Naruto versus Sasuke fight. It's actually at the beginning, but you get the point.
You know, actually, so now that I've looked through this, okay, so you have the Chidori versus Rasengan clash where Naruto's, sad in the water. You didn't think twice about killing me.
Yeah.
Sasuke uses the curse mark and he's about to Chidori Naruto. It's like, where the panel cuts away right before Naruto's activating the Kurama chakra, though, there. Then chapter 228 starts with Kakashi. And then, you get to Sasuke stabbing Naruto. And then the chapter's going to end with Naruto's having to do Kurama do the scream at Sasuke thing. Yeah. And he does, I'm going to break all your bones and all that. Okay. Then the next time then after that, you have some of that fight. Naruto in chapter 230 Sasuke in chapter 230 is using his 3 Tomoe, winning. Naruto at the end of the chapter awakens the One Tail Cloak. Then they start fighting. Naruto's winning. Sasuke activates the Curse Mark 2. Then the next time you see Kakashi is at the end of this chapter. I'm almost there. Something you could do, depends on when you want Kabuto to show up, but you could have Kabuto meet Kakashi when he says, I'm almost there. He goes through that little light, through those trees, and then he just sees Kabuto, who's going to stall for basically that final clash for like 2 chapters. So, I mean, anything, and again, like you could just...
you could do something.
And I wrote here, you could...
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
As I wrote in the comment, Kabuto could encounter Kakashi in chapter 230, 228, or something. It doesn't really matter when. Pick your favorite moment to cut to that, but it's not like a big deal. Because again, you don't have to show the fight then. Because you can just stick with Naruto versus... You can show there's other examples of this. I'm positive. You just have to think of them. When they show the character meet up with the person they're gonna fight, but then they cut away for a couple chapters before you actually get back to that fight. They've done this a billion times in Naruto. Where, for example, with Tobi versus Kakashi's squad, I'm pretty sure he shows up and then they cut away for a few chapters before you actually see them fighting. Or probably half the sound fights do this sort of thing where they cut back and forth. Or in Konoha Crush, Sasuke... No, I don't think he does in the manga. In the anime, at least, Sasuke catches up with Gaara, and then they cut back to Orochimaru versus Hiruzen for a while, then they cut back to Sasuke versus Gaara. It's not like it's some unprecedented thing to the story. They'll just show this fake Kakashi interacts with Kabuto, and then they're gonna cut away, and then they'll do the fight after, which is when in chapter 233, Naruto's lost. So you could cut to Kabuto versus Kakashi, do a little bit of the fight, and then Kabuto leaves and Kakashi arrives too late. Now, what were you going to say earlier?
So, one thing you could do, which is crazy, and something I just thought about, and probably controversial, you might not like this. You could hypothetically just condense Kabuto's entire story. So the premise of this is Kabuto's middle of Shippuden development is just going to happen here. Everyone else is pulling out a curse mark here anyways. Surprise the audience. Kakashi and Kabuto meet up. They do that Kabuto face reveal, 1/3 of his body is Orochimaru thing here at the end of Naruto Part 1 instead. And then, like, you just condense everything else down. So, like, Kabuto's story finishes, like, around the middle of Shippuden. Maybe, like, his, like, full dragon form is around the Itachi fight in terms of when that happens. And then by the time you get to the war, like, he's been gone for so long now. And he just comes back to help in the war, like, unexpectedly. He's one of those people that come out of nowhere and blah, blah, blah. And that can still stay the same. He just does a little bit more in the war, probably.
So, the Kabuto face reveal thing is cool. Honestly, I actually really like the Kabuto face reveal thing. So, like, putting that in any scene just seems cool. But the question would be why he's done that now and what that means for him moving forward. Because, for example, why did he take Orochimaru's cell? Like, does Orochimaru know this? Is he defecting from Orochimaru? Is he going to go back there with the Orochimaru
that's why
cells?
this is, like, a different thing entirely, almost, from the rest of this anyways. You could say this could go along with the Kabuto betray Orochimaru plot thread.
Yeah, let's real quick. I'm fine with doing the segue, because now you've just got me curious. Like, if we were to write it that way, what are we doing? Is he ditching Orochimaru here randomly? We could rewrite some stuff before in that case.
Well, because,
or is he going back? Like,
obviously, the reason he does it in the first place is because Orochimaru dies. So if that's the case, if we're doing it here early, what happens to Kabuto when Orochimaru does die? I guess it depends if he's there or not, but either way, he would probably hear it. Maybe that's when maybe instead of it being like a slow, gradual thing, it's just that he took a little bit of the cells then, and that's why he's 1/3 of Orochimaru. And then when he hears Orochimaru dies, that's when he decides to go fully overboard and just does all 100% plus everyone else. So rather than it being like a gradual thing,
you know what you could do? Okay,
I
thought of two things. These are both crazy. So you know how Kabuto says, like, use my body, and then Orochimaru, like, denies it? Something you could do is that either Orochimaru approves of this just in case Sasuke's too late, or Kabuto just does it on his own, because Kabuto doesn't have a curse mark. So something he could do is implant himself with the cells so as to make himself 100% sure a worthy Orochimaru vessel, and it'll be like a strong one too. So that if Orochimaru needs to, he'll have this strong Orochimaru Kabuto vessel. Yeah. So either Orochimaru can approve of it, or Kabuto can just do it. Whatever you want to do there, we'll decide that later. But that's one option. That's why he does it. But then it wasn't necessary. The other thing, now this is a bigger rewrite. Orochimaru doesn't have a spare vessel. Sasuke's too late, and Orochimaru dies. So, like, in that sense, like, the Leaf seemingly got a victory. And because of that, Kabuto takes the cells, and he ends up being Sasuke's sensei, basically.
I definitely don't like that one as much, but the first one I think works really well. Kimimara's out of the picture. If you want to count it, Guren's not there. And so it is weird that they're just doing like a battle free-for-all to decide Orochimaru's next vessel on the fly, spur of the moment kind of thing. It's technically fine because they're in like a panic, didn't expect for Sasuke to be as delayed as he was, etc., etc.
If you want to make things crazier, instead of Orochimaru just settling for whatever, you could do a thing to where Kabuto does that, he watches it, and then it's just like, even the winner won't be strong enough based on the fight. They just determine that it's not enough, which is why he's going to make himself the vessel.
Maybe Orochimaru, I don't want to say would have been content with it, but like whatever. And then Kabuto thought that wouldn't have been enough for Lord Orochimaru. And so he's decided to take it into his own hands.
I like that. Because Orochimaru's used the whatever girl body, so it seems like he'd be fine. And Orochimaru also, I also kind of like this disagreement, because this is already in the story anyway. Orochimaru doesn't want to use Kabuto's body. And not because Kabuto's weak, but because Kabuto has value outside of being a vessel, an irreplaceable value.
Yeah.
And then you can also argue for like
That's
Orochimaru
cool.
humanity things with his bond with Kabuto.
I
but
agree.
that aside,
I like that.
I agree. I also think that, but ignoring that, this could be a segue to that Orochimaru humanity topic. That's the first podcast topic ever written. But that aside, Kabuto literally has objective value outside of being the vessel that Orochimaru does not want to lose just for a Kakashi vessel, basically. But Kabuto could be like Lord Orochimaru. He doesn't have to say this, but like this. The Genryugu, whatever his name that's similar to that white-haired dude, is just too weak. So he wants to do it. I like that idea. If you're going to do this early, yeah. It's just to make himself the vessel.
This also just gives more reason for Kabuto to confront Kakashi, not just on Kakashi's end to slow him down so he can't get to Naruto and Sasuke in time, but from Kabuto's end, he wants to validate himself by testing his body to prove that it's stronger than Kakashi, who he was supposedly equal to before, especially after coming out of the Sasuke retrieval arc where he lost to Naruto, who should be weaker than Kakashi, if you want to see it that way. To be fair,
yeah, I don't think Kabuto looks at that as a big loss.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think that's a big deal.
But what you could do here is you could actually let Kabuto have the upper hand. Now, he's not going to kill Kakashi because either Kakashi's strong enough to not die or because he's just there to test his power and leave. And he wants to save Kakashi for another time, whatever you want to do there. But the thing is, if Kabuto has the upper hand for a lot of this fight, at least, that's going to then motivate Kakashi to do what? Train again. Yeah. And that could be what helps lead him to the whole Mangekyo thing.
Oh,
why does he awaken that over the time skip? Because of Kabuto, his number one rival.
Oh, that's actually so good, though. Because, yeah, he's, like you said, he's going there to test his ability as a vessel, to test his limits, to see if he is worthy to be Orochimaru's vessel against Kakashi. That's why he wants to test his own power. Similar like Sasuke testing his power against Naruto.
That's why Dagon and I made that one video the other day. I watched that video from Dagon saying that Kakashi
it was because of the stream that we did, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Same with the other one before that, maybe like two before. There's a few. But now the thing, okay, we'll come back to that real quick. One of the things I wrote here applies whether Kabuto does the Orochimaru thing or not. It just applies even stronger in the Orochimaru case. But even if he does have Orochimaru cells, it can motivate Kakashi to get stronger over the time skip because he was unable to stop Kabuto, like quickly, especially. Oh, you scrolled too far.
Sorry, I didn't realize if you were reading this or what.
You can just skip the... Well, okay, I'll just read the other thing before it. This wouldn't solve everything that you might have a contention with, as you've now technically made Kabuto versus Kakashi the last fight, and you could argue that's not the best idea. Although, since it's an incomplete quick fight, I personally wouldn't worry about it too much. But
I agree, but I do agree. It is losing something.
Yeah. So, this kind of a give or take. Like, it's not a big deal, but tactically, putting that at the end, that would be an argument for putting it in the middle.
So because Naruto versus Sasuke isn't just the finale, it's what everything has been building up to. It's the point of the story. It's the most important thing to Kishimoto and to the audience members. This is above everything else. It's beyond just the simplicity of like A story, B story. It's like A theme versus B theme. Everything is Naruto and Sasuke. Everything else branches off of that.
Okay, something you could do. Okay, let me just say this real quick before I get to this. It would motivate Kakashi to get stronger over the time skip because he was unable to stop Kabuto, meaning Kakashi would almost blame himself for being weak and allowing this to happen. Okay, so something you could do. You could have Kakashi's leaving the village scene earlier. You don't have to specify exactly. We don't know when Rock Lee left. So because of that, we don't know how quickly he got there. Same with the Sansibly, so there's no reason to just overly justify certain amounts of time.
Okay, small rewrite. Anyway. Small rewrite. Because Lee getting there, especially as quickly as he does, is stupid and absurd anyways. Kakashi gave him a piggyback ride.
Well, but then Kakashi's there.
Most of the way. Yes. Most of the way. They split off.
Because what I was going to say is, what you could do is write Kakashi leaving around the time that Naruto versus Sasuke either just they met up or they're about to meet up or soon after they met each other. But the point is, he leaves near the beginning of that encounter. Then you have Kabuto, because Kimimaru's candle went out right before that happens. So you have Kabuto leave at that time, whether he's got Orochimaru cells or not. He leaves. And then he meets up with Kakashi pretty quickly because they're fast. So if you want to write the Kakashi gave Lee a piggyback ride thing, okay.
I think it works.
He encounters Kabuto around that time.
Yeah.
You start the encounter, you show a little bit of the fight at the beginning before Naruto versus Sasuke really ramps up. Then you cut away. Maybe you do a couple cutbacks of them still fighting. And then it just shows that, like, Kabuto leaves right about the same time that Naruto versus Sasuke is about to end, or it just ended. But, like, you did the fighty part then, and now all you're doing is showing Kabuto and Kakashi leaving around the same time. So it's not really the last fight feel because it already started before Naruto versus Sasuke. You could just do that. And there's something wrong, because Kabuto can just stall Kakashi indefinitely. Doesn't matter.
Well, exactly. Well, especially if it's that Kakashi thinks that Kakashi, based on his first, meeting with Kabuto, thinks he's stronger than Kabuto anyways. He has that, like, superiority, like, seniority or whatever type of vibe with Kabuto. So
Kabuto has to basically prove himself to be at his level.
So Kabuto can essentially be fighting with the Orochimaru cells like they're a curse mark, since that's sort of what they would be going for here anyways.
Exactly.
So he'd be fighting in base against Kakashi, and he would lose, and then he would pull out the cells, and then in response to that, Kakashi would have to pull out the Sharingan to counter that, which, by the way, that's how you could get to Kakashi saying that it's already a third of his body, instead of Hinata's Byakugan doing it. It can just be Kakashi doing it with the Sharingan. And they continue.
Could do that. I mean, there's a few different things you could do as far as that goes, but part of it depends on when they say Kakashi level, both Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Are they thinking of Sharingan Kakashi or base Kakashi specifically when they say that? Like, Kakashi encounters Kabuto in the hospital and base, and you could use that to say it's base Kakashi. But Kabuto, neither of them are being overly serious, unfortunately, so it doesn't really tell us that much. And then, even if Tsunade's not full power, Kabuto does really well against her, to the point that it might be Sharingan Kakashi. So it kind of just depends on what Kakashi they mean. But regardless, you just write it how you want to write it. But personally, if they're gonna say Kakashi level, I think it should include his Sharingan, because that's
I agree.
Kakashi level.
So mine wasn't to say that he is base Kabuto level. It's to say that it would ramp up in the same way as like every other fight.
But the other thing you could do, though, is if you even want to say it's Sharingan Kakashi level, just have Kakashi having a slight edge, and then Kabuto reveals his Orochimaru power, and then the tides turn, and now Kabuto has the edge. Exactly.
Yeah. And I would say, if you're gonna do the Lee piggyback scene, you could have Lee piggyback until Kabuto intercepts Kakashi, in which case he just tells Lee, "Go on ahead, I'll take care of Kabuto." And maybe Lee's like, "Oh, I'll help you," but no, I'll take him on my own.
Kakashi arriving early,
Yeah.
But not, he'd be so close to Naruto and Sasuke. He's just up ahead. And then Kabuto shows up, and that prevents them. So, like, Kakashi's going to think he's literally that close. Like, he saw Naruto in the distance. He smelt him, but he couldn't go on ahead because of Kabuto.
The only problem with this is that everyone would hate the fact that we don't get Kakashi versus Kimimaro.
Yeah. But that also saves Kakashi's life.
I'm okay with that.
But yeah, also the piggyback thing's kind of ridiculous, but
I love it though.
I know that's just a side note anyway. Doesn't really matter. So
well, I do like the idea. Okay, I'll let you go first.
Well, this is going to get back to a thing we need to address, which is, so when does Orochimaru take the other body? Is it before Kabuto leaves? After Kabuto leaves? You know, like, because he's going to have to take another body if it's not going to be Sasuke or Kabuto. So when does that happen in this case?
I think it's going to be after Kabuto leaves. So Kabuto leaves thinking he might be the next vessel.
Like, so basically, okay, here's what you could do. Kabuto's worried about time, so he goes and does this. Like, he says, like, I'm just gonna go check on things, basically. Like, so the problem is he's watching Orochimaru, like, closely because Orochimaru's in pain. Whereas, if Orochimaru's already got his body, Kabuto could leave worry-free. But if The alternative is, okay,
Yeah.
he leaves early so that he can make sure he's a good enough vessel or whatever. But then he's also just leaving Orochimaru in pain.
It's weird. But I feel like
So I feel
Kabuto
like no
wouldn't
matter
just want to
what-
sit there and do nothing. He would have to do something. But I don't know. That's why he would take the
That's
cells in the
problem,
first
yeah.
place.
Like,
Well, but once he takes the cells, there's no going back. I would compare it, honestly, it sounds weird to compare the two scenes, but it would be similar to Sakura cutting her hair against Keen. It's like once you do it, you can't undo it.
yeah.
So it's like he's devoting
But-
himself or committing himself to that fact once he's done it.
So then does it become a thing of Orochimaru just says no, and then Kabuto does this to prove himself, or like just of his own volition because Orochimaru's already decided on the other vessel, or because I feel like no matter what, we're running into a weird thing, but I want to make it as not weird as possible.
So
For
one
this.
possibility is you could just like flesh out that other vessel. So they do the like free for all thing. That guy wins. At the last moment before Orochimaru takes his vessel, Kabuto steps up, is like, "Actually, Lord Orochimaru, I'll do it instead." And then Orochimaru is like, "Prove yourself. I'll have you fight, like you two fight." And then the vessel beats Kabuto. And in response to that, Kabuto then takes Orochimaru's sense. It's ridiculous to say out loud, but like I think
I mean,
would
it
work.
would kind of it's so crazy, but
You just have to flesh out why that other guy's so strong. Because that other guy is now stronger than Kakashi.
Yeah, if he's that strong, why is he just a random person? He's stronger than Kakashi person.
Yeah, exactly.
That is really funny though.
Yeah.
It's
It's just a possibility. But either way, okay, so this might help answer because I do definitely know when I want this fight to end. So I want it to end after Naruto vs. Sasuke. And again, it can be pretty much entirely off screen during the Naruto and Sasuke fight.
Exactly.
But I want it to end, and you're going to realize pretty quickly why. It starts raining. Kabuto looks up at the sky and is like, this can only mean one thing. My time here is done, Kakashi. He's referring to the fact he knows the Naruto and Sasuke fight is over because it's raining.
rain.
Why would that be, Kamui? It's like, Sasuke must have done it after all.
Yeah.
So Naruto is alluded to be dead yet again. Just one more thing.
Just a really quick segue. It's either Naruto topics or intro topics. I posted that thing. I said, Oodie will love this.
So Kamui, does this at least persuade you in a certain direction to think something? From the outset,
it was the weekly statements thing.
the rain engulfs the Valley of the End, and
Naruto
there Kakashi
dead?
awaits for the worst conclusion. Naruto dead? So you
But
can't
it's definitely
say,
making you ask the question.
you can't say it's just me.
Well, it's definitely making you ask the question, but that doesn't mean he did die.
Well, I would argue it's not in a question format.
So literally has a question mark.
That's not how question format works. But it's definitely
anyway,
implying there's something here. But especially with Kabuto, I think it would definitely work. For having the viewer ask the question, just so we don't argue about it.
I mean, you could just do like a Kabuto snake smelly thing to where he just smells Sasuke getting away, and that's why he leaves. The snake's
Okay,
sense of smell is, like, super good anyway.
no. If we're having him leave because it starts raining, it's because it starts raining, not because the snake smells him leave.
No. It wouldn't be because it starts raining in that case. The rain would just be coincidental timing. But...
No. Because that's the thing. That's why I had Kabuto explicitly say exactly, intentionally, the specific thing I'm having him say in this case.
Well,
it's raining. That can only mean one thing. Well, it's not meaning that it's coincidentally raining in this case, Kamui.
I know. but that's completely absurd. Whereas the other way would be like he's
it's
just
absurd.
literally
It's absurd
actually
because
as a ninja noticing that Sasuke's getting away, and he's like, we've won.
the only reason it's absurd is because Kabuto knows it can only mean one thing.
Exactly, which doesn't make any sense.
But I love it. Okay, bad omens are canon in Naruto. All the characters already acknowledge them anyways.
Rather than him saying the absurd dialogue, it can just be like when Orochimaru dies and like Jiraiya and Tsunade get that unsettling feeling. In this case, it's a settling feeling, but Kabuto just has a feeling that it's over or something.
It has to be because
it's
it
not
rains.
Gonna say it can only mean one thing.
Listen. You can tweak the dialogue slightly.
That's what I just did. But
okay, that's not slightly.
But otherwise, it's fine. He just knows. But I can't decide what my favorite order of things would be for this Kabuto doing Orochimaru cells early thing. The other question is, before we come back to that, what is his dynamic in Shippuden like? Is he competing Sasuke to be the vessel?
That would be hilarious and would continue the betray Orochimaru theme if we're doing that. Oh, you know what? Okay, I love it. Instead of Danzo sending Sai can still be there if you want, doesn't really matter. But Danzo, he's already a spy anyways. He's working with Danzo, Kabuto is. He's gonna kill Sasuke in this arc.
Sasuke.
Yeah.
The only thing is, in this case, though, I don't want Sasuke just bodying Kabuto.
Yeah, that's
because
fair.
I feel like
that's
Kabuto
fine
should
too.
be stronger.
You could probably have Orochimaru stop him, I guess, if you want.
Okay, like he's just like Kabuto. You're relax. You're worth more than just a vessel or whatever.
Well, I figure that this would be Kabuto's final straw if we're gonna have him not be around after this could work. Like Orochimaru kicks him out in the same way that
you don't want to have the Sasuke stare down Kabuto. Which one is it seen then? He's just gone?
I guess so, yeah. Because in this case, it'd be similar to like Orochimaru had to leave the Akatsuki because he tried to kill Itachi. Kabuto has to leave Orochimaru because he tried to kill Sasuke.
You could do that.
From there, that would make it interesting.
Kabuto, what are you choosing? Are you going to follow me or kill Sasuke?
Especially after he's already like devoted himself to being the next vessel, but he can't stand Sasuke being it, so he has to kill Sasuke, but he has to be the next vessel, so it can't be both, but he wants to choose both. So this is the only option, realistically. But that makes it really interesting because he's going rogue, like a vigilante almost, especially going forward when Orochimaru's still alive. So like, well, I guess it wouldn't be when Orochimaru's still alive, but like this would especially make it interesting if he's going to... Actually, that actually, if anything, I think that arguably works better for why he goes full Orochimaru mode after Orochimaru dies, because he wants to be the next vessel, but Sasuke killed him before Kabuto could kill Sasuke.
It's gonna be like the reverse almost, like...
Exactly.
He absorbs Orochimaru into himself.
Yeah, if I can't be Orochimaru's vessel, Orochimaru will be my vessel.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
I think that
he
works.
wants to see what... Basically, his idea is like, this is what Orochimaru could have become, but he's going to do it as Flays.
It also gives a lot more reason for Kabuto to want to fight Sasuke in the war arc. Or, like, whenever you want that to be, if it's going to be earlier.
Yeah. It's not just that he killed Orochimaru. He also stole his vessel job. Yeah. It's kind of like, really just like Code with the Ishiki Kawagi stuff, really.
That also solves Kabuto wanting to, like, bargain with Obito for Sasuke. Oh, it's because he wants him as a test vessel experiment subject. No, bro, that's such nonsense cap for it to be Sasuke specifically. Just go get any of Obito's Sharingan or whatever. Yes, Sasuke technically works there, but it's such nonsense writing. This is such a better way to
he doesn't actually know that he's an Ninja reincarnate specifically or anything to like justify that.
Just be mad at him because he killed Orochimaru. So there you go. But I think especially...
that is what they originally wrote in the Itachi Pursuit arc. He said he was going to kill Sasuke for killing Orochimaru. He just changes his mind.
Well, that's what I was going to have. Itachi Pursuit arc. I think this makes Kabuto a lot more interesting of a character. if he's already left Orochimaru and he heard that Sasuke killed Orochimaru, and it, like, especially if this is going to be the final fight between Sasuke and Kakashi, or Kabuto and Kakashi, and if Kabuto is full dragon mode at this point, what I was thinking is I like the idea. Technically, it's not fine, or it's not a problem because it's already like this in universe. I like the idea of the Naruto Sasuke going back and forth, paralleling one another. They both like get a thing, and then the other person gets a thing in response to that. Blah blah blah. Technically, it's already there to where Kakashi failed to kill Deidara, and then Sasuke does it. In the same way, Kakashi failed to kill Kakuzu, and then Naruto did it. So Sasuke and Naruto both technically surpassed Kakashi, provably, when they killed that person that Kakashi couldn't kill. I think this works a lot better if it's the same thing with Naruto. Kakashi couldn't kill Kakuzu, Naruto does. But here, Kakashi can't kill Kabuto. Later, Sasuke does.
You could do that, yeah. I will say, though, you could also, to make it a little bit more not a shitstorm in Kabuto's favor, and also to not take away from Sage Mode being debuted with Jiraiya and Naruto. So you could have Kabuto be full snake look, but not Sage Mode yet, and the Sage Mode comes in the war.
Yeah, no, that can work as well, yeah. His, like, I'll count it as, like, his day 0 or day -1 of the war arc designed, where he's like yellow skinned, even though it's technically full Sage Mode or whatever, but it's like, it's not the blue dark skin because he's not in the cave.
He doesn't have like the horns, and he doesn't have actual Sage Mode.
Yeah.
He just looks like a snake.
Exactly.
You know?
So you could have it be like that. That could work.
Exactly. And then he just debuts Sage Mode against Itachi and Sasuke.
Yeah. Especially if you want to say this is, oh, you know what? Okay, how about this? He's only got Orochimaru at this point. He doesn't have the sound for, or like Anko or Yamato or whatever else you want to say. Doesn't have any of that. So it'd just be Kabuto. I think that works. But also, I was going to say that Kakashi could pull out his Mangekyo here as well against Kabuto.
Yeah, but it's still not enough or something.
Yeah,
there's
exactly.
a lot of options there.
So that's how I would do that.
I do really like. I just love the Kabuto phase real thing. Just imagining. Okay, so real quick, just finishing this comment before we get into like all the millions of other rewrite things that are actually related to this. But so again, it won't solve every issue you might have, but I think this could still work for not interrupting Naruto versus Sasuke. Just arrange the fight accordingly. Kabuto doing this also ironically adds to his Obito parallels by being a troll and delaying Kakashi so he can't intercept Sasuke, like what Obito does during the Itachi fight. Just thought it was funny because they kind of have those Kabuto Obito parallels. It's just a ridiculous extra one. They're just delaying Kakashi all the time.
Yeah, I think that works.
But so there were a few things that have been said. All of these have to do with the work. So one of which is, if we wanted to write, search Kabuto versus Kakashi.
Okay. It's probably not going to pop up because that's probably way too specific, but I just do. Oh, no, right, it worked. He wrote this like 12 times in this once.
Did you do it in rewrite? Sorry.
Oh, if I scroll down, it probably will just work. Oh, shout out John the Maven. Oh, John, I invited you on. If you didn't see on Discord, you probably didn't see because you don't do Discord every day. But hey, I invited you on.
Like, get this food that I've been waiting on for like an hour because I've just been invested time.
Okay, here's rewrites.
Okay, there you go. There you go. I'll let you read that while I walk away.
Okay. If we wanted to write a war arc Kabuto versus Kakashi fight, how would we approach it? So this is actually what made me think of the thing that I previously just discussed, to where I wanted to be to where Kakashi loses to full Dragon Sage Kabuto or whatever with this Mangekyo, and then Sasuke beats him in the same way that we saw that with Naruto with Kakuzu. I think that would just be cool to show. Yeah, Sasuke, he's definitely beyond that level now. Technically, you don't need that because 5 Kage Summit, we already see what Sasuke's like compared to Kakashi, and then Sasuke only gets stronger, but you get the idea. And again, we technically still don't need that because of Deidara, but yeah. With that idea in mind, Actually, let me just restart because I was saying a lot of stuff there. If we wanted to write a Wara Kabuto versus Kakashi fight, how would we approach it? Note that we can adjust anything in the story at any point previously to make this make the most sense. I think the way to make it make the most sense is it happens before the war arc. Maybe it happens like during Obito versus Konan. It happens at like the exact same time, like the fights cut back and forth, like A story, B story type of thing. Yeah, just a random idea I just came up with. With that idea in mind, how would we write a Kabuto versus Kakashi fight into every arc? Tuning exams and beyond.
So real quick though, I did comment a reply to my first thing, which is because of these Kabuto Kakashi fights, you could have Kakashi be the one to change Kabuto instead of Itachi, since Kakashi and Kabuto have history. But it seems weird plot-wise. I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. But with that idea in mind, how we rank up Kabuto versus Kakashi fight into every arc, tuning exams and beyond. Note that they fight in every single arc to make 20 different Kabuto versus Kakashi fights. So that would be hilarious. But that they get one fight, maybe 2 to 3 if you want rematches, and we shift when the fight occurs, arc by arc. I see.
So like again, you can within one, you don't have to have one, but like hypothetically, you can say, oh, they do one in the tuning exams, one in the Tenchi Bridge, and then one in the war arc. You're just going to shift when some of these are.
So real quick, just for fun, I'll even include Kakashi Chronicles, or at least like Kakashi in his Anbu days. They could have absolutely done a filler where Kabuto's at the orphanage. He's doing one of those missions before he kills his mom, and he just happens to meet Kakashi in combat. Maybe they both have a mask on, so they don't even realize that it's Kakashi and Kabuto. And it's just like only the audience knows. That could be cool.
I like that idea. Which is funny.
You just don't. What if you tie it backstory with like no and suddenly somehow over?
Ridiculous. Anyways, tuning exam is obvious because they already basically do off screen, but not really. In the actual Konoha Crush.
So search for Tsunade arc. How does that one
So, here's what I think should have been the case anyways. I think it's stupid that Kakashi's just dead during the search for Tsunade arc, and that needs Tsunade to revive him back or whatever. Because from his coma.
He's just dead.
He's in a coma, he's dead. He might as well be. He's dead to me. So, just have him not be dead, and have, like, the Mangekyo just, like, knock him out, and he just like wakes up like later that day, you know, instead of being knocked out for like weeks or whatever. Like Sasuke, that makes sense. Why is Kakashi also knocked out for weeks after like the Tsukiyomi and then fighting, and then like minutes later he then passes out, as if it's to imply he's passing out from like overuse of his own Sharingan or whatever. You could say it's fatigue from fighting Itachi, but then it's not going to be... Because he's not just passing out for months after the Tsukiyomi. He's fighting after the Tsukiyomi, and then he passes out for months. Because of the Tsukiyomi.
Yeah, that's the thing. Because he doesn't really fight after, but like he stands there and talks and stuff. So it's like... It is weird for him to just go into a coma after being, conscious for an extra minute after or whatever.
Like, you don't need to write Kakashi out of the story by him being in a coma when Jiraiya's taking Naruto away from the village. I get technically it's good to have him in a coma for when Tsunade gets back so she can heal Sasuke. Wow, that's incredible. She can heal Kakashi. Wow, that's incredible. She can heal Lee, except she can't. Wow, rule of 3.
But what she's doing to Kakashi Sasuke is exactly the same, so it's not even like adding anything. It's just
I guess. Same thing, but it does make Tsunade feel more incredible, even if it's the same thing. I think so. Because it's like, wow, nobody could heal either of these people, even if it's the same thing. It's like, she just did both, like, effortlessly. And then the greatest medic in the world's like, oh yeah, I can't even try to heal you. You'll freaking die, bro. It's like, whoa, Lee must really have it bad. But yeah. I mean, you could just like maybe have it be Hinata instead of Kakashi if Hinata's still suffering from the Neji heart palpitation, whatever, since she's doing that in the Chunin exams finals anyways.
I guess if you want to have her look better than Kabuto, yeah.
I think that honestly works better. First of all, does Naruto even know Kakashi's like dead at the time?
I think he was told. I don't remember 100% for certain, but I think he did know, and that's one of the things Jiraiya is saying. No, actually, no, he. I don't think he does
Exactly.
know. Yeah,
So
he doesn't know.
okay, if
No,
it's
he
there,
doesn't know, 'cause he's
if
fighting
it's there,
against-
it's so little that it might as well not be there. Naruto
No, I don't think
basically
he does
doesn't care on screen.
No, because I think they leave and then they find out about Itachi along the way, like when they've already traveled,
Oh
which is
my
because
god.
Itachi's in the village fighting,
Ridiculous.
Kakashi at that time. So
Yeah.
they don't know. Naruto at least doesn't know. And Jiraiya,
So
doesn't
this could
find
just
out
be
until later.
one more thing. He wants to go to save Sasuke, obviously. He could just go to want to heal Hinata as well.
Yeah, I mean that's good development for them, I guess.
Exactly. That works so well. Obviously, he would want to go to heal Kakashi if he knew, but if he's not going to know anyways, might as well have it be for Hinata to develop those two.
So this is funny, but I'm kind of jumping ahead here because obviously the elephant that we need to get out of the room is, well, if Kakashi's there at any point really to fight Kabuto, how does Naruto fit into this? You could do a thing to where Kakashi, Naruto, or Kakashi and Kabuto are stalemating and Naruto makes the difference. But that might take away a little bit of his Rasengan impact if that was just a 2v1. So
Hey,
one
so you
option
mean
would
search
be,
for Tsunade. Yeah.
rather than Naruto doing the Rasengan on Kabuto, there's just another person with them. For example, Yoroi there too, or what, Yoroi and Misumi or something. So
Oh my god.
Kakashi part Tsunade first, but fights Kakashi, then Naruto just fights someone else. He fights Dosing, I don't know.
I mean, the other possibility is just have Kakashi be there in replacement for Shizune, who for whatever reason isn't there.
Well, she is there. She just gets kind of beat. Really
Well, no, that's
quickly.
what I'm saying, is in this case, you could just have her not be there. Like, at all.
Oh,
Just have
But do
Kakashi
you
replace
want-
her.
Kabuto beating Kakashi the same way, or? Oh, you know what you could do?
I mean, you could.
If you want to have, you could have actually, if you want. In this fight, Kabuto could have the upper hand on Kakashi, but because of the Kakashi battle, he's severely nerfed by the time Naruto steps in, which could just add to why Naruto's even able to do what he does.
I like that. That could be good.
And I don't think there's a problem to have Kabuto have the upper hand. I mean, he literally does what he does versus Tsunade. So he can be talking the smack talk to Kakashi. Be like, yeah. Oh, God.
Yeah, in fact, maybe if you want it, the reason that Kakashi could be out of submission is he was actually about, like, they were fighting a very even battle, Kakashi versus Kabuto, but towards the end of it, Kakashi's about to land a fatal blow on Kabuto. Orochimaru steps in, fear hacks him, pretends decapitates him again, and then he's out of the game. There you go.
Yeah, another thing you
Orochimaru
could
doesn't.
do is
Orochimaru
that
humanity,
if you don't
maybe.
want to write Kakashi straight up losing, is
Important.
that he has a slight lingering effect from Itachi Tsukuyomi that he's feeling. It's
Okay.
slight. So he thinks he'll be fine, but by the end of the fight, like they've been stalemating. And then Kakashi's like, oh, that the pain from the Tsukuyomis is starting to set in or whatever. And then at that moment, Kabuto gets the upper hand.
So, completely ignoring what we were saying previously in the previous rewrite with Kakashi training to unlock the Mangekyo because of Kabuto, because of Search for Tsunade arc, or sorry, because of the Kakashi retrieval arc. What if in this case,
Kakashi retrieval.
so what, technically
that.
that's Naruto Shippuden movie 3, but besides that, what if in this case, and you'll only like this, I'll only hate this, but you'll only like this, Itachi's planned to be a good guy from the very beginning. When he Mangekyo'd Hitsukiyomi Kakashi or whatever, he secretly implanted Kakashi with awakening the Mangekyo in the future, but he's like has to like suffer some drawbacks before that. Somehow Sasuke's like having to suffer drawbacks from
No,
his
I'm not
first
gonna
fight before
like
getting
this,
power from
Oodie.
it.
I'm just gonna well go ahead and say your thing, but I just have a much better alternative.
Well, I'm excited to hear your alternative, but I'm saying that Itachi's basically gifting Kakashi the Mangekyo in that fight, but he's like having to suffer against Kabuto to awaken it or unlock it or whatever. So he doesn't actually use it here, maybe. Or maybe he does, even. That's just
I mean, you could
using
do
it.
that, but what I was just gonna say is
initially.
just do the same thing we did with the retrieval arc, but it happens in Search for Tsunade. It just doesn't fight Kabuto the retrieval arc, and that's rewrite. Does they here?
Yeah,
The
I
whole
mean,
point
you
of this
could
thing
do
is to
that.
just shift when the fights are, not to have it in every arc, as I said. So
Yeah, I mean, that's
put it
fine. That's
here.
fine. But okay. Do you not like my idea of Itachi giving Kakashi the Tsukiyomi because he's a bad guy, but actually he's a good guy secretly, and we don't know that
I
until
mean, you
later.
can do it, but it feels like mechanically that shouldn't work. I mean, maybe you can write it to where it makes sense, but it feels like that just shouldn't be a thing he can just do.
No, you'd have to rewrite some kind of mechanic to where he can do that. But he's already
Yeah.
giving Sasuke the one-time Amaterasu use anyways, which is weird. So it's not
But it
that he's
doesn't
literally...
Give him the Mangekyo.
No, it's not that he's
Really
giving him the Mangekyo. It's that he's somehow unlocking some kind of limiter that Kakashi has or whatever blockage. He's doing the
I mean, you
Yodo
could do a
treatment.
thing similar to Nen, where if you're hit by a Nen attack, you can awaken Nen because of that. So in Kakashi's case, being hit by the Mangekyo is what
Oh,
basically unlocks his Mangekyo.
yeah. I see what you're saying.
Because in his case, like, he has the Mangekyo. He already awakened it. He just hasn't, like, tapped into it. And for one of the mechanic, it's the feeling of what Itachi's Mangekyo chakra helped him realize that he had it within him. Whatever you want to write for that, you could do something like that, I guess.
I mean, it's a little bit weird how the mechanics of this would work, especially when you get to, like, Danzo's eye and, like, what Obito says about it afterwards. But it could be the thing that, like, going back to, like, oh, Ashura has the body and Indra has the eyes. Maybe, like, Kakashi has the eye of the Uchiha, but not the body of the Uchiha, or not the chakra of the Uchiha. But, like, Itachi, when he Tsukiyomis him, it, like, mixes his Uchiha chakra with Kakashi's chakra so he can use the Mangekyo from there on out or something. As it mixes with its own? I don't know. Like, he could use it the one time, but after that, he would need Uchiha chakra to use it more.
The
You
idea
got, like,
that-
a replenishable source through Itachi somehow. Good
I
work.
just like the idea that Kai. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure nothing's messed up. I also just like the idea though that Kakashi just trained harder because of Kabuto. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Rather than just being
yeah.
Gifted it.
I agree.
So I just feel like
agree.
it's more impactful. Kakashi,
No, I
so-
agree. I agree. It is more impactful. I'm just saying this for the Itachi fans, such as yourself, and not like myself. I don't
but the
like
thing is,
this
Itachi's-
more.
Yeah, but like Itachi's done enough of his things to where I don't think he needed some giving Kakashi back. It's like, you know,
You could
And I
say
feel
it's
like-
unintentional.
I feel like
just
it's not really
a side effect.
Itachi, because Itachi already has plenty of his things, and this is just like, yeah, you put an extra half a cherry on top and just completely remove the cake from Kakashi. You know, it's not making the dessert better.
I mean, again, you could have it be an unintentional side effect. Maybe Obito could even comment on that, like, oh, not even Itachi realized this would happen to you, Kakashi, but you can do this now.
That's even worse. Now you've taken away the cherry and the cake. Why?
That'd be cool.
It would be hilarious, but
Well, at least it writes in the reason that he has the Mangekyo. But okay, to be fair, that's still a cool mechanic for why he would have the Mangekyo. With, like, the eye versus the chakra. Like, it's cool the way they would explain it. But that's what I think. But anyways...
so Sasuke retrieval arc we already did,
Mhm.
for the most part. Kazekage rescue.
So
How
you're,
do we?
you're gonna laugh, but going
Well, I
based
actually
on
have an idea.
based on a you probably have the same idea. Based on a previous rewrite we did, to where it's Team Guy fighting their rivals. In this case, instead of Kakashi going with Naruto to fight Deidara, do whatever you want with Naruto and Deidara. I don't care. Just have, or even just like swap for whatever reason, Kakashi and Guy, to where Guy's going with Naruto for Deidara. Whatever, I don't care. You just have Kakashi be one of the people fighting one of the like pain clone people things. And if it is the rival, then it's going to be Kakashi versus Kabuto. You could do that.
So my idea was gonna be different.
Okay.
Actually, I wish I wrote it down earlier because I was thinking about. I'm pretty sure it was for this arc, but I don't remember exactly how I was getting here. But the idea here is we don't know who Kakashi's fighting. We find this out in Tenchi Bridge, but it's a masked figure. Basically, it's like the Oni figure in Daigo's rewrite. But
Yeah.
it's because it's going to be Kabuto wearing his Anbu mask or whatever mask. It's a masked figure. And Kakashi's going to be held up dealing with him, this evenly matched person, and he's confused, like, who is this? Now, there's two options. One is, it's just ambiguous. Who is this and why are they there? You know, Kishimoto's weekly manga statements are asking that question. And then it's revealed later on that Kabuto was spying on the Akatsuki here, you know, in preparation for the Tenchi Bridge thing. Option 2 is that it's one of Sasori's spies in that mask. They don't reveal who it is. It just, you know, Sasori's, you know, laughing. He's got this powerful spy on his side, and that's what's going to hold up Kakashi. And then later on, and basically, even in when what's his face? When Sasori's like, one of Orochimaru's spies or henchmen is working for me as a spy, he'll say there that it's that henchman. He doesn't have to do that, but you can either just have him say it's the henchman who is on this mission is one of Orochimaru's henchmen. That's later revealed as Kabuto. Or you could not have him say that, but when the cloaked figure is walking on the bridge, you can have him wear the mask before he takes it off to reveal. Yeah, but the point is, it's going to look like the guy who was fighting Kakashi. And we're like, oh my god, it's that guy. Whether we know in advance or not, it'll be, you know, who is it? And then it's Kabuto.
I like that idea.
In that case, he's just pretending to be Sasori's spy. He's actually fully conscious and all that. But
so, what about the idea? Okay, going back to the previous Kabuto thing, assuming that we have it to where Kabuto took Orochimaru cells in the Sasuke retrieval arc, and he's betraying Orochimaru there. He's not returning back to Orochimaru's lair. If this is like Kabuto's time skip return, we don't know what he's been doing for the past 2 years. He's more Orochimaru now than ever before, so maybe he even has his like warrior design if you want to give him that 2 years later. He's been on his own, he's doing his own thing now, and he has whatever secret motives that he has now going into this arc. That could be cool. And maybe that's why Kakashi doesn't recognize him. Not only because of the mask, because his chakra is completely different. I've never met this guy before. I don't know who this strong guy is. But he's especially strong because he's like evolved from Orochimaru or whatever. That could be really cool.
I thought of another interesting idea. If you're going to have Kabuto defect, he just takes the Orochimaru's Akatsuki ring, and there is a 10th member in Shippuden, but like we don't get the reveal on who it is until Kabuto shows up, basically.
That could be really cool too, yeah. So, I like the idea that there's just 3 people in the cave. There's Sasori Deidara, and the 3rd member that's revealed to be a part of the Akatsuki now after betraying Orochimaru at the end of part 2. Kabuto at the end of part 1, or something.
Yeah. And then
you could have him
in
like
this case,
there you go.
You know, his partner is Zetsu, I guess, or however you want to arrange the teams, but
you could have it be Toby for now, or whatever you want to do.
No,
just temporarily.
Toby replaces Data as the only issue, but he could be Toby's partner
if it's temporarily
partner for that interaction.
Yeah, exactly.
They're like the last 2 Akatsuki, but then you lose Toby and Data, obviously.
Again, that's why I'm saying temporarily, but you could just have it be Zetsu and Kabuto as well, either way. Which I do think that dynamic does work really well, Zetsu and Kabuto.
I mean, it does work for the whole Black Zetsu let him to monitor his corpse thing.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Going back to the previous thing that you were saying, though, if it is that if it is that Kabuto's wearing a mask and we don't know who it is, it would be especially cool if, well, on both sides. So if Kakashi is gonna like be like, why are there so many masked enemies coming up everywhere? Or like Guy says it, or someone. It's like comes across maybe as like a little bit of goofy line, but also serious because like there's two different random masked enemies in this arc with Obito and Kabuto, and we don't know who they are obviously because they're masked. Could be funny, but also from the bad guy side, both maybe both Obito and Kabuto have like this jokey, goofy persona when wearing the mask, but like it's revealed to the audience when they look at each other for the first time. They both see each other at the exact same time, and like you hear the Madara voice, and Kabuto you hear like a dark Orochimaru-esque kind of new voice. Maybe it's like who is this masked guy? Like, oh, things are getting interesting, aren't they? Like both of them or something like that.
Like in the Itachi Pursuit arc, like they're both stalling
No, I was
them,
thinking
you mean?
Kazekage Rescue. So you're having Goofy Toby and the masked Kabuto in this arc. Yeah, they're both being goofy,
Okay.
but at, like towards the end, probably they come face to face and they're giving like each other a side eye. They don't confront each other. They don't say anything to one another. They leave as soon as they see one another. But it's like maybe you see like Obito's Sharingan, or at least a 3 Tomoe or whatever, and then Kabuto,
That's
maybe
kind
you
of
see
an
like
early
the
reveal for
Orochimaru.
that, though. I mean, you can do it, but just it's a
No,
lot
yeah,
earlier.
I'd just be revealing it slightly earlier. It's not really revealing anything, but you get the idea. It's like, oh, there's more to this guy than we realized. For both of them. It'd be a really cool moment. But either way.
Okay, I'm just trying to think. If you have Kabuto be an Akatsuki member, just how we're going to change other arcs in that case.
Well, I mean, getting
Like,
the Tenchi
what- like-
Bridge, it's a little bit obvious how we can have Kakashi and Kabuto fight, just replace Yamato with Kakashi. In fact, I think the coolest thing is instead of Kabuto going after 3 Tails Naruto and getting blown backwards into Sakura, blah, blah, blah.
He's just fighting Kakashi, yeah.
Oh, yeah, on the destroyed bridge at the same time as Orochimaru versus the 4 Tails.
Yeah. So in that case,
It's cool. Maybe Sakura goes
Real
after Sai
quick.
in this case.
yeah, so real quick, for the Tenchi Bridge, are we just gonna erase the previous topic and just have Kakashi there, or are we gonna include like a Kabuto in the Akatsuki, but he's also pretending?
Oh,
to
I
be
was just
Orochimaru?
erasing what came
Like,
before. It's just focusing on this topic. But if you
No,
want to go with the
just gonna say,
Akatsuki
like,
one, we can do that next.
How do we segue to that? Yeah, that was a really easy one. I completely agree. And then, yeah, you don't have to change much else in the arc.
Yeah. If it
Other
is
than
Akatsuki, you can maybe
change
have
How
have
Sasuke interacts with Kakashi compared to Yamato, but you can also have
Yeah.
Kakashi not be there for that part. Like, he's fighting
That's
Kabuto again. You know, they have the
Yeah,
whole
exactly.
Kabuto jumping out the wood style. He's just
Yeah.
fighting Kakashi again while everyone else is fighting Sasuke. He could do that.
that can work. Especially since it's
Actually,
like
that's hilarious though, because then everyone's like, "Oh, well, Kakashi doesn't meet Sasuke in that arc, and that's important." Okay, yeah, he doesn't meet Sasuke in this arc. He's busy fighting Kabuto, and he's too late again because of Kabuto again.
and it also hypes up that eventual Sasuke versus Kakashi fight, which we do get in the
Because
5
he was
Kage
that
Summit.
close to getting it out.
Exactly. Even though the 5 Kage Summit Sasuke versus Kakashi fight is such a nothing fight, but at least it happens.
I
In the
know.
video game or the fan
But you could just
animation
make it
before. But...
Less nothing, I
Yeah,
guess.
exactly,
But-
yeah. That's a completely
But
side.
the problem though is that Sasuke, by that point of the arc, that's when he's equaling Sage Naruto, who's just over Kakashi. So like,
Yeah, but this is also the going blind Sasuke, so you could just scale him down to Kakashi's level, which is fine. The only thing there is to scale
Yeah.
Naruto down, but he's poisoned
But-
anyways because of the kunai, so that's fine as well.
I guess, yeah, we could do it. I was gonna say, but what about Naruto? But doesn't really seem like the poison really affected him.
I mean, or just have Naruto not be that strong is also just fine.
Yeah, but then the question, the blind parts, I feel where it gets weird, but
If you want to say that, because I know Sage Mode is strong, again, the pain fight, I understand, oh, Sasuke, I think Naruto's stronger than you now. Outside of durability, I don't even know if Naruto necessarily would be stronger than this Sasuke. He would just outlast him with his, like, stamina, because of the Sage Mode for sure.
I think you outstat him up till the, later 5 Kage. So because when he says that, it's basically B fight Sasuke. Well, what they're trying to push, anyways, end of 5 Kage Summit Sasuke is what's equal to Sage Naruto.
I mean, would he be faster?
Probably.
I mean, not in the video games, that's for sure.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's like the statements in like the data book or whatever of Sasuke finally reaching Itachi's level with the EMS, so Kabuto fight Sasuke is where he gets to be Itachi level. And if that's the case, even if you don't want to say Pain's stronger than Itachi, they're equal. I mean, Naruto was weaker than Pain, but like, I don't know where I'm going.
Yeah, you could also just play with that to where Pain was nerfed when he fought Naruto because of the big Shinra Tensei.
Exactly. No, that's the thing. No, Pain was nerfed, and he still won against Sage Naruto alone.
And Kakashi's fighting the 2 strongest paths at once. Naruto never did that. Neither did Jiraiya.
I know, like literally though. Naruto had such an advantage.
Yeah, like Jiraiya fought like the weakest paths at once at most. It's like usually one at a time, realistically. You got bodied at the end.
Pain's not going all out. But Kakashi honestly did a bit too well against those 2 paths for how he realistically should have. When you think about the fact that, like,
Kakashi's strong, bro.
The human path just caught Sage Jiraiya's punch. And when the moment the Diva path gets his powers back, he just instantly negs all 3 Gamabunta, these Sani level summons. And Naruto, like, Kakashi should, I know Pain wasn't going all out, but like, Kakashi should not have lasted.
I mean, Sage Jiraiya is an imperfect Sage anyways. He's not that strong. We can't compare him to perfect Sage mode Naruto. He's supposed to be
stronger than Kakashi.
He is, but like I don't think he gets massively faster. He just gets bigger jutsu with like his Odama Rasengan. That's
he
really
does get noticeably a lot faster.
Well, but the real thing that's really amping him there would just be Ma and Pa.
Well, I mean, even then, but he is shown to be quite a bit faster. But regardless, Kakashi is not even supposed to be a base Jiraiya level at this point. And then you add Sage Mode on that. Yeah, he should not be doing this.
I mean, I'd be fine if Kakashi was base Jiraiya level.
Yeah, you could argue, it's okay for him to be base Jiraiya level. But you're adding Sage.
Okay, well then add the Mangekyo.
Perfect. Jiraiya's Sage Mode was still meant to be a big deal.
I mean, again, Kakashi's obviously getting stronger throughout Shippuden. You especially see that by the work. So I think it's fine if he just... And I also think that like Jiraiya and the Sannin should be getting weaker over time since they're getting older.
Yeah, but in Naruto, that doesn't matter until they're like going to have an extra 20 years.
I'm just saying. Kakashi should be going up, whereas Jiraiya should be going down over time.
Yeah, but like, not realistically at this... Yeah, in 10 years, but like in these 6 months, no, he's just not going to go down. But
it wouldn't be 6 months.
Regardless.
It'd be
even then, though, they're making it clear. At best, Kakashi's base Sani level. At best. He's not a tier above that.
I mean, sure, if you want to say so. I mean, with his Mangekyo, maybe. At the very least, it's clear he is in the war arc. He's way above that.
Yeah, but that's.
But again, if you want to go with a more realistic scaling approach, then Kakashi would be around that tier at this point of the story for sure. And especially after the Pain arc going into the 5 Kage Summon, he obviously would be at that point.
Do you think Kakashi, from Kakuzu fight to here to Pain arc, should be a lot stronger or just a little stronger?
Good question. So this goes into
and I'll
my
just mean like what you think it is the case, what you think should be the case.
So this goes into like my Datara scaling video of what is the case rather than what should be the case.
Yeah.
Part of the problem...
Also, real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
About Datara, so I think Datara is underrated. I do want to point this out, though. In regards to the Datara statement about Sasuke being stronger, so a lot of people like to say, oh, maybe he's lying. Oh, well, that doesn't have to be a lie. It could still be true. Another thing worth noting that is that everyone who scales Datara ultimately uses the Sasuke fight when he shows more of his bag. You guys do realize that technically speaking, Sasori could have been stronger when Deidara said that, and then Deidara could have just gotten stronger than Sasori.
No, he
Like, that's also
absolutely
just
does. That's absolutely something
that's
I
what I
cover
was
in
gonna
my
say. Like,
video.
you know, and that's totally reasonable considering. I know Kisame gets 3 years, but like, well, look at part 1 Kisame versus part 2. You know,
it's very
it's just like-
clear when you go arc by arc, and I realized that as I did that for the research for the Kakashi versus Deidara video, how they do scale in comparison to one another, and then the rest of the verse as you go arc by arc. They just
I
both
wanted
get stronger.
to Deidara. I don't know. There's several videos I've been thinking about lately that aren't Boruto videos, but Deidara is one of the ones I want to do. It's like, hey, guys, you know, I want to bring up this point. I don't care if Deidara is lying or not. He can just get stronger, where he seemingly does.
But yeah, I do think that Kakashi should just be getting stronger in like every arc.
Yes, but the question is just how much from Akatsuki's suppression to pain arc is reasonable.
I mean, pretty strong. I don't know how to like word that necessarily.
Yeah. But either way, I do think it's very clear in the pain arc, they're presenting the Sannin as over Kakashi. I mean, they have Kakashi's dialogue. No, I mean, Jiraiya was fighting the 3 medium tier to weaker tier Pats and then got bodied by all 6. And Kakashi's doesn't really have full intel when he says, how did Jiraiya fight all 6? So he kind of got bodied. But the fact that Kishimoto's writing that line is just another indicator. There's a million implications, to say the least. That's like, okay, he's not supposed to be Sunny level.
Yes,
at the
but
very
that's
least, he's not
Kakashi's-
supposed to be Sunny plus Sage level.
But that's Kakashi fighting without his Mangekyo. Again, I know we already debated with this, and I think it's fine based on the explanation they don't give in series, but the obvious one. Why Kakashi wouldn't use his Mangekyo to just warp people away. He fails against Deidara the first time, that he clearly has it mastered by the second time he does it when he warps Deidara's full body explosion away. The reason he wouldn't want to do that against Kakuzu and beyond is because it would put him in the hospital. Every time he uses it, makes him go blind. You can argue that it's not justified because it's still ridiculous. It would still be his trump card, so it'd be weird that he doesn't do it against Pain. And I agree. I guess Kakashi's just stupid.
Because
Going back
Pain's
to that.
especially, it's like, bro, you know that this guy beat Sage Jiraiya.
But okay. You want to
Not
say...
to worry about the hospital. He's destroying the village, and you're worried about going to the hospital.
but Kamui, we can't be saying Pain would just be dodging the Kamui. If you want to say that about the Deva path,
Tensei can nullify it, and I mean,
I don't think that would make sense for it to nullify it.
But technically,
I don't see why it would. It's not like the explosion was nullifying it. It was just getting sucked in. I don't see why Shinra Tensei would nullify it.
Yeah, but like, I mean, it's stated to repel all things. So.
That's stupid. No, it's not how it works.
Well,
I don't even think Kamui... I don't
what's-
think Kamui counts as a thing in the first place.
No, but here's the other thing, though. What sucks you into it? Because, like, for example, especially with Obito's, you literally just, like, you're in front of him and you get sucked into his eye. Is that a gravitational pull? Because if so, then Pain will just offset that pull into the portal.
He would have
Stuff
to
like that. You just don't
constantly
know.
do it, though. He can't just offset it for, like, one moment. It would have to be, like, a constant thing.
I could see it just throwing Kakashi off enough to where it just fails.
The problem with that is that the reason Kakashi was even thrown off against Deidara in the first place is he'd have to jump and chase after him, whereas Deidara is flying on his bird. That's why he barely missed, but he still actually hit him. So, so it makes sense why he hit Deidara when he was standing still the second time. And again, I think that Kakuzu was just mostly standing still when he was fighting Kakashi towards the end there, especially when Naruto shows up, so that's fine as well.
Well, yeah,
the thing is,
I mean, but if I mean, at the very least, Pain's aware of Obito's Kamui, so like, if he just starts to like see it, you know, I feel like he just.
So what's your explanation for when they find out the 5-second delay time on Pain's ability?
How quickly can Kakashi and the Painter do rapid Kamui successions? Oh, you mean like, why not just try it when he has a 5-second cooldown?
Yeah, exactly. And I personally, you can say that Kakashi wouldn't think this. I think that Pain wouldn't necessarily try and dodge out of the way for the same reason he wants to validate his god complex by using his god abilities to counter whatever. For the same reason he didn't dodge Naruto at the very end.
Yeah, he would use Shinra Tensei there.
Yeah.
Um,
And again, this is just the Deva path.
I mean,
This isn't getting to the next
he's
thing.
okay with using his chakra rods, so I have to see like the scenes in which this would be applicable to see like what could Pain do. Could he just shoot a rod out easily and mess it up or something like?
I mean, the funny answer would be because he used the lightning clone, so he has too little chakra for it. But he obviously uses Kamui after this, so it doesn't apply.
Exactly. That really works.
But okay, but I wasn't even necessarily referencing the Deva path. That's just what we've been arguing for the last 5 minutes. I was referencing the Ashura path, which is stuck on the ground, immobile. Meanwhile, Kakashi's Kamuing across the village, going around corners, the moving small missile chasing after Choji. Whereas he could have just done that to the Ashura path. Technically, that I don't think that would work the way the portal.
The Ashura was alive still.
No, I know, but like you get my point.
Yeah, but the point goes nowhere because in character he didn't realize he was alive. Unless you just want to do it earlier.
Could have done it as it was firing the missile. Before it was fired.
Well, yeah, but then again, if the Osir path hypothetically just fires like a bunch of bazooka missiles at Kakashi while he's trying to Kamui, that's definitely going to throw him off his game.
I don't think
these are
so.
Seeking missiles, by the way. And just because he Kamui's them away, I don't know that the missiles are going to disappear. So he's still just going to have torpedo missiles seeking after him.
Well, if Kakashi knows that final Kamui's going to kill him anyways, he's not going to care about the missiles coming at him. Because he's not panicked about his own life being taken away by missiles. He's just about doing time.
Yeah, but then if it's the final Kamui, then this is irrelevant because at that point of the fight, he thinks the Osteopath's dead. So he's not going to do it to them then.
Well, once he realizes the Osteopath's alive, there you go.
The reason he gets to the final Kamui is because he Kamui's the nail to not die.
Yeah.
So it's not really an applicable situation for this hypothetical.
And that was to fake his death, which honestly, I don't know how he did because like blood came out of him. How do you fake that? Do you remember?
Let's.
It's not a substitution. You just do blood, no jutsu. Blood on a forehead, no jutsu.
To be fair, I know he's not using the substitution jutsu here, but like he has done that with the substitution jutsu before as well.
Like, unless you want to argue the blood just squirted straight out of his eye. It's like it's a freaking water hose or something. I don't think that's happening, though.
He just snot rocketed.
What happened? Like he spit out blood or something? I don't know.
Let me see how the manga does this. Oh, no, we're even in the manga. You can see these spatters that kind of imply something. Like, I don't see what else this would be. What did he do?
So it just... Did he just retconned it?
Yeah, like, what did he do? I don't know what else those things in the air would be.
I know the coolest explanation. Even though this goes against what they explain, rather than Kamuing the Nell as it's like traveling towards him, like in between Pain and Kakashi, he waits until it like touches his forehead to cut him to make the blood.
Oh, like the Killua,
just like Killua. Thing. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Which only makes Kakashi cooler.
That is really cool. And that's how he pulled off the stunt.
Yeah.
That's a cool idea. I mean, does it really make sense for how... I guess you could just look up at it, yeah.
That's stupid. He'd have to be so cross-eyed to Kamui it. But we would agree the reason he would choose to do the nail rather than the Deva path, or the Tendo path, I should say, the reason he would choose to do that is because he is trying to fake his death. Because if he did the Deva path, the other paths of pain would know that and go kill him. And he doesn't want to die.
That would give him reason there, yeah.
Okay.
But then that's also just saying he's gonna die, but...
Well, do you think it's that, or do you think it's what you were arguing like a couple weeks ago, that the Deva path would just speed blitz dodge out of the way, but the nail he could do just fine?
Well, I think both would apply. I mean, like I both agree with you, but also think that he might just be able to be fine.
I mean, I think at this point, his Kamui ability is faster. I don't know if Pain would be able to blitz speed out of the way.
Yeah,
because he would have to realize what's happening first. Well, it's not just he has to realize what's happening, aka it has to already start affecting him. But if it is a gravitational pull, it's not just move out of the way. You'd have to like be strong enough to force yourself out of the black hole sucky thing. That's after it's already on you.
We don't have any definitive ways of knowing, but without anything to indicate it can't be done, the default assumption based off what's been stated and shown is that both Shimmer and Tensei and the Praetor Path should work. I can see why it seems really weird.
But Kamui, the problem with that, Kakashi thinks it's going to work against the orange masked Madara. Madara, the Hashirama, right? In the very next arc. You can obviously argue he doesn't know how strong that is.
Rinnegan or anything. He doesn't have a Rinnegan to do these pain counters.
No, if the argument is the speed blitz.
Well, Kakashi gets stronger every arc. You yourself said that.
Okay, but Kamui, how much stronger do you think he's getting from the Pain arc to the 5 Kage Summit arc to go from the Deva Path speed blitzing his Kamui to him thinking it's going to work against the orange masked man?
I mean, he does get a lot better at his Kamui at the very least. He's doing it to the Indra's arrow.
Doesn't Naruto tell... Because I know that Naruto tells Kakashi about Minato. Does Naruto tell Kakashi about what Minato said about the masked man?
I don't know if he says it here or if he says it like to A in the war or exactly he says that, but not. No, because he no, he didn't. I know this because Kakashi was like, so what did the fourth tell you? Fathers have a lot to say about their sons. Yeah. And the only thing Naruto says is he said he believes in me. So that's all Kakashi knows.
Naruto was gatekeeping the most vital information of all time.
Yep. So Kakashi doesn't know how strong Madara is. I mean, to be fair, Kakashi also thought he and Yamato were gonna solo him. So
it's like imagine if
I don't think Kakashi's being. It's hilarious. Because again, he's shitting his pants to Orochimaru. Meanwhile, he and Yamato are just gonna bolo Madara. And also, to be fair, people didn't understand how strong Hashirama and Madara truly were. Kakashi could just be another one of those people, just didn't realize how strong
okay. But again, I don't think that applies when he should have an idea for how strong the orange masked man is, regardless if he thinks he's Madara or not.
Thinks he's Akatsuki level, vaguely.
Come on. I think at that point in the series, he has an idea of how strong the orange masked man is.
Vaguely?
Probably. I mean, does he know that he helped Sasuke at the 5 Kage Summit? Does he know he helped him against Danzo?
No, because Obito hasn't done that yet. But, well, it depends on which point you're talking about. If you talk about the Yamato scene, then he hasn't even done that yet. If you're talking about later on...
I'm talking about at the end of the 5 Kage Summit.
I don't think he knows what exactly happened anyway.
I mean, when Kakashi tries to Kamui Obito away. At the end of 5 Kage Summit.
Nobody ever says it, so...
I mean, does he even think he's Madara at that point? Does Kakashi hear him say that? Ever? Does he think the masked man is Madara?
I think Obito has already said he's Madara. I think when Yamato has him in Wood style, he says it there.
Yeah, okay. Well, okay, there you go. He should know how strong he is based on that, in my opinion.
But most people don't know how strong Hashirama... I mean, Tsunade doesn't even know how strong Hashirama is, and she's closer in age to him and his granddaughter. So, I mean, I think it's reasonable Kakashi just doesn't actually know how strong they are.
I wouldn't say that's what Tsunade means when she says her thing.
She did not... She had zero clue how strong Madara actually was. And because of that, she didn't understand how strong Hashirama actually was. Because she's like, how could he have fought this guy?
Yeah, I don't think that's what that line means, but we don't have to argue that.
She definitely didn't know about that perfect Susanoo.
It's not about knowing about the perfect Susanoo. And besides, this would be about...
They did not know Madara's full power. Onoki fought Madara and still didn't know Madara's full power.
Okay, we don't have to argue about this, but this would be about knowing the masked man's speed, which you technically saw when he invaded to talk to Naruto.
Well, he didn't see his speed there because Obito was just up there. He could have walked up. He doesn't know. He probably did just walk up.
I mean, it's weird the Kakashi thing is going to work on Obito anyways because of it. He knows about intangibility.
Yeah, but I guess he could just think it would bypass it. I mean,
But why would it?
they don't really have a full understanding of how that ability works, so I don't know.
I mean, yeah, you could say why not risk it, but then why not risk it against Pain? Why not risk it against Kakuzu?
Yeah, I mean, it's like on one hand, it's worth trying, but like, what makes you think it will work?
But exactly. If it's worth trying, not knowing if it's gonna work, why not risk trying it against Pain? Regardless, because at that point, it's not about the speed. It doesn't matter if he thinks he's fast enough. Try it.
Okay, this is kind of dumb because, well, phasing would also imply it shouldn't work, but unless he thinks it won't work because of Shinro Tensei's abilities, but then he should just feel the same about the phasing. I think it's just Kishimoto wanted to write that jutsu won't work on B line, so then he just had to get there somehow.
Yeah. I mean, realistically, even if it's mid-combat, if Kakashi's, like, behind the Deva path and he just Kamui's away, just, like, attacking at his back, I don't think the Deva path can just stop that.
The problem is, can he do it fast enough? Like,
I don't see why not. If the freaking Arasen Shuriken's fast enough, it might as well be.
yeah, but the Rasen Shuriken's both fast enough and not fast enough, and Pain's also nerfed by that point, so...
Well, what do you think's faster, Kamui? Do you think the Kamui ability is faster? Or do you think Naruto throwing himself with Shadow Clones is faster?
Yeah, but again, he didn't Pain severely nerfed. And also, worth considering when in the fight you're talking about, because if the Osteopath's there, Pain's just going to see anyway. There's not going to be an off guard. To be behind doesn't matter at that point.
Yeah. Well, I mean, technically it would if he's using the Lightning Clone while hiding under the rubble.
Well,
That boy.
if he's hiding under the rubble, he's definitely not using Kamui.
I don't see why
the
not.
Lightning Clone's going to use it. But he has to see.
Yeah, just make a little pee-pee hole.
I feel like Pain's like kind of a sensory ninja, so I feel like
Sensory
I understand
ninja is
it's
not
just-
based on sight, it's based on sensory ability. He would sense him
I
through the rocks.
know that the fact that he somehow didn't sense Kakashi underground makes it weird anyway, but like, with all those eyes watching, I feel like he could do it. It's just so goofy.
Okay, then what about this?
Just one eye hole's worth.
What about this? It could, because clearly the Deva Path and the Ashura Path didn't see Kakashi until Kakashi got there to stop Aruka from dying. Instead of just blocking that attack, just use Kamui to suck him away.
Well, Iruka's dying in that case.
No, he's
Kakashi
not.
does that.
Because
I
which
don't
is
think Kakashi
faster,
can do that.
Kamui or Kakashi?
That's a tough one.
No, it's not. It's Kamui.
Well, it does depend on what point of the story, for sure.
I don't
And the
think
data
so.
up, long distance data at ARP snipe, it's definitely Kakashi.
Oh my god. Well, was it though? Because Kakashi wasn't catching up. That's why he chose Kamui.
Yeah, but that's because Kamui was just skipping the distance. It
I
took a long
know,
time.
I know. But then you have to measure it. Like, are we sure that the very first...
The anime, bro. He had the Kamui did.
Okay, no. Now I'm curious. If you can pull up the manga, can we see, comparing the background, where Kamui first spawns in on Deidara, and see if Kakashi surpasses that distance by the time the Kamui's done?
Let's try to find this.
That's so stupid. Because that'll confirm it right there. Whether or not By the way, the first instance where it only gets faster after that, by magnitudes, in my opinion. Because again, the second time he does it, it's a full body against Datara on his explosion. And again, he's thinking it's going to work against Kakuzu, who is massively faster than him. So I don't see why he wouldn't think it would work against Pain, who's massively faster than him as well.
But, well, actually, okay, I'll share my screen for this because it's going to be multiple pages.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, you can easily chalk this up to Kishimoto not thinking. It's a little hard because...
Well, it's not chalking up to. Kishimoto wasn't thinking about this.
So, all right, so he starts his Kamui here. So this is the important part. You see all these trees going all the way down here.
Uh-huh.
Quite a long ways, right? Scott uses Kamui. This just also looks way different than it ever looks before, by the way, because look at all of this. But this is what's important.
Oh? All those
you see the trees and no trees. All of that's not trees for this. Whereas you couldn't even see that part down here. So in this amount of time, he's barely done anything to Datara. He's traveled all that distance enough to get to where, like, oh, the trees are ending here.
Yeah, I'm confused what you're talking about. The trees are right there. He's still not done
for a while.
Yeah, I'm confused what you're talking about.
It just keeps going.
That you're just missing the trees? What do you mean?
So as I said, you can chalk it up to Ishimoto forgetting, but the trees stop there.
Well, no, the trees are under Kakashi. Those are all trees.
I'm referring to these.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm so confused.
Trees.
Oh, okay.
Up here, you see
okay,
all the way
there.
even back here, you can still see the bushes.
Yeah.
Here that they stop for all that. So he's traveled all of that distance.
Okay, I see what you're saying. I don't think it's Kishimoto forgetting since he's still clearly doing the trees. Unless you want to say that's just the colorist doing that green bit there. I think it's just like the perspective being weird.
It's also possible this is from the colored manga exclusively. I don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
But, I mean,
well, especially with the next couple of pages where Dataro should be at the same place, if not further along, and it's just trees for miles based on what you see with like.
Well, no, he does keep flying, so it could just start being trees again.
Oh my God, Kamui, you're being ridiculous. They're in a forest. They're surrounded by trees. There's not some random whole gap in the forest.
I mean, bro, you could say it makes no sense, so this is what we're seeing. Let's also not forget, by the way, that these trees like 2 feet in front of Kakashi, and there's just nothing in the middle here. So the logs end. All those logs got to the end.
Okay, bro. It's ridiculous.
It's proven. See, that's why they jump over here. They're in the complete foresty area because they ran out of logs.
Bro, you see forest for literal miles in everything.
But not where Dataro was. Well, anyway, so back to Kabuto.
I do have Kabuto things if you want me to do it, but if you got them, go for it.
Yeah. Well, Akatsuki's suppression arc?
Oh my God. This is the hardest arc for me, in my opinion, because, like, what do we do here?
Where do you put him? He stalls Kakashi during the Unite fight.
I mean, Naruto's thinking about Sasuke in this arc. Maybe Kakashi tries to go after Naruto's thoughts.
Well, okay, here's why this is extra stupidly hilarious. So what is Kabuto and Orochimaru saying in the previous arc? Oh yeah, we'll let them live so they can take out more Akatsuki. Kabuto stops Kakashi from doing that.
So,
this is the funniest. No,
okay, no, I got some for you. I got some for you.
Joins the Akatsuki.
Oh yeah, there you go.
For Kazekage Rescue.
That's something.
You could have Kabuto fight Kakashi in this arc. Suppressing the Akatsuki.
Before that, I was gonna say
he's fighting Kabuto.
Since Orochimaru and Kabuto are in the bingo book anyways, Kakuzu's going after bingo book people. That's how you can get Kabuto in here somewhere. Kakashi could just
Kakashi.
come around.
He just tells Kakasu, hold on, buddy. Let me help you take out Kakashi.
Well, I was thinking that's like, I was thinking it's
Kakashi.
Kakuzu and Kabuto fighting, and then maybe that's when Kakashi jumps in to like take advantage of the opportunity. Similar to Gon in the Hunter exams where he sees Hisoka and the other random guy fighting, and he does like the fishing hook thing.
So like when Kakashi does the right Korean Kakuzu, like as is, he's doing it here because he's fighting Kabuto.
Hey, exactly.
And so then what happens with this three? Is it the three-way deadlock? But like instead of the Sunny three-way deadlock, it's like the next tier down, the Joni three-way deadlock.
Kabuto takes advantage of the opportunity and runs away.
And then
So he's not fighting Kakashi.
oh, that's so funny. Okay, that's so funny. We're just gonna keep it. Okay, Itachi Pursuit we've discussed before, but and just have Naruto and everyone doing whatever they're doing. Kakashi fights Kabuto while Sasuke fights Deidara. That's cool. Cool parallel.
Yeah.
The pain.
So obviously it'd be weird if it's during the Pain Invasion. The only place it would ever work is at the very beginning or at the very end. So either parallel like A story, B story with Jiraiya fighting Pain, Kakashi fighting Deidara, or at the very end of the arc, Sasuke's on his way, Kabuto's gonna intercept and get there first, and maybe that's why Obito's something like, oh, don't go into the village yet, Sasuke, Kabuto's there. Then Kabuto fights Kakashi after Naruto does his hero thing. Just a random idea, I'm just throwing it in there. I don't know.
The problem is that just feels like an epilogue. He's randomly thrown it. Like, it would be like...
Okay, this doesn't make any sense. Okay, I have two ideas. One is that Kabuto's like spying, and he wants the Akatsuki to win, so he's just messing up Kakashi. Like, so Kakashi doesn't fight the Diva Path, he's just fighting Kabuto, and then after Kabuto's done, the Diva Path shows up and just kills Kakashi.
So
the alternative is Kabuto's an Akatsuki member, and I guess instead of Konan, Kabuto's the partner, just in the invasion.
That could work too. This would take away from Danzo, but if you have Kabuto being a spy and he's planning to invade the village, and he's taking advantage of the coincidental fact that Pain and Konan are invading the village, then Kabuto can go in and do his own thing, and then we could have like basically a Kakashi versus Kashin Koji type of fight, where it's like Kabuto's trying to get something and Kakashi intercepts him.
Yeah, I guess it's just so random. Oh, you know what you could do is okay, this doesn't make sense because Orochimaru should just have Edo Tensei scrolls stuff, but he could go into the village during the Pain arc to steal the Edo Tensei. Like, basically,
yeah.
You have to just have it be Mizuki's scroll from episode 1.
Exactly.
Kabuto goes back to steal it, and like he gets away from Kakashi, so Kakashi's pissed because he allowed Kabuto to steal it.
I like that. Especially, okay, this is so stupid, but just for Kabuto being a dick, he's rubbing it in how he's gonna give the scroll to Sasuke, and Sasuke's gonna learn all these jutsu.
He's the better sensei. This is especially cool though if you do the Mizuki rewrite where he is Kabuto. So Kabuto just is going back and getting that scroll.
Well, something that would also be cool is if Sasuke, unironically, Sasuke does learn a jutsu from this scroll and fights Naruto using his shadow clones with the other forbidden jutsu in the scroll. Naruto versus Sasuke, the two forbidden jutsus.
Well, that doesn't work if Edo Tensei is one of them, but...
Oh, maybe make Kirin one of them that takes away from Sasuke.
Just have it be two of the many, you know?
Yeah, just a new additional jutsu you can just throw in.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a lot, so...
Yeah, that'd be Tobirama's Thunder Sword, I don't care. Who cares?
Exactly. Give him to him, yeah, might as well.
Well, something else I was going to say, you could, for the Pain arc, instead of Danzo, you could just have Kabuto kill the frog.
I was going to say, like, he doesn't want Naruto to get captured or whatever.
Exactly. Or you could do a weird thing to where maybe Kabuto wants to capture Naruto instead of the Akatsuki.
Yeah, so, either way, he doesn't want Naruto to get captured by them. I mean, that makes sense for him to want to do it. So, I mean, he's literally doing it later in the war again.
Exactly. But
okay,
next
so 5 Kage Summit.
Oh my gosh. He's with the Akatsuki. He invades with Sasuke.
Yeah, so instead of Kakashi versus Sasuke, Kakashi just fights Kabuto. Well, during Sasuke versus Danzo, Kabuto's fighting
yeah.
Kakashi.
That could work. You could have Kabuto on Team Heavy if you wanted, Team Taka, whatever.
But I say another thing you could just do is Kakashi's on the way to Sasuke again, and Kabuto's he's not even with Obito.
my
He's just doing
gosh.
it so that Kakashi can't get to Sasuke.
At
'cause he
that
wants
point, I
Sasuke
think it
to-
would just parallel the Owl fight in that arc.
Yeah.
At that same time. So stupid. That's
Yeah.
such a nothing thing. No one would remember that.
That's funny.
Oh my god.
I mean, those are the two easy options though for Kabuto. Having him be on Team Heavy would be interesting, but a lot of weird things there too. So now the war arc. Are we gonna go with the one that Kakashi just goes to Kabuto's cave? It's Kakashi and Guy versus Kabuto. The two, like Kakashi's and his rival versus his other rival.
See, the thing is, if
Sasuke
that's
is not
happening, then I feel like it can't be that Kakashi and Guy lose and then just go defeatedly to the Seven Ninja Swordsman and for Sasuke and Itachi to then win. I feel like it has to be if Kakashi and Guy go and they have to win. And you're just removing them
In this
from
case,
the Obito stuff.
Itachi and Sasuke, they're gonna do whatever else they're doing. I don't know what they're gonna do yet, but it's not gonna be if Kakashi and Guy are going here. This is what they're doing.
I mean, it would be weird for Sasuke and Itachi to go help Naruto against Obito. But
Exactly. That's the thing.
I mean, it's technically possible. Sasuke's just gonna be there at like the beginning of this war fight, I guess.
Exactly. I don't know how you. That's the thing. Like, okay, narratively, it makes sense for Kakashi to fight Kabuto, but plot-wise, this just doesn't make sense.
I mean, one thing you could do, you could just have Kabuto leave a snake clone behind to do all the Edo Tensei stuff, and then the real Kabuto just goes out to actually just fight in the war. You could even have
So
Kakashi just not...
Sasuke fight the snake alone.
Yeah, this could just be on a completely separate battlefield altogether, just an additional fight in the war. So instead of Kakashi fighting the Seven Ninja Swordsman, well, I do like that because of Zabuza, but maybe you could have it in addition to it. He would fight Kabuto instead. Like the real body.
That should be the stronger Kabuto.
Hey,
So Kakashi and Guy are just definitively stronger than Itachi and Sasuke.
The problem is, you can't have Kakashi fight a snake clone Kabuto as their final confrontation.
That's the problem. It's like it just how do you make the plot aspect of Kakashi versus Kabuto in the war?
So I have a hilarious option, and this is stupid. Itachi's Izanami works, and Kabuto's a good guy. Orochimaru comes back, and Kabuto relapses immediately. Kakashi has to stop him.
And then Orochimaru took his chakra back, so Kabuto's been nerfed to Kakashi's level.
I mean, it works.
I mean, the other thing you could do is this requires more rewrites, but to have Orochimaru come back, he's doing the Edo Tensei. Itachi and Sasuke fight Orochimaru, and Kabuto fights Kakashi.
Oh my god.
Kabuto can still have Orochimaru cells. You can have the half face thing or whatever you want to do there. Just fights Kakashi.
Could do that. Be weird to go down in the power scale.
So we said
Absolutely
every
should be up
arc.
to that
So in the
close.
Boruto movie arc.
So, okay. But on the war arc, something I think, regardless of Kamui, this is just something that I think that should apply to Kakashi throughout, and just should apply to every mangekyo, since it seemingly applies to the 10th anniversary OVA anyways. Whenever a mangekyo user activates the mangekyo, it should be clear that they're just getting a stat amp rather than having abilities. And that's just what the mangekyo should be known for, above all else. So Kakashi should be able to just use the mangekyo, and maybe it can drain his stamina and his chakra and send him to the hospital or whatever. It's not going to be as bad as using the Kamui ability, but he can do that for like an extra additional level of power.
I both agree and disagree, which is why it's so hard for me to decide, because part of me says yes, part of me says no. I'll use Madara as an example. Madara having his Mangekyo help him keep up with Hashirama's various things.
Even though he never used a single Mangekyo ability.
Madara's Mangekyo ability could be
The
stat amp.
Susanoo.
No, his could just be stat amp. He's just the only one.
That's stupid.
But
That's not the case.
at the same time, though, I also like it being different, especially in reference to the Ashura has the body and chakra, Indra has the eyes and abilities kind of thing, where if he's just getting a stat amp, now it just feels like Indra has both. You know?
If it's not a stat amp, it's at least effectively a stat amp, because the 2 Tomoe to 3 Tomoe isn't a stat amp, but it is a tat. It just is. It's not, but it is. Effectively.
Yeah, but if you want to do it that way, that's okay with me, because it's not literally their chakra stat amp. It would be that the ability is increasing their combat potency to a point where it just equals out, which is fine. That's just the abilities equaling the power, which is how it's supposed to be anyway. So that's fine with me.
I mean, I do love that 10th OVA special, as well as that one, like, it's either an opening or an ending to where they have, like, this green aura chakra around them, like it's freaking Dragon Ball Z, and that's, like, amping them as they fight.
I guess the problem is I both like and dislike things with it, so it's like...
Well, but that's the thing, is that regardless of 2 Tomoe to 3 Tomoe, it's undisputable that the Mangekyo gives you a chakra amp. You have more chakra with the Mangekyo. And so that, at the very least, should give you some sort of stat amp. Because you just have
But it
more
seems
chakra.
like they only really use it for their abilities, so it's like...
Well, if they don't use it for their abilities, and that chakra gets used, then it has to be used somewhere.
But can they do that? But can they take the chakra out of the eye and put it into their body?
Yeah, I don't see why not, because they have to put it into the eye in the first place, because it's in the brain or whatever. It's technically already in their body.
But it goes through the optic nerve. Can it only go through the optic nerve?
Oh my gosh, God. The optic nerve, the floptic blurb. I don't care.
I'm just saying.
There's a lot of
So I'm not gonna lie.
Right,
I feel like we'll see where the stream takes us. But I just want to keep doing rewrites for now.
Well, there's the Kabuto stuff with the pictures below. Yeah, those 6, and then the 4 beneath that. And while you do that, I'll go to the bathroom while you read all that out loud, and then give your thoughts, and I'll be back. Because that's the premise, because it's hilarious, but... Wait, go ahead.
Oh, well. I wanted a break from talking. Don't die goes Vit. You know, I just to spite you. Just to spite you. I don't want to talk by myself. So here's what I'm going to do. This also going to give me a chance to do something. We're going to play a old stream. Let's see what we can do. What's a good video? Yeah, I'll play a video. Dodger's trolley ball. What's a good one? How is this long? Oh, yeah, this is the funny one to do. Let's just do this random video here. If it'll load.
Or I guess the Boro fight lasting like 3 chapters long. That's probably the most boring part of all of Boruto, if I had to guess. I guess aside from like the first 10 chapters, which was repeating the tuning exams, but you know. Or I guess maybe Mujina Bandits.
No, I didn't really mind the Boro fight thing.
How about this?
The strategy stuff.
The Boro fight was the lowest low compared to the stuff surrounding it. Like, maybe the Boro fight is better than the Mujina Bandits arc in totality, but the Boro fight is...
I like that better than Mujina Bandits, but...
Yeah, like, it's worse than the Delta fight, and it's worse than the Jigen fight, and it's worse than the Kashin Koji fight, and it's worse than the Ishiki fight. By a large margin. Much more so than the Mujina Bandits arc is... It's not that much worse than, like, the Chunin Exams arc, or whatever comes after, the Owl arc. Yeah.
I think that there's probably at least one random ass chapter in the Kawaki arc that's worse. And second, the Delta fight is up to your personal preference, because Naruto versus Delta is better. They're completely different fights. Like, there's more. I mean, So the Boro fight has certain things, like for example, figuring out how to work around this guy's
Kamui.
OP
Bananas,
virus
bananas,
regeneration. Like, I like that
bananas.
aspect. What I don't like is just Boro. It's just like fucking try, dude. Oh my
Did
god.
Kamui
It's
go
so-
away?
especially
I
the
guess
anime.
so.
It's just the whole fight. It's just like, oh my god, you could win this fight so easily. Just fucking do it. You know what I mean? That aspect is really annoying, which we don't.
I had to walk back and stop what I was doing because she said bananas.
So I'm assuming you saw all 10 of those pictures.
Well, I did
Yep.
a couple hours ago.
Oh my god, it was not that long. Well, what did you
I'm like, you
think?
share your screen so I can walk away. I did not want to read all that by myself. I wanted a break from talking.
Did you read them out loud?
No, because I wanted a break from talking.
Bro. Then why did you even read them? I have to read them out loud now, you know?
No, I read them like hours ago when you posted it. I
Oh.
read this way earlier. Today.
Well, what did you do when I was
So I
in the
did read-
bathroom?
I put on another video.
So to reiterate, you just didn't do what I said to do.
Yes, and I said just to spite you, I was going to do that.
Oh my god.
I
Whatever.
needed a break from talking, so I was going to let you do it.
Okay. So, Daigo uploaded a video why Kakashi didn't continue the Prodigy rivalry. This is from a conversation stemming from the podcast that we had. He's done a couple of these videos now. And I don't know if I'm going to get a picture because I just want to just show off those messages that I sent to you about that because I thought it was funny. It'd be just gushing about how much I love it. Where are you? Right here. Okay, and then Daigo. Jump to it. Is it gonna? Oh, shout out people in the comments. Okay. Right there. Okay. Boom. So I said, bro, Daigo is so good at transforming our podcast convos with him into videos. Maybe I'm just biased, but I love them. They're all bangers. The whole time I'm just like, hey, that's because of us. He words it very nicely for the videos too, rather than our vomit draft of the idea all the while. It's very presentable. Is that all I said? Yeah, then I said a couple other things, but okay.
Well, we were talking.
Well, it has something to do with Capcom.
Like, yeah, well, yeah, I said because we only vibe with him. He really should just be our other podcast.
And then I said something Capcom related. Okay, let me go back to rewrites. Really quick, I'm just going to check the comments because I want to see what John said. Oh, we'll just read these out really quick. Who's the most glazed Naruto character in your opinion? For me, it's Madara. For me, it's Hashirama. Or actually, no, I'm going to change it to Itachi.
I think I was gonna say it might be Itachi, but I don't know. Like, part of it depends on what way you mean by glazed, like power-wise, character-wise, the proportionate glaze or the additive glaze. Like, are they? Is it because they're saying they're 4 times stronger than they are, or because they're 8 points higher than they are, like, you know, stuff like that. Like, how are we arguing this?
In a way, Itachi's the most important character in all of Naruto. It's literally the thing that Naruto and Sasuke are arguing over in the final fight. It's like from the beginning, the thing that sets Sasuke down.
He's also the reason behind everything Sasuke does in the entire story.
Itachi's the number one epitome of the quote-unquote true shinobi mindset or whatever. Like, there's a lot of things there with Itachi, let alone his obvious prevalence and importance directly on screen as he does actions himself throughout the story.
I agree. He is arguably the most important character aside from saying Naruto and Sasuke, you know. But the problem is you can make the argument about a lot of people.
Yeah.
I mean, ignoring Naruto and Sasuke, I feel like you have to... Obito is a good contender.
I agree.
I think it would
Yeah.
have to be Itachi or Obito for similar but different reasons.
For Obito, the same technically applies to Madara and Kaguya, but technically more, but objectively far less. it's Obito.
Yeah, exactly. It's Obito because first of all, Obito's what he does, like 99% of the stuff. And second, that the narrative stuff they're doing with Naruto and Obito, what it means to be Hokage is a pretty big deal. Yeah, it's for Naruto's story because while Madara peace and stuff about the world's all important and adds a lot to the story, fundamentally, what it means to be a shinobi is the main theme. Itachi's very important for that, but so is Obito with the what it means to be Hokage aspect, which is stemming off of that. So like a lot of those things are pretty big themes, you know.
Yeah. I don't think we could make an argument, even though they're pretty up there, for like Kakashi, for Jiraiya, for Ruka, for Hiruzen, for Orochimaru.
Yeah, they have really important roles, but like for the story, I feel like Itachi and Obito are probably top two. Like,
Yeah.
who really contends with that? Because you got to go with like the biggest themes. So like, there's a lot of important things that like something like Kakashi's doing for the story, but like, is he like the epitome of something of a number one or top three theme?
Exactly.
Is it the epitome of the teamwork theme? I'm not gonna say that. I don't think it's solely Kakashi really narrowing in on that, you know.
Depending on how far you want to take Haku and Zabuza's impact on Naruto, you could throw them up there, but I feel like they're like same as like Iruka in that regard.
Yeah, I mean, I might give him higher praise for that what does it mean to be a shinobi thing. But at the end of the day, Itachi is essentially the epitome of that shinobi theme.
Yeah.
Sasuke's the epitome of all the hatred stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Naruto's the epitome of overcoming these things. And Obito is like Naruto's anti-Naruto specific parallel for a lot of that stuff as well. Who does a lot of the things in the universe as well.
Yeah.
It just feels like those are like the biggest things.
And Pain's up there, Kabuto's up there, but they get overshadowed. So it can't be that long.
Yeah, because the thing with Pain is he has a very distinct, huge role, but in terms of the overall thematics of Naruto, he presents the cycles thing first, and that is arguably up there, but I think what it means to be a shinobi ranks higher as a theme. Yeah. So I feel like and plus Sasuke's the epitome of the cycles, whereas Pain very big role with that, but Sasuke's meant to be the epitome of the results of the cycles of hatred. So exactly. I feel like you have to say Sasuke's more important there, despite Pain being absolutely necessary and very important there. But it's just like Sasuke's the end game for that. So
yeah,
and it's also there the entire time.
Again, you can't argue, in my opinion, that Orochimaru would be one, but I think he could be at his highest number 3, probably top 5 at the lowest, maybe.
Yeah, I mean,
the problem is he should be that, but he's not there for half of Shippuden, and when he comes back, he's not there for the end of Shippuden.
I feel like if you were to make that argument, I think you would have to just do the rewrite where Orochimaru takes Kabuto's place, take a bunch of the things they do with Kabuto, give it to Orochimaru. And in Orochimaru's case, here's a rewrite. So, Orochimaru versus Jiraiya in the Search for Tsunade arc, they're presenting the whole, this is what a ninja is. Orochimaru is basically saying, it's about all your ninjutsu. And then Jiraiya's saying, no, it's about endurance. You could do another thing with Itachi Orochimaru on that. Orochimaru's still doing the add everything to myself, like the ultimate ninja, because I have all the ninjutsu in the world. And Itachi's presenting like, no, a ninja is truly this thing. And maybe don't have him say the words in front of Sasuke because Naruto's supposed to go off the words and Sasuke's doing what he believes Itachi's actions represent, but you get the idea. You do a narrative thing with their shinobi
battle there, so as to get Orochimaru heavily involved in that theme, then he could be a top 3 for sure. Yeah, I'd say.
Yeah,
Also,
I mainly just say
also
that
the
because I
more.
think, correct me if I'm wrong, Orochimaru should, by a pretty sizable margin, be quantifiably the main villain of the most Naruto arcs in comparison to every other character.
No, I did this comparison before in
well
terms
as
of
part one.
chapters. He and I don't remember the exact numbers, but we can refigure out. He and Obito are extremely close for
wow.
most chapters of being the main villain. So we can just refigure it out. So Orochimaru, part of it depends on when you start some of these.
I'm going to say when he confronts Sasuke in the Forest of Death.
Okay, so we're going to figure out, I'm going to go by chapter numbers. So the password is chapter might be where he first does it. End of the chapter. Okay, we'll count. Well, it's the end of the chapter. Okay, we won't count it. So it's 47, but including 47. And then you have all the way until the end of part 1. So 47 to 38. So you get to count each of those. So not quite 200. 193 chapters there. But then the question is, do you count his Tenchi Bridge arc chapters?
Why wouldn't you?
Okay, if that's the case, let's figure out when. Just because he's not the main. At that point, though, I would say it's shared between him and the Akatsuki, to be fair. So, definitely.
I mean, yeah, because the Akatsuki is going after Naruto, but the main thing is still Sasuke.
Yeah, but even then, they've literally only alternate arcs at this point. Okay, Akatsuki went after Gaara, and then now they're doing Orochimaru. It's just evened out at that point. So, and then obviously Sasuke is really big. So, Tenchi Bridge arc kind of starts in 281, but I'm going to say 282. So, well, no, okay, let's see when they. No, this is what.
And besides that, we're obviously not going to count the Akatsuki for Obito.
Yeah, so Obito's going to start realistically. Okay, so Obito has 2 options. One's when he reveals it, quote unquote, reveals himself to Pain, like, like, hey, go after that. But realistically, it would be when Pain's defeated, and then 5 Kage-7 and beyond. It's where Obito's the main villain now.
Yeah.
So, 282 all the way to, like, what is it, 312 or something? 311, I guess, because that's a resolution of that arc. Okay, so let's get the calculator out. 193. All right, so 282. Or sorry, 311 minus 282 plus 2 plus 193. We have 224 chapters now, and then I guess we can count the couple of chapters of Sasuke versus Orochimaru. Do we count those?
Sasuke versus Orochimaru as like the Orochimaru final. Yeah, why not?
Okay. So now let's just figure out when exactly this is. It's not many chapters, but
I mean, I know that Sasuke goes there to kill Orochimaru, but Orochimaru is still not just being venomous, but feeling stronger than Sasuke, and even afterwards, Sasuke admits that Orochimaru was stronger than him or whatever.
Yeah.
Like, so Orochimaru almost won. If anything, Orochimaru won the physical fight. He's just lost the internal
Sasuke won the mental battle. Yeah, exactly, it's a final battle thing.
Yeah, the one that mattered.
Okay.
Which even then, you could still say that you could argue that Orochimaru is still the main villain through until the Totsuka Blade.
Yeah, I mean, but then, like, what chapter? Are you going to count all those chapters in between?
So, what do we think is going to happen to Sasuke? Are we told what's going to happen to Sasuke if he gets too low in chakra and Orochimaru does this thing? Because we didn't know he was going to come back and be revived. I don't think we even
discuss it. I think Orochimaru it's almost like a reveal then.
Yeah. I agree. That's the problem. We'd have to go back and see what they say. Does anyone in chat know what they say?
But even ignoring that for a moment, the reason why I want to do this, so because we're gonna be less and less generous to Orochimaru here as time progresses, but first, gonna figure out exactly when 5 Kage Summit starts. Sasuke's disposal, whenever Pain makes his move, because we waited for Orochimaru to do that.
I mean, you could just
Because technically, we could have counted when Orochimaru, sees just pulls out the knife on Anko. 453. So Obito gets exactly 201 chapters. And if you only count part 1 Orochimaru, you don't even count the Tenchi Bridge, it's 193. That's about equal. You start counting the other stuff Orochimaru as extra. But he's not like... But to be fair, just to be fair to Orochimaru, or to Obito, Orochimaru's main villainy is the part 1. He is like the main villain of the arc in the Tenchi Bridge and so on, but he is sharing the villaininess with the Akatsuki. For Obito, no, it's a counter argument that I'll make in a moment, but Obito is kind of like the main villain from the 5 Kage Summon and beyond. That said, he technically does share the main villaininess with Madara and Kabuto, so, then it's like, okay, but...
I mean, especially since Obito's being goofy, and Orochimaru's using Team 7 to dispose of the Akatsuki, I feel like that still has Orochimaru as, like, the main bad guy.
You could make that argument there. Definitely, like, goofy Obito, we're not going to count as main villain. He's just not being the main villain there. So, it kind of depends on, like, how strict you want to be, because, again, like, when Madara and let's ignore Madara for a moment. When Kabuto's being a main player of the war, is it like Obito being the main villain, or are we saying that sharing them? Because that would be somewhat similar to the Orochimaru Akatsuki situation. I would say extremely equally similar, to be honest.
I mean, I don't think this is like the chapter we should choose, but a good compromise chapter would be when Minato tells Naruto that pain's nothing and you need to focus on Obito. The most man.
I mean, that's like giving him an extra, 6 chapters, but... so that's not really doing a whole lot, but...
There you go.
Well, my thing, though, is that I feel like if you're going to count Obito sharing with Madara and Kabuto, then we should count Orochimaru's Tenchi Bridge arc and stuff. And if that's the case, Orochimaru just gets more chapters. And if you're not counting Tenchi Bridge arc, you shouldn't count Obito sharing with Kabuto and Madara, and that's just taking away from most of Obito. So.
Well, what chapter are you counting as Obito's final villain chapter? Like what event?
654, when the Talk no Jutsu ends, they rip out the Biju, and then he's just Talk no Jutsu from there, really.
I would definitely say it's done. After that.
He doesn't do anything as villain. He just lays on the ground. He talks to Kakashi, but he's not.
Well, yeah, but let's say we're going Pain arc. When do you think that Pain is defeated as the main villain?
When he does Rene Rebirth.
Not when Naruto Rasengan's him.
But the difference is that Pain continues to clash ideology with Naruto. He hasn't overcome Nagato yet, whereas when the Talk no Jutsu's Obito rips out the Biju, he's done. He's defeated Obito. Naruto's moving on to Madara.
Not ideologically.
You could say Kakashi hasn't talked to Obito yet, so he's not fully convinced. But if you're going to count that, that's just an extra 2 chapters at most.
Well, I don't think it's fully convinced. I think he's not convinced. You'd see what Obito's saying. He's sitting there saying, I see this world as hell.
Yeah, I know. You could say it's not until the Madara scene where he says, I'm Obito Uchiha, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, exactly.
But he's not being, but objectively, he's not being the main villain in between that time. He's just not.
Well, I was going to say
he isn't
either when he stabs Madara and says, I'm Obito, Dara, or you could say it's when he sees the twinkle in his eye when Naruto does the big Rasen Shuriken.
Well, I guess the third option is when he was going to do Rene Rebirth.
Yeah.
But if you're doing the twinkle in the eye or Rene Rebirth, I mean, I don't really see it. Yeah, Rene Rebirth, I think, sounds pretty good.
Yeah, I think Rene Rebirth.
And that's an extra 2 chapters. So
Yeah.
not really,
Okay.
yeah. So, yeah, Orochimaru. I would still say Orochimaru and Obito just to be generous, but Orochimaru technically is the longest villain.
I mean, Orochimaru's the villain throughout the actual story. The war arc is separate.
And it's also,
Technically.
like I said, it's really shared between Madara, Kabuto. Even if we don't kind of count Kabuto, Madara, and Obito.
Yeah,
Obito is
final
being
arc.
the main villain, but Madara is very much there. So that's where I'm like, you know, the first half of Shippuden stuff, it's like the same idea. So
Well, even then, like, yeah, they're the main villains, but like 99% of those War Arc Day 1 chapters are not focused on either of them. It's just focused on the Edo Tensei fights.
which would be an extension of Kabuto.
Yeah. Exactly.
So yeah, you could even argue that Kabuto's actually a longer running villain. Obito.
Well,
But
if we're
speaking
going
of Kabuto,
okay. Yeah, so Daigo made the video that we talked about. Yeah. Okay, so you watched my screen?
yes, but that's
Been so distracted. I
Okay.
haven't done
you
what I was
don't-
gonna do cooking wise because I never decided what I was gonna eat.
Oh,
But
go
I'm
cook.
gonna at least put cauliflower in.
Yeah, go cook your cauliflower, and I'll read these comments that you've already read anyways. So on that video, why Kishimoto didn't continue the Prodigy rivalry between Kakashi and Kabuto, there was a lot of comments here, such as from Hitechiki. And they say, I remember being like 7 thinking Kabuto was a long-lost brother of Kakashi because both their names started with a K and they had white hair. But it doesn't just end there because Axvakar says the white hair rivalry, but also Jimmy Nutricity, I love that name, Jim Nutricity, never mind, that's not as cool, says, if you told me they were cousins or even half-brothers, I'd believe it. These interactions could have been more. I feel like there was another end to that sentence there, but that's where it ended. But then more people say, Spammy the Hedgehog says, the white-haired ninja wins. And that's just a funny comment, but they both have white hair. And Psycho Mind X9, I always wanted these two to secretly be brothers. You know, I'm noticing a common trend here, Kamui. And we'll get to that with this last comment here to really sell the point home. But I just wanted to open all the comments and all the replies and all that and just see how many times this is said. So the word white is said 15 times in this comment section. For like white hair. Brother is said 9 times, and that's ignoring cousin or blood relative or whatever else is said. Cousin is said 3 times, which is funny. There's another comment. The albino prodigies. I just figured I'd include that because it's not something I could control F. Obviously, this would only be 1, but it's along the same idea. It's hilarious how many times this is said. Anyways, this comment here, Jake Smith, this is the one that really matters for the rewrite here, because we're going to do what everyone else is saying, because everyone else wants it apparently and thought it was going to be the case. We're going to make it a reality. But they say, Jake Smith says, you know, Daigo, with the idea that Kabuto and Kakashi would have a turning point in their rivalry during the Sasuke retrieval arc is very fitting, since the following stories are Kakashi Gaiden and the Kazekage rescue arc, where we are fleshing out more of the White Fangs, aka Kakashi's dad's life, with Granny Chiho Chiho, I should say, wanting avenge her fallen son and Kakashi cluing in Naruto. I totally can see Kabuto being interwoven into the backstory's lore in various ways, such as Kabuto originating from a forgotten branch of Kakashi's family as a blood relative connection. I mean, for someone whose character has an identity crisis, Kishimoto might have hinted at Kabuto's true lineage for fans to discover in a satisfying way. I thought that comment was really cool.
To be fair, they're doing the whole Kikyo path thing now, and nobody knows where Kabuto came from. You know?
Exactly. I mean, you could argue it is canon. There's no way to prove it's
Just
not.
right that Kikyo Pass is like a battle that like Sakumo was involved in or something.
Yeah. So there's not much left to rewrite, so this comment did most of the work for us, but ignoring the legs, we can build the body at the very least. So since everyone wants Kakashi and Kabuto to be blood relatives, we could do that. They have white hair. They're albino. The question is, are we going to have them be brothers or cousins? Does it matter? Do you care? Cousins probably makes more sense.
Really care.
Yeah, let's see. You want to do something. If it's going to be brothers, then you have to do something with Kakashi's mom. You can't just leave it at Kakashi's dad.
Yeah, and like another Naruto Sasuke parallel, I guess, at that point. Like,
Yeah. But either way, cousins would probably just be easier. But yeah, brothers would probably be better if you flesh it out. But yeah, you could still have the same like orphanage backstory with amnesia. He just wouldn't know. I don't know how the audience would find out, but it'd still be cool. Maybe he would know.
yeah.
But either way, the fact that everyone's comparing him to Kakashi's level, that's kind of cool to say he's like from the Hatake clan, and the Hatakes are just OP. They're all around this level, which is OP. And that's why he's OP. What to do beyond this? I don't really know, but I liked what he was saying about like Chio talking about the White Fang and her son and all that, and how that could play in here. Could be cool. I mean, did you have any ideas? I was hoping that you could really carry this for here.
Well, the problem is I don't really see what the brotherhood thing is gonna really do as opposed to all the other stuff with that dynamic.
Well, everyone thought it was the case because of the white hair, and they loved it.
I mean, I feel like we should somehow involve either Orochimaru or like a parallel thing. Like maybe you contrast Orochimaru and Kabuto's relationship to Sakumo and Kakashi's in some way. So where maybe for a time it's almost presented as though because Sakumo essentially ditched Kakashi because he was depressed. It's almost seen as bad compared to like for Kabuto, Orochimaru was there, but then it's later revealed that Sakumo left something positive in Kakashi in what Obito's words and ultimately get through to Kakashi. It's Sakumo's way of life. It's positive, and then Orochimaru is actually kind of just negative for Kabuto in the long run. You could do like some sort of parenthood narrative parallel thing there, which works well if they're brothers, I guess.
It's not the exact same concept, but they already basically have that with Kakashi versus Obito with Naruto's words.
Well, they have a lot of words.
But you get the idea. But okay, I think the important thing here is two things. When and how do the audience / characters find out, and do only some characters find out where some characters don't, and that could be something? And what's the conclusion to this brotherly thing that they have here? And when?
Do we want Kabuto to know all along or not know at first? It's going to be important to address.
Well, if we're going to go with his backstory, he should have amnesia. The question is, at what point would he figure it out? Then would it could be before he figures out.
Find out. Because I was going to say Orochimaru feels like the person to reveal this. And the question is he keeping it a secret from Kabuto, or did he tell Kabuto and Kabuto's just not telling Kakashi for a long time?
Well, the stupidest answer that we're not going to go with is that it's on the stone tablet.
It would even funny if it's on the stone statues. Oh, God, game on.
Yeah. Well, I mean, hey, if Zetsu's giving Kabuto Madara's corpse, it could work that way.
It's on Hashirama's scroll of ceiling.
No sense.
And the answer was in
Before
episode
he's
1 all
even
along.
born.
Naruto's always known, just didn't put the pieces together. He just never read that far down the scroll.
Yeah. I mean, the problem is we just don't know what's up with Kakashi's mom in general, let alone for those rewrites.
Yeah.
She died at some point, probably.
Well, it's easy to rewrite it because it's a blank canvas. So
You know what? Okay. Actually, no. I
It's
do
just
have an answer. Just have Kabuto's orphanage mom be his real mom and Kakashi's mom. There you go.
Okay, what was even funnier is that if you were gonna say the orphanage mom is Kakashi's real mom, but it's Kabuto's orphanage mom, so it's not Kabuto's mom.
I like the idea.
It could be half siblings though.
Kabuto, even if unintentionally and accidentally, Kabuto destroyed the Hatake family. Instead of Sakamo taking his life because the mission that takes away from Obito, but it's because of the depression from losing his wife. Even if it was Kabuto doing it by accident. And then obviously that destroyed Kakashi as well.
The answer is that his wife was the only one who unconditionally supported him, and when Kabuto took that away, he now had no one, so the only thing keeping him from killing himself from the mission was his wife, who he lost, and that's just the breaking point.
Yeah, in a way, this really, really works. Ironically, not for Kakashi and Kabuto, but for Kakashi and Sasuke. They both have a brother who ruined their lives by destroying their family.
hey, and there's that Kabuto Itachi parallel.
Exactly. Also, the fact that at least at first, it appears as if Itachi and Kabuto are both evil.
And
Sasuke and Kakashi aren't.
Know it. He was doing this for a mission. Being a shinobi tool.
This unironically just works really well in this regard. This also works well because you get to see Sasuke and Kakashi in the same circumstances, but they choose different paths. Kakashi chooses his family, whereas Sasuke chooses his loneliness and avenging and all that.
And then also with Itachi and Kabuto being the parallels here, they kind of do different things as well. So
the question is, if Sasuke and Kakashi are in the same circumstance following different paths, are we going to have them have different conclusions? Because Sasuke killed Itachi because blah, blah, blah. Are we going to have Kakashi save Kabuto and become brothers with him again? And in Boruto, they're living together and in love or whatever. It's not in love. You can
I see that depends on how much you want to rewrite the war. Because what you could do is have Kakashi just not kill Kabuto because he just fails for whatever reason. He just doesn't do it. But he doesn't pursue it. It could never be a thing to where he doesn't pursue Kabuto's death. He could pursue his capture, I guess, but he's not trying to kill him. That's a difference. He's not going after vengeance.
Maybe that, okay. This is the coolest explanation. The reason Itachi doesn't want to kill Kabuto, this also sounds a little bit ridiculous. It's not because of the Edo Tensei. It's because Itachi knows what this means to Kakashi, and he knows that Sasuke would see that conclusion for Kakashi, and he doesn't want that. And Kabuto seeing that, that's what saves Kabuto. You could still have it be through Izanami or whatever.
In the Izanami, you have Kakashi's part of it.
Yeah. But I like that idea.
Itachi uses the transformation she's doing to Kakashi.
Stupid. Yeah, that's step B or whatever.
That's so ridiculous.
But I think that works, is that Kakashi fails to save Kabuto, his brother. Itachi knows that, and so he refuses to kill Kabuto. so that Kabuto and Kakashi can be loving brothers again, because they have the chance, they're still alive, and especially going with your cool Kisame thing. Oh, Itachi learned from his death, and now that he's back, he's trying to amend his wrongs. Maybe he can't do it for Sasuke, but he's gonna try for Kabuto and Kakashi.
He's gonna do it for Kabuto, yeah, because that's basically what Itachi says anyway. No, it's literally what he says to Sasuke, is that he's like, why are you helping Kabuto? He's like, I see myself in Kabuto. I wasn't able to do this and this, but I want him to be able to.
Exactly.
Similar
it
idea
makes it
anyway.
So much more obvious, and in my opinion,
So, like in this
good.
case, like if we're doing the parallel, he's like, "Yo, Kabuto and I, we're literally the same. We killed our parents. I ruined our brother's life. I wasn't able to to make things right with you, but I want those two brothers to be able to."
But again, I just want to reiterate, it's not just for Kabuto, it's both for Kabuto and Sasuke, who would be witnessing this, and Itachi trying to change his ways, trying to, even if it's harder, come to a new outcome, a new conclusion. The same thing Naruto does by not trying to kill Sasuke at the end, but instead tries to talk to him. He's trying to do that for Sasuke, so Sasuke can see a different path forward, and change, and be a good guy. That, oh my god. I actually like that a lot. I like that.
Because one of the things is, there's a lot of things that Kishimoto does good with the whole Kabuto Itachi stuff, but this just would strengthen their end of this. Like I said, it's also working for Sasuke and Kakashi stuff too, even Kabuto himself. But specifically this part is just making Kabuto versus Itachi mean more.
Well, okay. I'm going to say something that I was thinking 3 hours ago, but I just couldn't figure out a way to express it. But I'm going to say it now, even though I haven't figured out a way to express it, because it's always been important throughout this past 3 hours. And it's still important here, and it's just as important 3 hours ago. So, okay, going back to the Sasuke retrieval arc, if we're going to have Kakashi and Kabuto fight in that arc, and Kabuto stalling Sasuke, and it's like during the same time as Naruto versus Sasuke, I want to not take away importance from the Naruto and Sasuke fight by doing a parallel, at least in some regard, with Kabuto and Sasuke. And that's, again, important for here. So maybe it's something along the lines of Sasuke was going to kill Naruto, just like Kabuto was going to kill Kakashi here, maybe. But Sasuke chose not to do it in the end because he doesn't want to walk in his brother's footsteps, whereas Kabuto's going to choose something else. He's not going to do the same path as Sasuke. He's going to do the exact opposite. He's going to want to do it, but I don't know how to write that because obviously he can't do that.
With the previous rewrite, he's the one not killing Kakashi. Like, he's literally...
Yeah. So the question is, what do we do here to parallel Kabuto and Sasuke walking different paths in this regard? Because they both have the curse mark. They're both walking the path of evil. And especially here, if Kabuto knows he's fighting his brother, especially.
Well, let's do this real quick about the brothers part. Like Naruto and Sasuke were like brothers. These guys aren't brothers.
Okay, the craziest thing. We do.
It's just like, you feel like a brother to me, Kabuto. And then you just see Kakashi. I am your brother.
But that's the thing. Okay, are you looking at my screen?
I am now.
Okay, we do both reveals at the same time. This panel is Kabuto saying the reveal, I'm your brother, and we get the reveal that he's Azu.
Oh my
both reveals at the same time.
Oh my god, because the face he's making there, he makes it look so crazy.
Exactly, it's so good, bro. I love that.
It is good. You could also technically have him do this face for the I'm your brother, and then later on it's this face that's like, what happened to my brother? But the double whammy reveal here is crazy.
I know, exactly. The exact same panel. I love that idea. That's so good.
You could, but again, you just have to do the I'm your brother. He could do a question like, what's the matter? Are you afraid? He turns around of your brother. It's just like, why is he afraid? It's the Orochimaru power he's sensing. He can say something like this chakra, what's happened to you? And then you can say something like that.
The problem is, I don't want people to confuse that by somehow people thinking that Kabuto is Orochimaru here and that Orochimaru is somehow Kakashi's brother or something weird like that. I don't want that confusion to be something, but later on it wouldn't be a problem anyways, obviously.
Well, you could also just be like, or, okay, what about this? he's got the mask on. So it's, rather than just turning around, he's gonna have the mask game. He's like, this chakra, like, I don't recognize it. Who are you? And then Kabuto could be like, what's the matter? You can't even recognize your own brother. Like,
Yes.
how about that?
I want it to be something that Kakashi can sense something's wrong, maybe through the Sharingan as it's hidden underneath this headband or whatever. He senses something wrong. Maybe it's the bad omen. I don't know. He senses something's off with Kabuto. He's sensing the Orochimaru cells. But, like, there's something else, because we're going to do something like the Obito is still masked, but they're doing, like, drop after drop after
like
hint after hint of, like,
like,
oh, he's Obito, he's
yeah,
and Kakashi,
wires
like,
are
figuring it out
probably
beforehand. He's like, yeah, like Kabuto's like, oh, what's wrong? It's like, oh, he's just, like, randomly referencing, like, his dad or whatever. Like, I don't know, the White Fang, he sure would have loved to see this.
Because Kakashi's going to know about White Fang Jutsu. This is going to expand on the lore.
Okay.
So we don't know a single White Fang technique, but you could have Kabuto doing a White Fang technique, and he's like, that technique, why do you know, how do you know it? Like, why do you know it? And then Kabuto would be like, I suppose it's because my dad taught me.
Yes. Oh, that's good, bro.
Oh, no. When he says, wait, what's the matter? Dad didn't teach you this ability?
That's good. I like that. I also like the idea that he's like hyping Kakashi up. Kabuto's hyping Kakashi up for being the ninja who knows 1,000 jutsu. He's Kakashi of the copycat ninja. And as Kakashi's doing one of his jutsus, like, let's just say Kakashi has the White Fang jutsu, Kabuto does the exact same hand signs, does the exact same jutsu at the exact same time. Kakashi's wondering, how's this possible? Does he have a Sharingan too? It's like, no, it's because I'm your brother. I don't know, something like that.
He's just like, it's like, I'm his son too.
Oh. The question is, when does Kabuto find this out? Because why is he revealing it here and now?
That's what I was saying. Like, it has to be Orochimaru told him, and he just, like, either didn't tell Kakashi for whatever reason, he wants to troll him harder now, or Orochimaru told him later on for whatever reason.
So I have a stupid possibility. Either Kabuto just somehow, coincidentally, maybe Orochimaru tells him, maybe Kabuto just finds it out right before he leaves to go confront Kakashi, and this is why he's going to confront Kakashi, rather than because of the whole, like, Orochimaru cell, validate himself, prove his whatever. It's because he just found out this. Another possibility, you might like this. Kimimaro knew all along, and he's telling him as a parting gift. That actually works for everything else we're doing here.
Yeah, I mean,
the timeline, why he leaves, why he leaves. It's like, Kimimaro knows he's gonna die anyways. I don't care how Kimimaro knows, whether Orochimaru told him in secret or if he just found out somehow. I don't know. He came across the same ancient ruins he thought you found.
Like,
Don't complain.
Like, about your father, he's the White Fang of the...
In fact, I would like them to, like, say the about your father part, and then, like, they do, like, the mouth thing where they, like, blank out the words, or they just, like, cut to Kabuto's reaction. You don't know. Exactly. Yeah. Tell Kakashi.
No, what would be interesting, though, is... So, this depends... Okay. What would be interesting is if base Kakashi's equal to base Kabuto. Kakashi obviously has the Sharingan that we got from Obito. So if Kabuto was using the Orochimaru cells to equal out with Kakashi, like, for that reason, he wants to equal his brother, but...
Ooh. You know what?
You could do that.
Okay, I like this. This can be why Kabuto...
Especially considering, look at the eye thing right now. They each have a weird eye.
Yeah. So, okay, I like this. So this is the version of the story that I like the best. Kabuto got the cells because the same thing we were saying before. They did the free-for-all, the strong guy won, and Kabuto wants to be the vessel, so he gets the cells. And maybe Kabuto does beat that guy. Let's just say he's the same, like, strength as he is in Ken. Doesn't really matter. The guy doesn't matter. So Kabuto was going to be the next vessel, but they're still waiting to see if Sasuke is going to get there in time. Kimimaro leaves, reveals that information to Kabuto. Kabuto's planned to be the next vessel. Kabuto hears that information about the White Fang and Kakashi, whatever. He leaves unannounced, And Sasuke doesn't get there in time. Orochimaru doesn't know where Kabuto is. He's like, what's going on? Where's Kabuto? I need my vessel now. And he has to. He's forced to go into that other guy that he goes into in canon. Because Kabuto's just not there. He was planned to be the vessel, and he was fighting Kakashi instead. What do you think about that?
So, is Kabuto doing this because he no longer is interested in being the vessel because now he has this new goal that he wants to do? Or is he being dumb and thinking, oh, this will prove I'm worthy of being the vessel when he's already chosen to be the vessel?
So this, in my opinion, wouldn't be about the vessel anymore. This would be strictly about Kakashi and the Hatake dynamic with who he is.
But he's just not trying to be the vessel anymore. So in which case, I don't know if you need to have the whole vessel thing in the first place. He could just do... You could just have him not try to be the vessel in the first place. I mean, you could, but...
In this case, I guess he wouldn't be trying to delay Kakashi to stop Sasuke. He would just be fighting Kakashi for, like, his own separate things.
Doing it, like, basically. So
almost separate from the arc entirely.
Because, like, as it is...
He's just concluding
Orochimaru
this
gets
in part one.
Before Kimimaro and Kabuto even start talking. So you could have him go, like, he's talking to Kimimaro. Kimimaro says his thing, and that just sparks Kabuto to do his own thing too.
Yeah. I like that.
In which case he'll just be like, Orochimaru, there's something I need to do. I'll be back. You've got your vessel. I'll go check on something, whatever he says, he leaves. And Orochimaru's like, that's Kabuto. He's always so interesting, whatever he's gonna say.
Well, if Kabuto's following Orochimaru because he doesn't know who he is, then I think he would jump at the opportunity to find out more about who he is.
This is telling him about who he is. Because what Kimimaro can basically be like, is like, I figured out who I am just now. Fully figured out what my role is. It'd be like, Kabuto, thanks to you, I figured out who I am. So, I'll return the favor.
Bro, as much as this is about Kabuto, I'm so excited at how cool this makes Kiba.
I know, it's just like, he just knows. It's like, I don't want to say he's doing this despite Orochimaru. Like, Orochimaru cannot have told him to keep it a secret. It can just be a thing to where, like, I know this. The question is, why was he telling him before? It's not a secret.
Well, I like the idea. It's a parting gift.
Against Orochimaru, which can be interesting, but the question is, do we like that? Well,
okay. What if it's a parting gift in exchange for Kabuto allowing him to leave? Because maybe he's like connected to all the wires and he literally just can't move out of the wires that are like connected to him or whatever. So he's like begging Kabuto, let me go. I know I'm going to die sooner. I'm going to die anyways. Let me go get Sasuke. And like in exchange, I'll tell you something about yourself. Or like he does it afterwards. If Kabuto does his thing first. Lets Kimimaro go. Because Kimimaro wants to go either way. It would just be in this case, Kabuto's choosing to allow him to. Rather than Kimimaro choosing to on his own, I guess.
But the question is, why would Kabuto not choose to allow Kimimaro to go regardless? It's not losing anything by letting him go.
I mean, if Kabuto has any kind of hope that he could not have Kimimaro die or figure something out, maybe. I mean, that's why he's hooked up to all the medicine anyways. He's not a lost cause if he's still being, even up to that point, being treated.
That's what's weird, but they're also like aren't acting like he's a lost cause.
He is with their current understanding and technology and medicine, but like in the future, maybe he won't be. I don't know.
Yeah.
But I think this works either way, whether you wanted to be to stall for Sasuke because he still loves Orochimaru and wants to be with Orochimaru, or if he is just abandoning Orochimaru here. Maybe not abandoning when he decides to leave, but like he's going to figure out what he wants to do.
Yeah, exactly. Well, see, this one works better with all the previous Kabuto betray Orochimaru things that were like built up. So this would be like basically just saying he has reservations about his identity. So again, he'll go back to Orochimaru. He'll be in the Tenchi Bridge being with Orochimaru. But the point is, you can even add an extra Kakashi scene, like if Kakashi's on the Tenchi Bridge arc, just to show more like, okay, Kabuto's with Orochimaru, but it's clear that like at some point he's just gonna break away. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when kind of thing. Then when Orochimaru dies,
whether he's involved in that or not, it's like, all right, he's now on his own doing his thing.
Yeah. I think you could have it be to where Kabuto leaves Orochimaru at the end of part 1, since it's all set up throughout part 1, it's not in part 2 anyways. So if he does leave in part 1, I think that could be interesting, especially since, again, this fight's been built up throughout all of part 1. This is happening towards the finale anyways. Might as well have this all at the end of part 1, since that's what it's been in part 1 anyways. So if he leaves in part 1, I'm not going to say that's a bad thing. I'd say that's just as good.
It's just a little weird for him to
arguably
randomly leave all of a sudden on the drop of a hat like that. It just feels like very sudden. But...
Well, it wouldn't be leaving. It would just be going to figure out what he's going to do, and then once he confronts Kakashi, he then, at some point during that fight, decides he's going to leave Orochimaru and go off on his own.
I've decided what I'm going to do. Like,
yeah, it's going to be based on whatever Kakashi's resolve here is. Maybe after he tells Kakashi... Okay, no, I know it. Okay. So this is My Hero Academia related, but it's not, because it's not in the series. It's my rewrite of something that didn't happen, which we'll get to later when you do that. But what I would do, Kabuto says his thing, Kakashi flat out refuses to believe him. You're not my brother. My brother would never do blah, blah, blah. My brother died long ago. Or if he even thinks he has a brother, it doesn't matter.
Oh, that could be a cool Obito parallel. Like, he thinks he's dead.
Yeah.
My brother died at Kikyo Pass.
But Kakashi's outright denying it, flat out refusing even the possibility, and that pisses Kabuto off. Because he's like almost like it's like this vulnerable secret to him, because he's going there not knowing what he wants to do. This is gonna like give him his answer. He wasn't expecting this answer. He was expecting something else. He was hoping Kakashi would say something, whatever it was going to be, so he would go back to Orochimaru. But this was like the most uncomfortable answer he could have possibly accepted. Because this is him like being denied his existence, his identity. So it's not him trying to find out who he is. The world is rejecting who he is. And so I guess now he has to do that in return. Or reject the world.
So this is like so this is both impactful and kind of silly, but like, you don't have to use this specific dialogue, but I'm sure you can understand the meaning. If Kabuto were to say, like, even if you are my father's son, you are not my brother. It's basically saying, like because, like, the way you are is not like my brother. Like, you're not being my brother. You're not a good guy, blah, blah, blah. But, like, that's, like, the meaning.
Yeah, well, technically the meaning is, like, even if we're connected by blood, we're not connected by bonds. Which would be like the theme of this arc as well.
Exactly.
Whereas Naruto and Sasuke, they're not connected by blood, but they are connected by bonds. It's the exact opposite.
That's a cool inverse parallel there, actually. Yeah, that might be the best way to do this.
Why are we too good at this?
Just on the fly.
I mean,
this thumbnail says it all. But
exactly. I'm so
I like
glad.
that idea. So then the question, okay, so why does this specifically spark him to leave Orochimaru? And that's question 1. Question 2 is, what exactly is he doing, in part 2? So let's start with question 1. Why does that answer lead to him being like, I'm leaving Orochimaru?
I liked what I said earlier, and you can feel free to expand on your thoughts on it, but Kabuto at first didn't know who he is, and he's trying to find it under Orochimaru's guidance. Kimimaro gives him the spark for him to find out on his own, rather than under Orochimaru, who he is. So he's going to jump at that opportunity. He goes to Kakashi. So he's telling Kakashi who he is, because he's like starting to finally figure it out. And Kakashi denies his existence. So Kabuto went from, who am I, to Kakashi saying, you're not you. So Kabuto is trying to find his identity. He's telling Kakashi his identity. Kakashi is rejecting his identity. That's like the world is rejecting Kabuto. It always has. So now Kabuto is going to reject the world, which would include Orochimaru.
That can work, but you could also argue that would just give him the reason why he goes back as opposed to anything else. Because Kakashi rejected it, so he's back to who am I? And the only answer he ever got was from Kimimaro, an extension of Orochimaru. So you could make an argument for him to go back. Like,
yeah. Man,
but you could also do a thing to where, like, Orochimaru never gave him an answer, and now so he's gonna rely on no one, and he's gonna like,
I mean, he does take Orochimaru's words to heart. If you want to keep that, then he can still have that effect from Orochimaru. It depends on what you want to do specifically, really.
Now I want you to catch up on My Hero Academia, not for My Hero Academia, but for my reread. I'm sure Space is giddy jumping with joy right now.
But okay, regardless of why things happen, assuming he does split from Orochimaru, what is he doing in Shippuden up until the war arc? Like, what is he doing?
He doesn't need...
in the sidelines, in the background, we're wondering what he's doing, but we don't get the reveal till later? Or is he actively going to do anything?
It needs to be like the second half of Shippuden. He can't band up with anyone else. He can't join the Akatsuki. He can't team up with Obito. He can't do anything else. He needs to be on his own because he's rejecting the world. He's rejecting everyone because everyone's rejected him.
But is he going to interact with anyone at any point besides maybe like the scene where he gives Naruto the book or whatever? Like, wait.
Oh, no, yeah, obviously. He's not going to be a hermit recluse away from everyone. He's going to want everyone else dead.
So, like, let's just say, like, in the Tenchi Bridge arc, will he appear and fight someone? Like, what is he doing? Or is he just training?
I like him being just chaos, just a third party that sometimes comes in randomly and just fights everyone on both sides, makes everyone's life miserable, makes Kakashi suffer. Especially that's where it gets interesting, is going back to the My Hero Academia, right? Kakashi's gonna flat out refuse at first. Some point, probably over the time skip, he's gonna realize Kabuto is right, and he's gonna maybe want to try and save Kabuto, but at that point it's too late, and he's gonna suffer and feel grief and despair and all this stuff.
Instead of his target being like Sasuke, like Kakashi's like the guy he's trying to like kill and make miserable. He's specifically mad at Kakashi of all people.
Well, especially if he finds out about what happened with Naruto and Sasuke, and especially if Naruto finds out about Kakashi and Kabuto, they're gonna want each other to succeed, and they're gonna be fighting for each other to succeed by each other getting stronger. It's like Kakashi's gonna want to succeed and save Kabuto because of Naruto, and Naruto's gonna want to save Sasuke because of Kakashi and Kabuto.
Yeah.
Just something
interesting you could do is you could have Kabuto get a body and kill someone from the leaf, but also he kills one of the Akatsuki. The question is who we have to kill. So he's like, he is being a menace. Like, you just don't know whether to think Kabuto's good a guy. Because on one hand, he killed an Akatsuki. On the other hand, oh my god, he just killed Akiba or whatever. Like,
well, the funniest answer is if Choji doesn't die in the Sasuke Chiba.
Yeah, he dies to Kabuto.
You could have Sai die in Tenchi Bridge, depending on how you want to do it. I mean, he's a completed character, like, anyways.
He's just what to do for a Kabuto kill. Like, he's the most... Yeah.
Because at that point, rather than having Sai...
What does Sai really do after Tenchi Bridge?
He fights Shin, which is good, but instead of Shin, and I guess, Sasori being revived with him, just have Sai and Shin revived together. And rather than fight, they can break free at the same time through their brotherly bond, and they'll do the book where they connect at the middle with the Seal of Reconciliation as in Edo Tensei, as they both fade away instead of fighting the Alliance. There you go.
Yeah, they don't even like fight each other as it is. So
exactly.
Dares blow shit up. Yeah, that can work there. Yeah. Plus, Kabuto's the one reviving him at that point. No.
Yeah. Might as well.
Okay, so yeah, he kills Sai. We don't care too much about, but he's enough. And then what Akatsuki would be good for him to kill, though?
Well, okay. Well, part of the reason people don't care about Sai is because he doesn't do anything in the rest of Shippuden. That's not necessarily true, because
right after Tenchi Bridge, yeah.
Yeah, like, again, he doesn't do anything in the rest of Shippuden because he was unpopular in the popularity polls, which is why, because of Tenchi Bridge, he was unpopular. But, like, if Sai's only thing is Tenchi Bridge and then he dies afterwards, I don't think people are going to hate him. I think people are going to like Sai as a character. They're going to see him as like any other one-off character in any other one-off arc, kind of like Inari. Everyone likes Inari.
It's also going to be really sad that right after he has that character arc, Kabuto just kills.
Exactly. Yes. Makes it all the more tragic.
So, yeah. I mean, but it's also, you're writing him out of the story. Now you've done that's the story arc with him.
There you go. Even more tragic because he couldn't even complete his book in the end. until the war arc.
Yeah, he never finishes it. Yeah, he
I mean-
figured out what he was gonna draw.
I mean, if you want to have it, it doesn't make any sense, but it would be kind of wholesome and funny, is if the whole book is like, it's Sai and his brother, but the middle page is just Sai and Team 7 just like holding hands. It's just his brother's
Okay, I got even stupider. It's Sai and his brother. Kabuto is Sai's brother too.
But now we have Kakashi and Sai being brothers. This is hard.
Kabuto kills that brother.
No wonder Chio hated the White Fang. He was a freaking marauder going around the way he did in that war.
I called the White Fang for nothing. So now, what Akatsuki member should Kabuto kill? See, I feel like Sasori could work, but like, then he's just not dying versus Chio and Sakura, and you lose everything there.
Yeah.
Datara could work, but then you lose Sasuke versus Datara.
Well,
Kaksu
okay.
could work, but then you lose Naruto versus Kakuzu. That's probably the most disposable one here. Hidan could work, but then you lose Shikamaru versus... The problem is, who is he going to kill? Conan?
If we're gonna have Kabuto be the masked figure in the search for Kazekage, I completely missed the name of that arc. The search for the Kazekage.
Well, I mean,
if we're gonna
not
have him
too
be
far off
the
what
masked figure there, then it can be that Chio and Sasori just defeat. Chio and Sakura defeat Sasori, and then Sasori reveals the information, and then Kabuto kills him in response. Okay, regardless of that, regardless if Kabuto kills Sasori, if Kabuto is going to be the masked figure in that arc anyways, the reason he could be at Tenchi Bridge, he was hiding in the shadows, overhearing Sasori give that information to them as well. There you go.
Well,
Easy.
if Kabuto's the spy, then he would just know anyways. Of course, is there a new spy?
He doesn't have to be the spy in this case. I like the fact that he just overhears.
So who is the spy then?
I mean, Jiraiya's informant. Double agent.
Yo, Roy.
Yeah, who cares, really?
I like Kabuto just like shows up and then Orochimaru shows up. Just like...
Yeah. Well, if anything, this is also cool if Kabuto's in the pain arc because he doesn't want Naruto to be captured by the Akatsuki. He's not doing it for Orochimaru's sake. He's doing it to screw over the Akatsuki.
Yeah,
But then
that
also,
one works well there.
if he's in the pain arc, he's probably either going to find out and know in the pain arc or see Kakashi die. I wonder what he would think about that.
That would be interesting too.
Yeah.
I feel like that one's easier to write him into it, like being in the background doing stuff.
Yeah.
The Tenchi Bridge is really hard because he has his role there as it is in canon. It's really weird to write him out of that role.
I know. I mean, he's still technically there in this case. He's just fighting Kakashi.
To be fair though, if you wanted to, you could just delay his abandoning of Orochimaru to be like, he goes back because Kakashi didn't give him an answer, but now he's hoping Orochimaru will give him an answer. And at some point over the time skip in Shippuden, he decides he's not getting his answer. Maybe the Tenchi Bridge is the arc where he leaves. The point is he comes to that conclusion and leaves. So not when he leaves, when Orochimaru dies, but not at the end of part 1 either. It could be like Tenchi Bridge arc.
I do think that is more boring. Here's a possibility. He leaves in Sasuke Retrieval. He comes back in Tenchi Bridge. And he's like this third party. He's not on anyone's side. Orochimaru's fighting the Four-Tails. Meanwhile, Kabuto's fighting Kakashi, which Kakashi doesn't want to do. Because first of all, he doesn't want to fight Kabuto in the first place. Especially if at this point he does accept and realize the fact that Kabuto's his brother, but it's too late now. But he wants to stop Naruto from rampaging, just like Yamato did. Whether it's through the stupid ceiling tag thing that Jiraiya gave him or whatever. He could just do it in those guys. But he's not able to do that. But at one point in time, somehow or another, Kabuto and Orochimaru are going to get away from Four Tails and Kakashi, they're probably going to meet up, and I would be curious in this case what Kabuto and Orochimaru think of one another. Maybe they join back together, at least temporarily. Whether they're on the same side or like unlikely alliances, like if you want to call it the fifth grade or the fourth grade Knights or whatever, that they're technically not all peaceful allies or whatever, but they're grouping together for a common enemy, if you want to say. They could just do like a temporary alliance like that. I mean, that's sort of their dynamic in part 1 anyways. It's like, I could betray you at any time, but we're on the same side for what we want right now. But that's how you could get Kabuto back with Orochimaru, because I think that's a lot more interesting, and I think the way it currently is boring. And that does go with what you were saying in that other podcast topic down below. Everyone hates Kabuto. How could we possibly change it to where people don't hate Kabuto? Wherever you wrote that. But I think just making it more interesting with stuff like this.
Yeah, let me see exactly what I wrote there. Yeah, so I can scroll up slightly, a little bit more. Okay, so a lot of people don't seem to like Kabuto that much. How would we rewrite Kabuto's character so that he is still a war arc boss, but people might care more than with his current identity arc? I'm impressed that you're able to continue that flow of reading from me changing it from the sidebar to here with the text thing expanding. I did a lot there. It was pretty seamless. And I was also like looking at my peripheral too, Ad. I was like, what are we looking at it straight on? Yeah. I wanted to address this earlier, but technically, we've been addressing this the entire time, but I feel like this is more... Oh, yeah, I know. It's just like, I guess we've been doing that via this current one. Exactly. Just like I'm just trying to decide, because my biggest thing is Orochimaru's reaction to Kabuto leaving and how I want that to look, because I'm fine with Kabuto leaving here, but like, it feels weird for Orochimaru to just, like, have nothing to say, but it also feels weird for him to just freak out. Because, again, Kabuto is just suddenly leaving on him. So, like, I don't know how I want Orochimaru to react to that. Well, he can be mad in the Tenji Bridge if they meet back up here. Be like, you betrayed me, Kabuto. How dare you? But maybe Kabuto can say something, or the other, I'm going to help you, Orochimaru, I'm going to give you this, I'm actually on your side now, or he's going to say something to where they can make a temporary alliance. I mean, if Obito and frickin' Kabuto can do it, then Orochimaru and Kabuto can do it. Yeah, no, I'm just more so thinking about, like, Orochimaru's reaction at the end of part 1. Like, how do I want that to look? I mean, especially, I do think this is more interesting anyways. We just give Kabuto's Sai's role in this case. Kabuto continues his work under Danzo, and so... the reason that Orochimaru lets him back in isn't because he's Kabuto, it's because he has a message from Danzo. And in this case, he's still playing that double agent to where he's going to try and kill Sasuke. He could do that, but... the only problem, if we do that, then obviously he'd be kicked out again, and then he wouldn't see Orochimaru's death. That line. Yeah. But... which is a cool line, but I feel like this is worth changing. It's even cooler. Yeah. Well, first of all, do you want him there for Sasuke versus Orochimaru or not? Like, I mean, you don't even need to have him there. Just have a meetup with Sasuke at some point very soon after, since Sasuke can just leave that place and they can just meet up anywhere. Even coincidentally, I feel like with this Kabuto rewrite, though, he's a lot stronger and stuff. I don't feel like the which one are you thing really makes sense. At that point, he's just gonna find out about it off screen. That's all there is to that. Like, I feel like if he's not an Orochimaru loyalist, don't even do that line, that scene. Oh god, I'm just hung up on how do I want Orochimaru to specifically react to Kabuto just disappearing and never coming back. Both when he disappears and when he never comes back. Like, maybe it could be the Orochimaru humanity thing to where he did genuinely like Kabuto in part 1 and he saw him as having value as like a human rather than just as a tool. But now he sees him as only having value as a tool and completely dispensable, completely disposable, just like any other pawn.
but he still has value as that tool based on the Danzo stuff, so he's going to let him back in for just that.
I mean, when Orochimaru when Kabuto leaves, you could have Orochimaru thinking back to like those earlier Kabuto scenes and being like, what a curious fellow, has he finally like decided to leave or whatever? He's just interested as opposed to like pissed.
He could do that. Well, the problem is if he was planned to be the next
Sasuke now,
vessel,
so he doesn't care as much, but at the same time, he doesn't have Sasuke's body, so like.
I mean, if he's planned to be the next vessel, he took the Orochimaru cells and he ran, basically. So it's like, sort of screwed Orochimaru over and stole from him. It's like, basically,
well, yeah, I mean.
I think could be an interesting fellow. Something that could be cool, especially for Orochimaru's humanity. So, when Orochimaru takes the body of that guy who won the free-for-all, he asks him what he wants. He could do that same thing to Kabuto, and Kabuto's like, who am I? Orochimaru, you're a Hatake. Do you have any more wishes? Kabuto's like, yeah, let me go meet Kakashi really quick. I'll be right back. Like, okay. Orochimaru just lets it happen in this case. Oh, what an interesting fellow. That can be how you have Orochimaru not hate Kabuto in this case. He's using his humanity to give him his final wish. And allowing him to, like, express it.
I just can't decide
cool
what I like best for Orochimaru's, like, feelings towards Kabuto. I just can't decide what I like best, because every idea I'm thinking of is just conflicting. You can't follow them, so I don't know.
Well, it's not that I don't like these. I like all of them is the problem. I feel like you're the one that's
don't know which one I want to go with. Like, what do I want Orochimaru's thing to be with Kabuto here? Like,
well, to be fair, I'm not going with any of the Orochimaru ideas.
On this. Like, how he embraces his identity. Kimimura's the way he finds out. Perfect. So,
yeah, exactly. I like the Kimimaro one more than the Orochimaru.
I also like Kabuto and Orochimaru glazing Kimimaro together, but I really don't want to lose that if we can help it.
Yeah.
I mean, you could do a thing to where Kimimaro tells Kabuto, and then Kabuto's talking to Orochimaru, they're talking glazing Kimimaro. In that conversation, they talk about what Kimimaro revealed, and then when Kimimaru's flame goes out, Kabuto starts acting mysterious and kind of leaves. That's when he does his thing. And Orochimaru can be, like, curious about what Kabuto's up to. Like, I wonder what's going through his head again. He does that again.
So, like, okay, I like the idea.
He is going to betray me after all. Like,
I like the idea. The flame represents not just Kimimaro, but Kabuto. When the flame goes out, that's when Kabuto's lost all resolve. You can see in his eyes, they're just empty, void, blank, filled with nothingness, and that's when he decides to leave to go see Kakashi.
You know, what could be interesting is the way Orochimaru speaks about Kimimaro in that moment is, it doesn't mean anything to me now because I have Sasuke. She could have that could be like Kabuto's snapping point to where basically, whereas there were things personal for Orochimaru and Kabuto, hearing Orochimaru say that, coupled with what he's learned about himself, could be like, I'm never going to find my identity here because this is what Orochimaru's being like. And he's just going to ditch me with Sasuke all the same, and I'll never find my identity. That could be kind of what he's thinking of. And then, like, the flames timing is good there because that's when Orochimaru says that line.
That could, but that would just be making him Dosu.
Well, I mean,
yeah, exactly.
Who's going to complain?
Yeah, I got you that mug for a reason.
I mean, if we do the earlier rewrite where Kabuto kills Dosu, you'd be like, you'd be jealous.
I think the way that you could incorporate both ideas in a pretty cool way for both Kimimaro and Orochimaru giving him the permission and telling him, Kimimaro tells him as the parting gift, with that knowledge, he's still willing to sacrifice his body to Orochimaru, but when Orochimaru asks what his last wish is, Kabuto tells him, yeah, Kimimaro told me this. So with this knowledge, my last wish is I want to go see Kakashi. and Orochimaru would grant that wish before taking his body.
Like, how that's just too late.
Yeah.
I feel like
it's
Orochimaru
funny.
would just know, though, because just know that's not a good idea. He's already on death's door, that's why he's doing this. He's not just gonna risk that.
I mean, it could work if he expects Kabuto to come back, but he never does. Kabuto betrays him, he leaves.
You have to expect Kabuto to come back way too fast.
I mean, to be fair, of all ways for Kabuto to betray Orochimaru, this is probably the coolest and best way that we've ever thought of. He's planned to be Orochimaru's next vessel, and he ditches him right before he needs a vessel. That's a lot cooler than he just randomly comes in and, like, throws a kunai at Orochimaru or whatever, like the Sir Tsunade arc. Fake betrayal, fake out. It's like... That's way cooler. Probably the best way to do it. That's what Orochimaru's been going after this whole time in part 1. If you think Sasuke's gonna be too late, then there you go.
You could do a thing to where he's worried Sasuke might be too late. Kabuto's the backup vessel. Kabuto leaves to go free Kimimaro so that, Kimimaro can just clean up everything and make sure Sasuke's on time. So Orochimaru is planning for Sasuke to be on time in this case, but Kabuto's the backup. And then, through the Kimimaro conversation, Kabuto just doesn't come back. He just doesn't even talk to Orochimaru. There's no granting the wish. He just leaves. And then time's up for Sasuke. Orochimaru's looking for Kabuto. He's just nowhere to be found.
Yeah. One way, I don't like this, but one way you could do it is there's like plot versus story to where Orochimaru out loud on the surface level is granting Kabuto's wish to go to Kakashi for his humanity or whatever to grant his final wish. But like deep down, Kabuto doesn't know this, but deep down, Orochimaru is secretly doing it because, he somehow, and this is why I don't like it, he somehow knows Kakashi's on the way, and he wants to ensure, guarantee no matter what, that Sasuke is going to get to him, no matter what. So he's sending Kabuto to go stall Kakashi, even if Kabuto doesn't know that. Because he would rather take a bad vessel now to guarantee he gets Sasuke in 3 years than to take Kabuto's body now and risk Sasuke never getting there. So he's playing the long game in this case, which I think works better for Orochimaru anyways.
Kimimara's role is there.
Guaranteeing
Sasuke coming.
Especially since Orochimaru is like, especially in part 1, he's playing with all the pawns. He's like the king, the chessboard master leader player guy. He should be the guy to be playing the long game, which is all the more cooler when he's literally there at the frickin' finale of Shippuden.
I mean, yeah, but again, that would take away from Kimimaro if it's like he's worried so he doesn't think Kimimaro is going to handle it.
If it's when the candle goes out, then he knows Kimimaro's dead, seemingly.
Okay, so in that case, you're just changing Kabuto's leaving time again.
Yeah. I mean, it's a possibility. That could work. We've at this point, I wonder how many different variations on rewrites we've done on this Kabuto thing tonight.
I know.
Are we up to 40, 50?
I mean, you could do... There's another variation, but it's kind of weird, is that... So Kimimaro's candle goes out. Maybe Kabuto wants to be the vessel. Orochimaru is really holding out for Sasuke, so he asks Kabuto to go check on things because Kimimaro is dead. And Kabuto wants to be the vessel, but Orochimaru is just like, no, go. I think Kabuto's pissed.
We could do that. I don't think I like that one as much, though.
I don't like it as much either. But...
It's not that it's not good, it's that there's better ones.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is I'm losing track of all these at this point.
Because we've done, like, every variation.
Just this one idea.
I know. But I'll
I
be
love
honest, like,
rewrites, bro. Like, I really just...
like, we've done Kabuto rewrites in the past. But even if that makes Kabuto better, I've never thought Kabuto. Well, yeah, Kabuto's been quote unquote technically good objectively, but I've never enjoyed Kabuto. He's always been boring as a character. Like this thing applied to me, so it's like I'm down. Like now I'm excited for Kabuto. This made Kabuto interesting and fun to me.
I mean, my favorite thing so far has still been when he turns around or pulls off the mask, whatever, he does the Orochimaru face reveal. It's also the brother reveal face thing that he does. That's the thumbnail. It's still my favorite part of this.
It's so good.
I just can't decide on the specifics of
Orochimaru.
The end with Orochimaru and what exactly I want from him in Shippuden, because that's the really hard part. But I definitely like the Kimimaru thing and the he meets Kakashi thing. And they do the whole brother, like Kakashi rejects him as his brother at the time, whereas Naruto's and Sasuke are doing the opposite, essentially.
Yeah. So...
And then obviously that works for Itachi later on.
Yeah. I feel like we could
also... in mind,
yeah.
Well, go ahead.
I was going to say, technically, we should probably do more things in early part 1 to give Kabuto actual character and goal outside of Orochimaru and outside of the Betrayal thing. Because, like, freaking ninja info cards, really? That's what he's doing. He's collecting information. He's gathering intel. Oh, he's scary. He's dangerous. Why? For Orochimaru,
you could hint towards him finding out who he is.
Exactly.
He doesn't directly state it, but you can at least hint towards that being his thing.
Have that be why he's taking the freaking tuning exam. Have that be why he spontaneously, spur of the moment, decided to quit the prelims. It's not that he's ever done it 3 times before in the past. It's that he's randomly joining the tuning exams now on the fly, and he's quitting it for the same reason. To find out who he is. I don't know, just throw lines
you
like
could
that
also,
in there.
again, why is he randomly want to betray Orochimaru than not? It's just all playing into the finding out who he is thing. It's just like, he can't decide what he wants because he can't decide who he is because he doesn't know who he is.
Yeah. This is really, 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 really stupid. Like the stupidest thing you've ever seen. But Shadow the Hedgehog ending. I'll do all endings. So I don't know why I just randomly thought of this, but okay. I'm gonna share it in a way that you can see it. Or, like, hear it, I mean. Okay. Yeah. So, there's, like, 20 different endings or something. Does it say how many there are? No, it doesn't say. There's, like, 20 different endings. All of them, he, like... so, the whole game, there's, like, 5... There's, like... Okay, there's, like... Unironically, I do mean this literally. I think there's 20 different alternate paths you can take for, like, 50 different levels. And every, like... path, so all 20 paths have an alternate ending, which is how you get to like these 20 different alternate endings down here. Every playthrough you do, it's like you gather the 7 Chaos Emeralds or whatever, and like you beat the final boss no matter which path you go down. It's the hero path or the dark path, or the Eggman path that's technically in the middle, which is cool because it's like you have like the hero path, which is like Sonic and the gun agents. I don't know how much.
That's kind of like what Undertale does. With its, like,
exactly. Yeah. And then you have like the dark path with like the aliens, the black aliens with Doom and all that, Black Doom. And then you have like again the middle path that hates both sides, Eggman's path, which is the middle, which is what I want Kabuto to be. He's that third party, which is really cool. In fact,
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, that kind of segues to a thing I was gonna say in a way. With this rewrite in mind, as opposed to just being Obito and Kabuto, thoughts on it's Kabuto, Obito, and Orochimaru. All 3 are big players of the war, but their own 3 separate things.
Absolutely.
So, who is doing Edo Tensei? Orochimaru because that was his thing, or is Kabuto stealing that? Probably should just be Orochimaru because that was his thing. Weird for him to lose it, but...
Yeah, Orochimaru, I would say.
So then what is Kabuto's thing for the war?
So if we're going with the idea we said earlier, that's funny. If we're going with the idea we said earlier, to where in the Pain arc he steals the Forbidden Scroll to give to Sasuke or whatever, he would obviously know all the jutsus in there as well. So he would know both jutsus that Naruto and Sasuke have. He'd be doing the Madara thing, like, oh, you have one power, you have the other, I have both. So that could be like Kabuto's thing in this case.
Takes Jubito's spot.
I mean, he basically looks like Jubito anyways. It's like it works.
Yeah.
And let's be honest. Honestly, I might mean this literally.
I mean,
it would be cooler for Kabuto to have like the Sword of Nonoboku and talking about the Sage of Six Packs than it would for Obito.
well, no, actually, okay, so here's the thing I was about to say. Okay, so some people would argue this is a bad idea, but hear me out. Itachi and Sasuke, they're dealing with Orochimaru. That's much more their thing. Naruto's only Orochimaru stuff is really extensions of Sasuke. So that's their guy. Obito, he has a little bit of history with Sasuke. He's really Naruto's guy, as we clearly see. Like, yeah, he fights with Sasuke. The Doctor Jutsu, all that stuff, it's just Naruto. He's really Naruto's guy. You could write it to where Orochimaru gets sealed, Naruto defeats Obito with Kakashi and all that. Like, they just defeat Obito, and Kabuto is the last one remaining of this three. Obviously, there's Madara, whatever you want to do with him, but, like, Kabuto is the Jubito guy where Naruto and Sasuke fight.
Kamui, the Ancient One's listening. I'm going to invite him.
Okay.
Feel free to speak. Feel free to be guest. But while he's deciding on that, so going back to my Shadow the Hedgehog thing. So first of all, going to the Shadow the Hedgehog opening. So I just wanted to show off this moment of the opening. I'm going to play it on muted because obvious reasons. But this shows like the three different factions dynamic in this part. So again, it's Shadow. He's like, ironically, it's kind of funny. He's lost his memory. He's trying to determine his identity too, which gets to the ending. But this is the opening sequence. So this shows us three different sequences. So like, I think it's the bad guys, the good guys, and then the middle. So this is bad guys. So bad guys, that's the leader. And he's like, oh, go forward, my minions, as he points. And then same with the good guy, go forward, my minions, and he points. And then there's Eggman, go forward, my minions, and point. I thought that was really cool, like the coolest thing ever. So. But going back to the ending here. So Shadow, he collects all the Chaos Emeralds as he figures out who he is. Oh. Hello, Ancient One. So, I'm curious, the Ancient One. Have you ever played the Shadow the Hedgehog video game? Can you try that again, but in better audio?
Maybe it's my headphones.
Well, it's definitely your headphones. But
Yeah, something.
Do you hear me?
yeah, well, we can.
Might have said, can you hear me? I don't know. I did not get that one at all.
Oh my god.
Well, you're here in spirit, so I'll assume you played the Shadow the Hedgehog video game. So back to that. So this is the ending sequence. No, okay, you said no. Okay. Well, you're about to find out what happens in it. So he defeats the bad guy, the final boss. He spins all the Chaos Emeralds around him because he just got them all. He says whatever dialogue.
I've got all the Chaos Emeralds.
Yeah, okay, I can turn off this if he's just going to have subtitles anyways. In this case, he defeats Eggman, I guess. So probably one of the middle paths.
And this is how you repay me?
So, I'm thinking of a specific line.
Android.
So ignoring the context here, but...
The ultimate battle life form created by Eggman. You may have created me, Doctor, but I will now lead this empire and androids will rule.
So again, ignoring the context of this specific ending, this is what matters. This is the final thing he says at the end of every one of these alternate endings. This is who I am, in this kind of way.
Is who I am.
He says it so aggressively. It's so determined, like he's
to say that to Orochimaru.
Yeah, bro, he's figured it out. That's why I wanted to pull it up for that line exactly. I just want to replay.
And androids will rule. This is who I am.
Yeah, just imagine Kabuto saying that after so long of wondering who he is.
So
But
who do we want
especially-
him to say that to? We can only pick one person. Is it Orochimaru? Is it Kakashi? Is it Itachi? Like, who is he saying it to?
Well, funny enough, he can say it multiple times since Shadow says it multiple times. Technically, they're alternate endings. But especially, like, yes, War Art Kabuto is asking, who am I? Who am I?
like
He's
one
putting
time
so many
best,
people
though.
in
I
it.
want, like, the epitome time in his big
Well,
flash.
no, because it's like, okay, but then you could say that about Naruto saying, I'm going to strip that mask off of you to Obito. It's about how he says it because it's different meanings when he says it. It's like when he says it to, like, let's say he says it, Sasuke Retrieval Arc to Kakashi. I'm your brother. That's who I am. And Kakashi's like, no, you're not. I don't have a brother. Then later on, he's like saying it to someone he hates in Moshipun that he wants to kill. It's like, this is who I am. I'm everyone. I'm Jirobo. I'm Sakon. I'm all these people. This is who I am. Raw! And then like the War Arc, he's like talking to Kakashi after Izanami. He's like, you know, Kakashi, this is who I am. He's just like, he accepted who he really is.
If we're gonna do 3, that's the way to do 3 with those types of examples. But to some extent, I don't want to overdo this is who I am. Like, I really like the villain, like, he's come to his epiphany, like, this is who I am. He has that big moment, and then he's not constantly regurgitating that specific line.
But then how
I
do
don't
you...
want him to keep saying, this is who I am.
But then when would you want that once to be? Would you want it to be... Because again, like, you could technically say Obito has the sentimentality of doing it more than once by saying, oh, so, Naruto, I'm the bad guy. I really am. But it's the fake, apparently.
Because, for example, if it's versus, like, Kakashi, he could pull out the snake belly tube thing and say, this is who I am. But if it's to Orochimaru, I feel like he needs to, like, defeat Orochimaru doing whatever, and he says it there, but he's not going to pull out the test tube stomach against Orochimaru to say it.
Okay,
so it changes depending on who he's saying it to.
That's the middle one. Okay, that's how we do it. He says it to Kakashi, and all 3 times would probably be the coolest. So again, the first one can say as it is, I'm your brother, Kakashi. That's who I am. Kakashi says, no, you're not. The second time, Kakashi confronts him. He's like, you're my brother, Kabuto. And
no, I'm not. I'm Jirobo.
No, that's funny. But I was going to say that he's basically going to be like Madara when Madara was petty and killed Sasuke. He's going to quote Hashirama back to him. He's going to quote Kakashi back too. No, I'm not. You don't have a brother. Your brother's dead to you. This is who I am. And he pulls out like Orochimaru's whatever.
Okay, I do like the quoting Madara thing. Like,
and then the third time, obviously, he'd be like, you were right, Kakashi. This is who I am.
We were right.
That's good. Space with his context is like, it's probably freaking out with a My Hero Academia context.
I know, I saw him say something earlier, but it's so funny. So anyway, if we're doing this work thing, so Orochimaru's got Edo Tensei, so like, are we gonna have Kabuto take place in Jubito? Like, White Mask Obito's just defeated, and he's not Jubito, and it's just a Kabuto takes that spot.
You could do that. I mean, I guess what's funny, you could have...
Or is the Kakashi versus Obito fight just gonna be Kakashi versus Kabuto?
I mean, this is a huge rewrite. Kakashi defeats Obito and Kamui. Maybe Obito's just not dying or whatever, but he can still be a villain. Somehow, some way, one way or the other. Again, huge rewrite. You'd have to change a lot of things. I'm not going to say it's going to instantly work immediately. You'd have to click a lot of things together. It's not just going to click on its own. Instead of Obito being the intelligent Jinchuriki, it's Kabuto.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah.
Like, he just takes that spot. So Naruto
The question
and
is
Sasuke
how?
does the whole, I have both halves of your power.
Yeah, exactly.
The only one concern I have with this whole idea is that with all this stuff we're doing with Kabuto, I feel like it's hard to have both Obito and Kabuto.
I was just thinking that.
You know, it's just like, at the end of the day, like, we just made Kabuto Kakashi's ultimate opponent, and then where does Obito fit in this?
Exactly,
like,
they both are. Like, Obito's
like,
Kakashi's multitasking, going back and forth, splitting his attention between his two brother enemies.
That's the thing. Like, and then if you like have Obito be who Obito is, well, like, but Kabuto should be he's his brother.
Well, especially since they already have the thing of like Kakashi is Kabuto's blood brother, but not his bond brother. But Obito was his bond brother, but not his blood brother. Technically, in that way, it could be really cool if you have Naruto related to Obito, so that Sasuke is his bond brother, but not his blood brother, whereas Obito is his blood brother, but not bond brother. Yeah, it's doing that dynamic parallel again. Just give like the Uzumaki lineage to Obito instead of Nagato. There you go.
Why does he have the Sharingan?
His parents were both. One Uzumaki, one Uchiha. That's why he's the black sheep of the Uchiha. In fact, that's why.
That could be interesting.
That's
he has
why.
a Senju parent, and that's actually why they hate him.
Oh yeah, that could also be why he's so late to awaken his Sharingan, if you consider his quote-unquote late.
And why he's so, like, well adapted to Hashirama cells.
True. Also why he's, like, weak as a kid, or at least perceived that way, even though he's probably not really.
Yeah, he hasn't awakened a Senju power within him to make up for his hindrance on the
Or his Uchiha powers. Yeah.
Why is he able to do a lot of the shit he does?
Oh,
you
that
know, it's not
parallels-
just Hashirama. Does he even need Hashirama cells anymore? No, he just is Senju Uchiha.
Exactly. That parallels with Naruto, because Naruto's two sides, his like human half and his like Kyuubi half, are like literally physically fighting against one another, physically making him weaker. Same with Obito as a kid. And then once Rin dies, like both halves work together, like KCM2 basically.
Yeah, you could just do that. It just doesn't have the Hashirama cell thing at all. And then Madara just does the same thing, but via Hashirama cells. But
That can work. I mean, you can still give Hashirama cells just to heal him from the boulder.
yeah.
Unless you do one with a phase right through it. At that point.
That he's not crushed by the boulder at all.
Yeah, why would he just stand up and go home with Kakashi?
Exactly, bro. You did not phase that boulder.
I mean, he did phase through the boulder. I mean, at the very least, you can say it's inconsistent anyways, but he has one eye. He gave one eye to Kakashi because one eye wasn't crushed. The other eye should have been crushed. At the very least, he Kamui'd at least that eye.
I mean, half of his body wasn't crushed despite the whole cave collapsing in it anyways. On the opposite eye, but still. I don't know, man. It's just weird.
Yeah, but I mean...
That's a separate rewrite.
It's clear that he has the scars because of the one boulder that felled him, not because of the rest of the cave. In my opinion.
No, the rest of I don't know. But regardless, oh man, I can't decide what I want to make with my food. I should put the cauliflower in. But anyway, yeah, I mean, part of me is just worried that we're just adding so much to the story that it's just too much.
Yeah. I mean, I like what I said, because we're just giving Kakashi and Naruto two people, the blood brother and the bond brother.
I know, like, honestly, like, just screw Inter and Ashura. Just have this be the extra stuff.
I like that, because at that point, they're Injo and Ashura, they're blood brothers, but they're not bond brothers.
So, actually, though, okay. So this is going to take away a little bit from Kakashi, but this does work as a segue to a point to get us back to this Kabuto point.
Uh-huh.
So, we go to rewrites.
Okay, let me...
It's only three up. You have the bottom message, the one above it, and then one above that. It's very close to the bottom. Starts with Itachi, but it's not really about Itachi, don't worry.
1, 2, 3.
There you go, there you go. Okay, so Itachi was Sasuke's big opponent who defeated Orochimaru in mid-Shippuden. Pain/Nagato was Naruto's big opponent who defeated Jiraiya mid-Shippuden. Both Sasuke and Naruto were weaker than their adversary when they died. Naruto was weaker than Pain, and Sasuke weaker than Itachi, but they later catch up to them in the war arc. Itachi and Sasuke teamed up to fight Kabuto. Naruto and Nagato should have teamed up to fight Obito. Stop right there for a second.
Well, especially the fact you can't say, oh, but he came back through Edo Tensei. He's in this arc.
Exactly. Like, and again, like, literally doing this, everything I've just said, you know, Itachi was with Nagato.
Like they're doing all these
So Itachi
parallels.
says,
anyways.
"I'm gonna go fight Obito,"
Obvious.
and Nagato's like, "I'm gonna help you fight." I was like, no, Itachi says, "I'm gonna fight Kabuto." Nagato's like, "All right, I'm gonna help you fight Obito."
It's
So instead of
obvious.
stopping Nagato, Nagato breaks free via whatever mechanic we like best. That's not the point right now.
Rinnegan soul sucking. I don't care. Sucks his own soul.
Yeah, exactly. We can easily come up with something there.
There you
That's
go.
not the point. The point is that he should have fought Obito with Naruto the same way. Then you have those two side by side. You have the two Uchiha brothers fighting Kabuto. Then Obito's like, oh, the Uzumaki brothers are fighting against Obito. There you go.
I like this better because
Should-
this means we can kill B to have Naruto still with someone else against Obito, and it's not B in this case. I like Nagato instead of B
it's
better.
fine. Like B can, he doesn't do that much later anyway. And then, yeah, it's fine.
I mean,
What does
technically,
B
you
really
should ask
do?
when best to kill B, because I think it is good that he helps Naruto leave Turtle Island with the 20 barriers that he breaks. It's not narratively cool or good. It's just, it's just
I
cool.
mean, either way, yeah, B wouldn't die before that anyway, because some died during the war at some point.
Yeah, and I
It's
really,
pushed-
I really, really want him to do his thing where he stands up to his brother and overcomes him. Especially since that's how
I
they
mean,
get to
after
go
he's
into
joined
war.
the war, you know.
Yeah, it's like the right to trial. What is it? The trial to gate? What am I saying? Did I say it right the first time?
He could die to Itachi Nagato before they break free, but it's probably not a good idea.
No, I like the idea that it gives consequence
Obito
to... It actually gives reason to Obito bringing the Edo Jinchuriki. Is to where Naruto and Well, I guess, yeah, all three are there. So Naruto and Nagato fight Obito, and B fights the Edo Jinchuriki, and B just loses. Or maybe, like,
could
they
do that,
seal each
yeah.
other. Like, B takes out the Edo Jinchuriki, but then Obito takes out the very nerfed B.
I think there's a lot of ways to do it. I mean, like, yeah, like you just have them go down at some point there. Like, it doesn't really matter when exactly. You just do it.
I mean, I just like there being a consequence to the Edo Jinchuriki. And I like B since he's like, he feels like the Jinchuriki guy. Especially if he's like the
Yeah.
Jinchuriki that didn't succumb to the curse of his hatred, whereas all the others did, so he's having to fight them, even though they don't even want to fight because they're out of Tensei. But like, you get the point. Like, I feel like B would be the perfect person to fight all the other Jinchuriki.
Yeah, and then obviously, Obito could have the Ghetto statue at his side to help with Nagato, because Nagato's got all those summons and stuff, so that's a good thing to throw against the Ghetto statue.
True.
Since they're doing the thing with Madara with the Ghetto statue anyway, Nagato can't use the Ghetto statue as an Edo Tensei, so there you go, that's why he's not doing that.
One more thing. I don't think I would have the Edo Jinchuriki turn into their full tailed beast state. Maybe V2 at most, but maybe just stick with V1, if not base. And I like the idea that
Yeah.
it's not Itachi freeing them and they're just one of the several freed, but rather B emotionally breaks them out in the same way like a lot of the other Edos are emotionally broken out. Because that gives credence to why this would be such a good matchup for B in the first place.
You could do that, yeah. I mean, Personally, I'm
Naruto
not-
is the only other one that did the Waterfall of Truth other than B. And so B would basically be helping them through the Waterfall of Truth process without the Waterfall of Truth. Like, he is the Waterfall of Truth for the Edo Tenseis in this fight, in a way.
but we don't want to take away from Naruto's talks with like the Four Tails and stuff. That
No.
helps with the
So
Kurama
the souls of the humans would go away, and maybe that's how you get to the tailed beasts just coming out. They just emerge on their own because there's no vessel anymore. The body
yeah,
disappeared.
that's gonna say because when they're gone, yeah, they come out.
Or you could just have Obito feel evil. It's like, oh, no, you don't, you stupid, filthy beasts. Like, as the souls are going away, he then sucks the tailed beasts so they can't get
Yeah.
away or whatever. Something like that. But yeah, you could still just do it the same from there. I like that as an idea. Do you like the idea that
No.
Nagato and Naruto find out about the intangibility better than Kakashi and Guy? It doesn't really matter, but I think I might like that better. Even though Kakashi's like the guy that like counter it, but it's
yeah,
like
I don't know when. Yeah, I don't know when we want to incorporate Kakashi and Guy here, but we'll just deal with that later.
I think like
Um,
around the same point. It's just they come in like at the same time. But what I would say is that it'd be like the Pain arc to where they figure out the weakness and then they tell the people that arrive late what the weakness is, and then those people counter the weakness.
I mean, Nagato's already gonna have answers anyway because he's already planning and betraying Obito seemingly, and then Conan also knows a lot. So like, he's just gonna be like Naruto. All right, this is the game.
Yeah. The coolest
But I mean,
thing...
that's what Itachi's doing with Kabuto anyways. They're walking into there with a game plan. I mean, Nagato could have the same mindset, like, I have a game plan going into it, you know?
The coolest idea is instead of the Ghetto's Mazo being incapacitated because it's transforming, Obito needs to protect it, it's because Obito and Nagato are having like this mental fight over who controls the Ghetto Mazo. They're both trying to do it. They're both giving it commands or whatever. So Obito just can't
that's
use
why
it.
that would be interesting.
Because like that implies that Obito could use it against Naruto if Nagato wasn't there, and he would just body Naruto with the Ghetto Mazo.
Yeah, you could also do a thing, especially depending on when Naruto gets KCM 2, to where Orange Mask Obito, like if he only had his Sharingan, would be like a even match with either Naruto or Nagato, but because he has both the Sharingan and the Rinnegan, now it's like that's why they need both of them to team up. Kind of like what they're doing with Kabuto with the Itachi thing. Like, it's like that's why they need both of them. He's like, I have both of your backs, kind of. But
complete side note, I just thought the B versus Edo Jinchuriki fight would be so meaningful considering B's Edo, the Infinite Tsukiyomi Dream, where he's like fighting alongside all that'd be so cool. Oh, that makes it so
I'll also
wholesome.
just add that because this is kind of the case at first anyway, if Kakashi and guys show up, they can just be fighting with B against the Jinchuriki too. Like, throw him over there.
I like B fighting the Jinchuriki alone.
I just don't see how he's gonna last that long.
I mean, if Naruto's doing it, screw it. Well, especially if they're not transforming.
Yeah, but the Naruto's was that much strong.
I know, but just don't have them transform. Just have it like base versus base. I mean, there's a reason he gave them a Sharingan and Rinnegan anyways. It doesn't do anything if they're transforming immediately. Like, what's the point?
The other thing, though, is, so when it comes to, like, Nagato, obviously Itachi at some point's undoing Edo Tensei, and that's going to actually work against Nagato. He's going to be gone. Do we want that to almost be like it's a good and bad thing? Like, Itachi did that, and it's good overall, but they lose Nagato, who was, like, it's like Nagato, they had a chance to win, but then Nagato got undone, and they lost that, so now it's like, oh, that was good, but it's also the worst thing at the same time.
That could be interesting.
Kind of like with Madara.
Yeah, well, also, what are we going to do with Nagato for the rest? Because, like, is Nagato going to be there against Yubito? Is Nagato still going to be there when Infinite Tsukiyomi happens?
No, because gets undone. He would be
gone. Oh, yeah.
When Itachi succeeds, True. Nagato's gone.
That works.
So, the question is, how do you want that timing to go? Like, is it going to be a thing to where they make a successful thing, like they succeed against Obito in some way, like they get a crucial piece of info, then Nagato's gone, and it's like, okay, well, thank God we got that, now that legacy moves on. Or is it going to be like, Nagato was about to beat Obito, but then he got undone, and it's like, oh no, we lost Nagato, who was about to win. Like, how did you want to go?
I like the idea that Naruto is helplessly not going to figure out how to counter Obito, and Nagato does, and it's the advice that he gives to Naruto in his, like, final moments that helps Naruto realize how to take down Obito.
Yeah, he can also do his motivational words about the Child of Prophecy and stuff at the same time.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, the funny thing is, like, why is Obito just sitting there allowing that to happen instead of attacking?
Nah, he kind of does that all the time anyway, so...
Yeah, it's fine, not actually a problem. So, this is stupid. We can't do this. Not that we shouldn't, we can't do this. But it arguably works best, but we can't do it. So, it would be really cool and funny if when Nagato disappears, B's like on his own. Maybe B's already absorbed at this point. So it's just Obito and Naruto there, and Obito's making fun of Naruto because, aha, you're all alone. You've always been alone, Naruto. Give up in despair. And then Obito's like, I'm not alone. I have the whole alliance on my side. It's not just Kakashi and Guy that shows up. It's the whole alliance, and they do the fourth alliance jutsu then and there. It's like when Obito's still, like, masked. Ten Tails isn't there yet. Like, I don't know how that would work,
actually,
but...
Another thing, though, something you could do, though, because I'm going to count this as Obito's power because he's controlling it with the Ghetto statue and the Biju and stuff, but so it seems like Naruto and Nagato are gaining the upper hand, but just then that's when B goes down, and it's added to Obito's power.
Oh, I know how.
So now they
how
have
you do
to
it.
fight all those Biju. Like the Jinchuriki are gone, but he's got to fight of those 7 or 8 Biju.
That could be cool too. Yeah, I mean that could
And
also
it's
be
so it's
when
like Nagato's
he.
gonna have to like at that point he can leave. Maybe he leaves some imparting words for Naruto, but like Nagato's like he's gotta fight the Biju right now. He's kind of busy.
Regardless of how he gets the Nine Tails, yeah, maybe that's like when Nagato goes down. That's when the Ten Tails gets resurrected. When he gets B, it doesn't take time to transform. It's just he gets B and it instantly transforms into the Ten Tails, and that's when Nagato can be like because. Maybe it does take it like 10 seconds or whatever, a minute to transform. It takes as long as it takes Nagato to say his dialogue. I was going to say, you have Obito on top of the Ten Tails saying, Naruto, you're all alone. And basically, the reason he would do this isn't necessarily because he's alone. It's because it's to counter what Nagato said about, technically it's Itachi that said this, but, Naruto, you're not acknowledged by everyone. And then Naruto's like, hey, that's where you're wrong. Everyone acknowledges me as like the dust clears behind him. It's the full alliance or something. It's like, that's the reason I'm here fighting the war.
Well, what I was gonna say actually is Itachi releasing Edo Tensei can be like why get all to turn it into the Ten Tails because Nagato's not gonna be there. That could be like the bad thing that happens when he's released.
You could do that too. I mean, it could just both work in that case.
Yeah, there's a lot of things you can do there.
Yeah.
But it sounds like you generally like this idea.
Yes. By the way, I know you did say you wanted to end by 3, like at the latest.
Yeah,
No,
I'm figuring out right now whether I'm gonna have cereal, I'm gonna have chicken. I'm just trying to decide what I want. I just need to decide like now. So
those are 2
I'm
very
trying to figure that out.
different foods.
I know.
I could. Oh my god, Space has said so much.
You can read Space's messages for a moment while I try to think about this.
I'll read all the messages going way back up to the top here at 10:59 p.m. From Zion. Okay, as y'all know, all these build-up characters were for this upcoming battle. Do you think Ada or Daemon will die? No! Or maybe both? No! In this fight. Well, Kami, do you think either is gonna die? Percentage-wise?
Ada, but I don't know. Like, I don't. If part of me says yes, part of me says no. So I lean towards no, but at the same time, I could see them devouring someone. So
Part of the problem is Mamushi isn't saying, Koji's not saying Mamushi's in any possible future the greatest threat, and that this is like the number one thing they need to focus on or whatever.
I know, that's the thing.
It's like, apparently it's not even a big deal if it happened. But I don't think it's going to happen because I think he would have said it's possible if it happened.
I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if you would hide it. Give it no, but
why would he hide it unless he wants it to happen? Because if he says it, then Ada's just going to be all the more influenced to not want it to happen.
Oh, exactly. So does he want it to happen? That's the question.
Well,
And then the question becomes, why does he want it to happen?
I guess, yeah. Bam Quazam says, I like Tenten, and I agree, and Kamui disagrees.
Why didn't I say
With all the Tenten slander and hate you've given me over these past couple years, I don't want to hear it.
And I dislike her.
You hate her, bro. Worst character in Naruto, apparently.
I never said that. She's not even a character.
John said, oh my god, yeah, you're proving my point. John said a slew of things. Zion, I was able to find out a couple by Googling this. Okay, anyways, some only have fan translations too, so you can't just buy them. That was probably something we said or the other about something. The gods cry at my glorious king's demise. Kabuto, water is wet. Gokage, we declare the start of the 4th Great Ninja War. Bro, that Tsunade declared the fourth war thing is so
Oh my
fun.
God.
So fun. I can't believe how easy that was.
It was so ridiculous.
How did they not realize? I mean, the craziest thing, they said it once at the beginning and then just dropped it when I didn't acknowledge it.
I was like, why are you guys even arguing this?
It's so obvious. But people don't know what we're talking about, so I'm going to ignore that. But they would if they joined the Discord. Hey, that's a great segue. 4 hours into the stream or however late we are, join the Discord. And then you'll get to know all the context to everything. And get all the Tsunade started the fourth war debates. There you go. It was the other day. Feel free to scroll up and chat if you join. Or just Control F would be the easiest way to do that. But Freaky Maru can just throw up some plot armor of his own. Don't worry. I'm assuming that's Kimimaru. I don't know who Freaky Maru would be. But
Probably Orochimaru.
why do they call it chakra when you raw in the jutsu of out chalk cast the jutsu?
What?
Well, John the Maven said it, so I'm just going to make this a John the Maven intro topic. Since that would be very good to do. So let me find intro topics and post that in there. Okay, also John Maven. Man, kind of a shame he didn't join, but oh well. Sucks for him. Anyways, back to the comments. Space says, what have been your least favorite rewrites that you two have talked about on the podcast? I don't know off the top of my head. Do you know? Least favorite rewrite?
Yeah, I don't know. That's too hard. 99.9% of them are just bangers.
Exactly. I guess I'll go to the playlist. By the way, check out the playlist. For anyone that don't know, we have playlists including rewrites, and all of our rewrites are in chronological order, which is like the coolest thing ever, by the way. It took me a while to do that, but a lot of these playlists are like the screenwriters education, I think, like the rewrites. A lot of our even the heated debates are in technical chronological order, which is so cool.
So I feel like this isn't counting like the what if Naruto ended at the Land of Waves? That's not a rewrite. It is, but it's like a different type. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think that can't count because it's not written to be good. It's how can we make the most of this?
Exactly. Oh, this isn't gonna count, but probably the least favorite of my videos in this rewrites playlist would be Daigo Knight versus Hot Boy Spicy Naruto rewrites.
I agree, but that's not a rewrite that we did.
Cop out answer. I don't know. I guess I'll say no. I like that one. I don't even remember what this one is. Konoha Crush makes no sense, so we fixed it 3 months ago. Do you remember what this is?
No.
Okay, well, that's our least favorite. There you go.
No, it's too long to be like Kabuto in the. It might have to do with Kabuto and Konoha Crush if you repeat it in Fortnite.
I feel like you just have Kabuto on your brain.
No, we did do that topic before. We just were repeating it at that time, so it could be that.
Interesting. I love Space's follow-up question. Kamui, are the Boruto novels?
Are the Boruto novels what?
Are they?
No, I don't think they are.
Interesting. Okay. And the rest of it honestly can't follow that up. So we'll just move on to the next comment. The problem with Kabuto and Kakashi being brothers would be the age gaps. Man, Space, I think I have a really easy solution to that.
It's not an issue. They're literally Kabuto's like 19 in part one, Kakashi's 24 in part one. Or no, he's 27. That doesn't matter. Itachi and Sasuke have like a 7-year age gap or something.
Yeah,
it's fine.
yeah. Well, that wasn't the solution I was thinking of because that was doing nothing. Do you want to guess what my solution was? That's very easy to.
Make their ages closer.
Yeah, it's not a problem. Who cares? Plus, like Kakashi, Obito's age thing is retconned anyways. It's like, does it really matter? The first moment
they also
to.
just have other age gaps. It's not.
Yeah,
a problem.
exactly. It can be both Kakashi's father killing himself because of his failed mission and his wife dying. Yes, okay. That's what we said.
Wait. What if Kakashi's father kills himself because he thinks his other son died too? He thinks Kabuto died and keep pass.
That could work. I like that better than because his wife died, honestly. Because that makes it more, well, not more directly because it's Kabuto, but technically
Kakashi, what if Sakuma was like involved with that mission? And like he thinks that his son died as a result.
Oh my god. That could work. It kind of, okay, this is stupid. It kind of parallels that one Kushina video game cutscene with Obito. It's like the most wholesome thing in the entire Naruto series. Very tragic. It would just work for the White Fang and Kabuto here. We did that. Sounds so foreign to say those two names together. Space says, also this kinda makes a Kabuto and Obito connection, both people that are from Kakashi's past that have identity issues. Oh, hey, that's another thing that we didn't say that works for everything else we say to connect though. Oh, using a Dabi rewrite for this Kabuto rewrite? Cool! Because Space loves it, I guess. I thought he would hate it. Because he hated the Dabi rewrite. Now it is starting to sound like you are making Kabuto into Tomura, lol. Yeah, that's exactly what I was doing. The world is rejecting me, so I will reject them back. Exactly. Actually, Kabuto killing Sai fits with the whole brothers connection we are having. Well, there you go. Why not just have Kabuto kill White Zetsu? That seems like an easy and simple Akatsuki member to kill off. Well, I don't know, Space. Maybe because we want it to be something actually meaningful and worthwhile, and not to just to say he did it, to check it off of his bucket list. It's like,
yeah, also
check
because
mark.
I already want to rewrite Zetsu to be bigger. In fact, I think I have. We can segue to that after. If we have Zetsu rewrites, I wrote fairly recently.
Space, have you not seen our 20 rewrites where Sasuke doesn't kill that original White Zetsu? Did you want to do that? It's like, oh, what did you think we were gonna say? It's like we rewrite that almost as much as we rewrite Kimimaro.
It's still worse than Naruto. But his biggest mistake.
Exactly. I like you using other media for examples to use for these rewrites, bro. The Shadow video game's like the freaking best video game of all time. I don't care what anyone says, and everyone hates it, but I love it. Not everyone, but you get the point. Wait, what? Obito related to Naruto? Huh? Okay, Space, if you're gonna make fun of me, I can say a lot of things back to you. You sure you want to go down that path, Space? Oh, if Obito is related to Naruto, then let's make that another reason for Madara wanting Obito to see reality, because Obito is both half of two enemy clans. I don't get what he's saying there, do you? I feel like it should be obvious, and I'm just missing it.
Say it again.
If Obito is related to Naruto... Oh! Space wasn't making fun of me by saying that they're similar, because I say they're different. He's saying, like, blood-related. That thing. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to repeat that with the context in mind that now I'm going to understand. If Obito's related to Naruto in blood, then let's make that another reason for Madara wanting Obito to see reality, because Obito is both half of two enemy clans. So that's probably referencing what you were saying with the Uzumaki, Uchiha, or like the Senju, if he's half that, half that.
Yeah, that would give him more reason to seek out Obito.
Yeah, that definitely would work.
Besides just that he helps the elderly.
I like that. Honestly, more than the elderly helping thing.
Yeah. I mean, he can still help the elderly.
Yeah, it's just both in this case. I like it.
This is why you really want him.
Exactly. So, like, is Nagato gonna care about the fact that Toby / Madara ended up being ... someone he never heard?
Huh?
Well, did Nagato ever hear Toby / Madara?
He definitely heard. What did he unhear in this rewrite?
Yo, Toby / Madara! Apparently.
Why did he not hear about?
Well, to add on to what Space was saying, he says, unless he wanted to add some extra backstory with Obito and Nagato or something. I don't know, like the canon material? But either way. Or you could do that Conan X Obito rewrite so it fits more. That's the thing. At this point, we've made so many rewrites that we reference other rewrites to, like, cross-rewrite our rewrite, basically into fanfiction territory at this point. It's beyond rewrite. But editing and marketing resume. Love getting home from work for some Walky Talky. Well, I love you getting home from work for some Walky Talky too. And I'm sure Kamui loves whatever we're gonna do next. And if he doesn't have an idea, then I guess I can.
Well, hold on. I just gotta scroll up.
Okay. Well, it's 2:48.
Oh my god, I have so many.
Kamui,
Okay.
Kamui, we gotta start winding down. It's 2:48. It's almost 3.
Since we talked about Zetsu, search in light of my Zetsu Naruto topic. Oh wait, let's figure out what that Zetsu Naruto topic is.
Oh my gosh. Okay, that didn't work. Oh, I'm searching the intro topics. Why does it do this stupidness? Ugh. Go to rewrites. In light. I wonder how many in light conversations you start with. Oh my god, 99 results, but that's not about you, obviously.
Where did I write this?
He merged multiple rewrites before. Yes, he did. Oh, editing marketing resume works in a factory.
Okay. So I guess there's a part 1 to this in Naruto topics.
Okay, we cannot do this one right now, clearly, if that's the case. 48 times this has been said. Oh, from Kamui as well. You have said in light 48 times. Kamui.
In light of that.
You have to stop starting your sentences with in light.
I really want to do this Zetsu thing.
You're still looking for it, aren't you?
No, I already found it, but it's just...
No, I meant like the Naruto topics one.
I found it.
Okay, did you want to do it?
Kind of.
Go for it.
Do you want to do Zetsu or Yorai Mizu?
This looks so long. Let's do Zetsu.
So search
Because we didn't talk about Yoroi and Mizumi. You're just bringing them up because you want to do them too.
Shocker.
You know,
Search
Kamui, I feel like you would
Orochimaru's
only
dead.
bring them up if you prefer to do them. Just do Yoroi Mizumi.
Well, no, that's just the alternative. I do want to do the Zetsu one.
Ooh.
It's just Yorai Mizubi won't be as long.
Okay. Let's do Zetsu again.
So, okay, so search Orochimaru stealing his ring.
Is that in Naruto topics?
Yeah.
Okay, so what is it? Orochimaru what?
Stealing his ring.
Orochimaru stealing. I'll just do stealing. should be more than fine.
So it starts with, so like, I get Orochimaru stealing his ring.
There we go. So, yeah, go for it.
So like, I get Orochimaru stealing his ring and being an everlasting Sora in the Akatsuki is cool and all. And I get that Obito is basically copying Guru Guru's personality in the Akatsuki and all. But like, why wasn't Guru Guru an Akatsuki member alongside the other Zetsu? Why weren't they partners? At the very least, shouldn't Guru Guru be the one trying to join after Sasori's death, not Obito? Obviously, that would basically ruin Obito's whole thing, but it starts with like Toby. But why wasn't this the case in universe? With a Zetsu team would be a pretty darn cool duo. Rather than the white Zetsu army, I'd honestly love just having black/white Zetsu and Guru Guru taking on the alliance by themselves. Rewrite, and that's the segue to that.
So, real
after.
quick, what does Orochimaru stealing his Akatsuki ring have to do with at all the rest of any of this?
Because he stole the ring, which is why they don't replace his spot.
Okay, that's what I thought. But, like, you realize there's a very simple solution to that, right?
Such as?
So, it just doesn't matter in this case. Oh, he took the ring. Oh no. Guess we can't have another member. just don't write that. Or, alternatively, he didn't steal the ring. But that's less cool. But doesn't matter. So yeah, just be another member. Where is rewrites? Because I suck at finding it at all times, forever and ever.
Well, there's a bottom paragraph there as well.
Yeah, but I thought you were going to segue to rewrite because of that.
Do you not hear me?
Nope. Well, and I wonder what the comments have to say. Merge what we did before. Think about Boruto theories to stay sane. Well, you should probably be able to stay sane without thinking about Boruto theories, but I think you mean at work and not in general. If I think about what you said. So it makes a little bit more sense that way. I am still in stock, not shock, but stock, that we haven't done rewrites based on old Naruto theories. Space, if you post some old popular theories, we could do some of those rewrites, because I think you're right, we haven't done many of them. We've talked about some of them, like what if Minato was Pain, or what if the Masked Man was Fugaku. We've done some of those like theories before, but I don't think we ever like fleshed it out like in a proper rewrite. So if you want to like post people like saying those rewrites, like if you can find the original post from like 10 years ago or whenever it was, that'd be cool. Speaking of Killer Bee and Orochimaru, any plans to do a rewrite based on the Orochimaru is the 8 Tails host theory? I've never heard of that. If anything, it'd be cool if Orochimaru was the one tail because he's a snake. That would be cool. I mean, you have the 0 tails in the movie, but it basically looks like a 1 tails. I mean, it's kind of weird that a slug is the 6 tails, since, you know, slugs just like don't have tails, and that one has 6 of them or whatever. But I guess you could say the same about a lot of the other tailed beasts. Except for Killer Bee. His is just cool that he has 8 tails and he's an octopus guy. But Kurama foxes have tails. Matatabi's fire, which doesn't have tails, but like technically a cat. But whatever. Cats have tails, that's fine. It'd be cool if it was a cat has 9 tails, because a cat has 9 lives, but a cat having 2 tails. That can just work cool too. 3 tails with turtles. Turtles have a tail, so that's fine. 4 tails with monkey, that has a tail, that's fine. Same with 5 tails. Like the same thing. More volcano-y, but yeah, the slug is a weird one. The insect is the weird one, and the rest are fine. So I guess that's a question. Why did Kishimoto choose a slug and an insect to have for tailed beasts when they don't have tails and the other 7 do? I guess I'll write that in Naruto topics. Discuss that with a guest. But anyways, why did Kishimoto have the 6 and 7? Oh, that's 7, 8. Have the 6. That's catalyst and 7 tails be animals that don't typically have tails. All the other animals do. Isn't that kind of strange? I sure do wonder if certain co-hosts would agree. But I guess we'll have to find out eventually. What if Black Zetsu was the will of Jashin? I will put that in rewrites because I like that idea. For a time when we aren't tired / seemingly maybe about to end. I mean, I told Kamui we should have done that Zetsu rewrite. This is what he gets. Also, space, so much for answering editing marketing resume's question, I guess. Sorry, editing marketing resume. I guess you just don't get to know if space follows One Piece. What if Obito didn't play the role of Madara? Weird rewrite, but I would like to think you guys do this one. I mean, I'll take a screenshot of it. So I'm gonna basically say that Obito survives the boulder, but doesn't. Maybe Zetsu saves him, but like he's passed out, so he doesn't know. He just thinks he survived the boulder somehow. He just wakes up randomly in a field one day. And on his way back to the village, he sees Kakashi kill Rin, so he never has Madara influence. And how do we go from there is how that would go. That's the way I think would work. Kamui, I don't know what you mean with what you texted me, but you're back, so
That's
it
fine.
doesn't matter.
Okay, anyway. So back to the paragraph I was on earlier. Never finished it.
Back to that. Oh my god.
I like the Joshian idea thing too.
Oh yeah. Okay. Did you hear all that?
Most of it.
Okay.
I was half paying attention, but hearing.
Yeah.
Listening.
Gotcha.
Okay, hold on. You went to the wrong thing, but it's okay. I will go find the right thing.
You're right. I did. I went to the
search.
other thing.
Yeah, exactly. You went back to where you already were. I was gonna search Orochimaru.
That's funny. It's just coincidence. You started both of these topics off with Enlight, which proved my point.
No, the other one starts off with so like.
Oh, yeah.
So anyway, like really, who cares about Black Zetsu fighting Mei and Genma? Yeah, it's cool for Black Zetsu and Genma and all, but it was never important. And why not make it more grandiose by Zetsu soloing a whole last second division by himself? Have Neji and Kurotsuchi and everyone taking on the giant Deep Forest Emergence onslaught instead of fodder like Zetsu. And now we get to the rewrite.
Well, that didn't take long. Let's remember to get
Well,
to
it
the
depends on
ancient
how
one.
much you want to talk about the other parts, but about why isn't Zetsu just an Akatsuki member?
I mean, I definitely think the Black Zetsu versus Genma May fight doesn't matter.
Yeah, but like, why isn't Guru Guru an Akatsuki member?
I know.
Why not?
I mean, it's possible that he just doesn't, quote unquote, exist for many years for whatever reason, rather than he exists off screen doing nothing the entire time.
Yeah, he's just asleep.
Yeah, or like he fused with the God Tree and he unfused in the War Arc because Gedomazo is about to be revived. I don't know. Just an idea.
I guess.
Unless you just, I mean,
anyway.
regardless of what Obito's voice actor says, I like the idea that Guru Guru just was Toby.
Dude, it makes zero sense.
I don't
visually.
care because it has Guru Guru be there. Because otherwise he's not there.
It would.
Yeah. Exactly.
But then you might as well just not have. I don't know. It's separate. All right. Anyway, so in light of my Zetsu Naruto topic, if we do erase the White Zetsu army, aside from anything White Zetsu makes mid-battle, like he did in 5 Kage Summit when he planned to fight Naruto, how would we organize things? So again, there's no 100,000 White Zetsu. It's just Black Zetsu, White Zetsu. They can be merged or separate, and Garu Garu. Those are the only 3.
Mm-hmm.
How would we organize things? So Guru Guru fights one division with his Buddha statue. Black Zetsu does the Deep Forest Emergence thing. What does the other White Zetsu do? Is he just merged with Black Zetsu and they stay one entity? Or does he get a solo fight too? If so, what does he do? Does he spore everyone to death? Does he make a 100,000 clone army on the spot? Does he have a different Wood-style jutsu we give him? What would be like best for him? And also add real quick that technically the 4th division just fights Edo Tensei, so you don't need a White Zetsu army there. And the 3rd division's mostly just Edo Tensei, so you don't really need one there. So really, you would have 2 Edo Tensei divisions and then White Zetsu divisions. But it doesn't really matter. Anyway, some possibilities for what his ability could be. Then I thought of what? You'll have to scroll down for this. The 100,000 army, the Spore Jutsu, the Wood Dragon, Deep Forest Bloom, which is the Pollen Jutsu, Obito's Cutting Sprakes Jutsu, but it's a bunch of clones doing it and going crazy on everyone. They copy Chakra and Jutsu, like in series, but have an easier way of doing it so they can actually use it against the Alliance. So there's like a bunch of Nejis fighting the Alliance, for example. Any other ideas?
So, you're not going to like my answer. In fact, you're going to hate it as a cop-out. That gets us to the exact same premise as the White Zetsu army. So, the Gedomazo just splits off into the Ten Tails fodder 100,000 times.
Well, that doesn't work for what this whole rewrite's trying to do, though.
Yeah, I know. That's why you don't like my answer.
So it's not even a cop-out answer. It's just not engaging with it.
Yeah, you're right. well, it is engaging with it, but
by not answering
really.
Any of it.
Well, what do you mean by some possibilities is 100,000 army? Is that just not changing anything? Do you mean the Zetsu 100,000
No,
army?
rather than the Gedo, Mazo, Kabuto, whatever stuff, it's just that on the spot, there's just one White Zetsu, and they're like, huh, we can take him on, and then on the spot, he just sprouts 100,000 White Zetsu. That just is Zetsu's ability to make that army. It's like Mamushi almost. Like, that just is the ability. That just makes
the problem
that he's very strong.
Why wouldn't he do that before this moment in time?
to be fair, why didn't Guru do the Buddha statue before this moment in time, and why didn't Black Zetsu just do his thing in moment in time? So it seems like it's pretty consistent for the Zetsus.
So much for Zetsu not being a combat type.
Oh yeah, no, we're erasing that. I don't like that.
I don't like it either.
Deleting that line.
It's
I hate
stupid.
it. Worst.
Yeah,
that's
I
also the worst thing
okay.
Kishimoto ever wrote.
Okay, if we're erasing that, we're erasing the fact that some paths of pain are combat types and some paths are rotation. Baby.
Well, that's not even really a thing. That's more of the fans saying that.
Okay, good. Because I hate them saying
just because
it.
they're the human paths on the interrogation team. You know what the human path also did? Blocked Sage Jiraiya's punch. Okay, he's pretty combative. Like, that's just the fans saying that. Obviously, some abilities are better. Like the Asura path is better than the Naraka path overall for fighting, for obvious reasons. But like, they're generally pretty relative. The only one you could argue is like the animal path as a girl was slower because the human path had to save it, seemingly. But
that's just weird anyways.
Yeah,
I don't know if that's
exactly.
what Kishimoto was intending.
I don't know what he was intending there either. But
It's kind of weird.
yeah.
It might have just been to look cool.
Yeah, I don't know, because it's like, yeah, like why didn't they like the 4 of the 5 were just jumping out of the way? Like why is that like
When
one?
I first saw it, I didn't think it's to say that one was faster than the other. And again, when I first saw it was like over 10 years
I
ago,
think
and
he
I
was
was like
prioritizing the animal
freaking
path,
13.
but that's what I thought too until someone said the girl thing, and I was like, is that what he's doing?
I don't think that's what he's doing. I don't think he's because he's a girl. That's not what's happening there.
Small
Come
girl.
on. Not at all had to do with that. What I thought it was that it's like, imagine like you're in a line and someone's in front of you, so you can't move forward until that person in front of you moves. So it's like the Rasen Shuriken's aimed at them, but the outer path is on the outside of it, whereas the inner path, the animal path, is like inside. And so the outer path is like able to just get them out of the way quicker.
The problem is the Naraka and Jiva paths were in the middle areas too. Jumped out of the way.
I don't know. It's teamwork. There you go.
It shouldn't be necessary. They should have just all jumped out of the way. Same way Granny Chio does to Naruto's Rasen Shuriken.
Or it's just cooperation. It's teamwork. It's helping each other out. It's like, yeah, you could have jumped out of the way, but I could have just grabbed you.
I think Kishimoto just wanted the nerve pain. Even more than he already did.
Maybe it was just to save chakra, so only like one of those paths had to jump out of the way instead of throw the others out of the way. It's like, no, okay, the stupidest interpretation is like the same reason that like the animal path was like thrown up into the air by the other 5 paths of pain to like enter the Yamanaka bubble thing at the beginning of the invasion. So it's all like that.
Doesn't make any sense here, but
Actually, that would unironically be the coolest explanation. It's throwing that animal path up so that animal path can summon the other paths out of the way. That's
that'd
the
be cool,
coolest
but
way.
he doesn't do that, so
I know, but that's my rewrite. That's the coolest way to dodge it.
Just does do that, yeah.
Oh my
That's
god.
funny. I know. But anyway, so which of these jutsu would you give Zetsu for how he's gonna fight the Alliance? Or one division, anyway.
So is Wood Dragon what he was doing against Hiruzen? Is that what you mean?
No, that's the Golem. So with Dragon's the dragon that goes with the Golem usually. Well, I guess Guru has a mini Buddha statue, but the Wit Dragon's the thing that goes with the Golem. Madara uses on Casey of Naruto, Hashirama uses on the Nine Tails, and so on.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't think that Zetsu would have that, but I guess in this rewrite, he just could have that.
He just would in this rewrite, yeah. Black Zetsu's doing Deforest Emergence, basically, so he's got that, and then the statue for Guru, so we're just giving a different jutsu for White Zetsu.
So it depends which battlefield Zetsu goes to, or if he's making a new battlefield for new opponents or whatever opponents you want to place there instead of their current battlefields.
Well, that's a separate topic. Yeah, so which battlefields do we want each one to go to?
Because, like, if he's fighting Kakashi on whatever battlefield Kakashi's on in this case, Wood Dragon would be the coolest to counter Kakashi's Water Dragon. Exactly. Deep Forest Bloom could be cool.
I agree. It kind of fits, especially with that filler with the purple smoky thing.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well. And the only problem is that's probably the most boring, even though it's the most dangerous, which is arguably what they should go with, because like they want to make him like scary or whatever. It's like he doesn't even. It's kind of like Sasori. He doesn't even have to fight you to kill you. He just poisons you before you even know it.
And it just like wins.
Yeah. I mean, you could also just do a mix of all of these. Maybe not the 100,000 army. Maybe like 100 army at most. That would just be from the Spore Jutsu, if anything. I mean, you could also combine it, like the Pollen Jutsu with the Spore Jutsu from Deep Forest Bloom. One way to do that.
Actually.
That's how you could get to the 100,000 army. Not 100,000 in this case. It'd be 1,000, 2,000, 5,000, whatever is relative to the army size, I guess. But that could work.
Sounds like he's just got a body. So strong.
I mean, the problem is, how strong is Zetsu? Because, like, it's inconsistent in canon. Cutting Springs makes him OP.
Yeah.
I mean, you could rewrite it to where Obito just doesn't have a Cutting Sprigs or Wood Style. Or maybe he just doesn't have Cutting Sprigs. And it just was the Guru doing that. And it was Obito using the body, but it was Guru doing the technique. You could do it like that. Even though Obito wanted the technique. Like, you get the idea. It's Obito's using Guru's body. So he's using the ability in that way. Basically. In the same way that Sasori doesn't have magnet release, but he has a third Kazekage puppet that has magnet release. Which, by the way, that's weird. I don't know how that can work, but we'll just ignore that for now. We'll come back to that another time. I'm going to write that down in Naruto topics.
Do that.
Exactly. But that aside, did you have a preference for what you wanted here? Someone actually joined the Discord. Kolo joined again. Oh, this is gonna make you cry. Nerdy Medic Kabuto left the server the other day.
Aww.
I don't know why. They just didn't say anything. They just left. It hurt my heart. But anyway, so sad.
He's done all these Kabuto rewrites.
You know what? I'm gonna text him that right now because that's too funny not to. Assuming I can, but I should be able to because they should still be in freaking Naruto explained. They should still be in Daigo servers, I guess. Yeah, I can message them. Okay. Now we wait to see what they say, but until then, back to you.
Your turn.
What you mean, my turn? I've been going. Is it still in the rewrites? Yeah. Is this, are we just going with the next topic? With the Kabuto? We already did this one, actually, never mind.
Yeah, whatever you want to do.
Man, if only Kamui got rid of his thing.
I like to keep the rewrites.
You know, used topic is still the rewrites. Yo, Wavy Ray 2X, what's up? Space, by the way, doesn't follow One Piece. Actually, if you're telling me you guys haven't done a what if Toby was Sasuke from the future rewrite, how is that possible? I mean, we maybe did. I don't think we did. The Reaper could be Joshine's physical form. Ha ha. Actually, here's a good rewrite you guys could do. What if Naruto didn't find out the reason everyone hated him, / didn't find out he was the Nine Tails in episode 1 and chapter 1? Well, that's not an old theory, that's just a rewrite, but I'll write that down. That's more fan fiction than a rewrite, but you know, it's what it is.
That just changes the whole story.
Exactly. But Space, if you can find the original theories for all those old theories, then we'll turn those into rewrites. If you find them. But until then, did you want to? So going back, okay, we already covered the other thing. Okay, did you want to do the Yoroi Mizumi thing, or is that it?
Do that there.
Okay. Well, when it comes to tonight, Ikimoto certainly did something.
And it wasn't a banger rewrite.
It wasn't success. It was the opposite of that.
And what would that even be?
Well, he didn't flail around. He
I
didn't.
think he must have done the thing that those people who cheated in the tuning exams did.
He didn't lay on a hay bale. He didn't
go to jail.
He definitely doesn't have a lot of Boruto sales.
And he's not getting fan mail.
Those last two are perfectly related to what he did. He failed! That might be my favorite version of the ending we've done yet.